Hello everyone, I'm Yasunori, co-organizer of DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 and MC of this group. This is Sakura track. Now Sakura track has started. Have fun at the conference. First, I introduce three speakers. In this group, we have JJ Asgar from IBM, Corey also from Vonage, and Lynn Oliver from Camunda as the speakers. Speakers will talk in order. Let's invite them to the main stage. Please welcome JJ, Corey, Lynn. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Very good, very good.
Yeah, great. Yeah, okay. I'm looking forward to hearing your talks. Yeah. Let's start the first session. First session is JJ. Please.
Thank you.
Please change layer. Yes, okay, JJ. Great. JJ's session title is Lesson Learned from Cultivating Open Source Projects and Communities. Are you ready, JJ?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Let's start this session.
Thank you so much. And yes, thank you, everybody. Hi. Oh, there's my camera. Hi, my name is JJ Asgar, as I was introduced, and I'm a developer advocate for the IBM Cloud. And if you can find me on Twitter, at JJ Asgar there, or yes, I even have the email address of awesome@ibm.com. I'm here from Austin, Texas, and I lived and breathed the open source community since at least 2011, if not earlier. And these are some of the lessons learned of me cultivating and building open source communities. So the very first thing I want to start out with by saying that this is not a tools talk. There's a huge possibility that or when you start looking at the DevOps culture and open source in general, you start looking at the tools. And this is not the tools. This is all the squishy stuff that we have to think about. I might mention a couple tools here and there just to kind of keep the conversation going, but it's really about dealing with the humans of open source. Open source is challenging, and hopefully with some of the lessons I've learned, if you're in this space at all, you will be able to take those lessons learned to be successful. So the very first thing I want to bring up is why the reason it is the third slide here is scoping your project. The very first thing I learned when dealing in the open source world was how to scope your project correctly. I was really involved in an open source project called OpenStack for a very long time. And I truly and genuinely believe OpenStack basically became too big for its britches. It's an idiom meaning basically it was just too big for itself. And they built something called the Big Tent, where they allowed anyone who has hit certain levels of understanding of the community to become an OpenStack project. Well, that was ripe for abuse and problems because we actually discovered you could build an OpenStack project within 45 minutes. And there were some companies out there that actually would give you bonuses if you started an OpenStack project at the time. So they scoped it so large to cover so many different things that it became unwieldy and just became ridiculous. So you really do need to take a moment, and when you're first looking into open source, make sure your project is scoped properly so you feel comfortable with that. I do also want to say that sometimes you can have large projects. I was one of the first open source projects I was ever part of was something called Crux Linux. And I was there where it was a BSD style ports tree on top of basic Linux tooling. And it was really neat. I got to become part of the FAQ team. I helped out on IRC back in the time. And I even tested the ports trees. And yes, it was an operating system, but they scoped the project correctly to make sure that it actually helped out their audience at the time. Years later, I still have friends from that community where I do occasionally run into them. And it's funny to see that the project's still going strong, But because they scoped it properly and allowed it just to focus on one thing, they were able to be successful. So hopefully this gets the point across that scoping your project at any level is so important to be successful. So after you've taken a moment and scoped your project, you need to think about how you back your project. Now, there's two main buckets, and the first one I'm going to talk about is personally backed. So you've personally decided that I'm going to go ahead and do a project and put it out on GitHub and work on it and let the world help me work on it too. From what I've learned, this is the majority of projects out there. It really truly is. I mean, go to github.com. Anything out there is probably open source. Okay, we can talk about licensing later, but you get the point. But the largest challenge of being personally backed is that it's your baby, right? It's scratching your own itch. You have to become that leader of that project. And it becomes a double-edged sword because all of a sudden you are responsible fully for this project. I bet a handful of us right now are in this audience, have our own projects and all that. And think about all that responsibility that is on your shoulders about that. Like if you don't add something to it, and if you have a small community around it, you might have had to set some stuff up around and some infrastructure. And I'll get deeper into that later. Just take a moment and realize that personally backed projects really truly are a double-edged sword where even though it's scratching that itch you have, you still have all the baggage you need to come along with it. But it's important to know. And you are the end-all be-all, and it can be very, very stressful if you're not careful. On the other side of it, you have corporate-backed projects, which I'm privileged, and I know this is a privilege. I keep raising my left hand. The camera's over here on the right, but I recognize that I'm very privileged to be able to work for corporately backed open source projects. It's a hard thing to get into, but at the same time, it's not the same. Let me rephrase that. I understand that being in a corporately backed open source project comes with its benefits and its disadvantages. The majority of people who I'm probably speaking to, you may have some open source projects with the different companies you're a part of, but having a corporate backed project also means that they are the responsible people for that project. The challenges with corporate backed is that if you do start really falling in love with that project and start really working for it, you still can all of a sudden have it cut away from you. I always make a joke about Google Reader, right? Like I loved Google Reader, and because it was a corporate backed, well, it wasn't open source, but it was a project from corporate from Google. They just took it away, and it went out to pasture, as they say. Same as with Oracle eating up projects left and right. I mean, VirtualBox is a perfect example of that. It was an open source project for a very long time, and Oracle came along, bought up the rights to it, and it's taken a very different turn than it was when it wasn't an open source project. But the challenge again is that if the corporation backs your project, they ultimately have the decisions, and it's important to recognize that. So the next thing you need to understand is that you have to have empathy for your audience. So as you're working your way around into an open source project, you have to understand that when people come to you, you need to be able to put yourself in their shoes. Believe it or not, being a leader and a maintainer of an open source project, you're a performer and a seller all the time. You have to constantly be recruiting and always be on brand for your project. This doesn't happen overnight. It's just like a meetup. When we used to have meetups in the real world, you might have a meetup 1 month of doing something, and then the next month, some less people show up, and it might come into a trickle. Same thing happens with open source projects. If you release something, you might have a bunch of people using it all of a sudden, and then 6 months later, you might have 1 or 2 people around. But then something else happens, and then you might get a bunch more. Or if you've honestly taken a wrong turn somewhere, you can completely lose all that good faith for your project very quickly. It takes months and months to build up a community for your project, and overnight, it can completely disappear if you're not careful. Also, priorities change too wherever you go. So if you have a big company that comes in and says, "Hey, your open source project is really helping us out with something," they might throw a bunch of resources at you and get you doing some really neat stuff. I saw that. I saw that really, really well with Chef and OpenStack, where I'd have massive companies come in and really help out our QuickBooks at the time. But then as soon as they got what they needed done, they disappear. And I'd be stuck there like, okay, I've got all this stuff to support and I don't know what to do. It was hard. But I was empathetic to that the people who came into the project, because honestly, they were they got what they needed done, and then their responsibilities change, or their priorities change. So this is a quote that I came up with when I was staring out a window when I was looking at my old house, where it turns out an open source project is a lot like setting up a park cleanup, a trash cleanup. So I live in Austin, Texas, and it's very hot here. So I can't just go out and say, "Hey, I want to set up this Saturday to do a trash pickup to pick up trash people have left in the park." Turns out there's a lot of interesting logistics you've got to deal with it, because being Texas is hot, you have to be able to give people water to make sure they don't, fall over because they're a volunteer. You also need to be able to have trash pickups, and you have to set up logistics around it. Well, the challenge is an open source project is a lot like that. Especially if you're corporate backed, you have to sit there and you have to spend all this time and effort to work with the logistics inside of your company, but you don't realize, with all that work that you're doing for that open source project, the people that are coming there to help you, in essence, pick up the trash, they're there to write code or produce something to help that project. They don't care about all the logistics you have to deal with as being a leader. And you need to understand that, yes, you might have had to go on to 6 different status meetings or whatever to get approval to, do whatever for the project. Well, you might have a couple of developers that come along, or doc writers, or just people testing your code, who just want to help you with the picking up of the trash. So it's important to recognize these things and work for it, and work towards that. Now, if you want to read more about this little article I wrote, please ping me on Twitter, and I can go ahead and send you that link. But it really does highlight how open source projects and the logistics around it kind of come together. Next, then the thing we need to talk about are celebrations. We need to celebrate everything. If you are a leader of an open source project, you absolutely need to celebrate anything ranging from the newest release of your code, to somebody put in their first commit, to the first issue was resolved, to somebody got promoted to a committer, or have a commit bit now. Celebrations are absolutely important, and nothing is too small to celebrate. Take all and every wins you can, and you'd be amazed on how much of that positivity will draw people to your project. It's easy to say, but it's really, really hard to forget. And it's important to recognize that celebrations are absolutely important. But on the flip side, you also need to talk about your defeats. Defeats are very, very, very important. When something breaks or something goes off the rails, you have to own up to these things. You need to say that, yes, something went bad. You need to communicate this to your audience, because if you keep that stuff, or your developers or whoever's using your downstream open source project, because you never know, by you having a possible security bug or something like that with your project, you never know who downstream is using it, and that could have opened up them to a huge, huge problem and risk. So you need to talk about your defeats. And at the same time, doing all this can be extremely draining and understanding. And Adam Jacob, who was the CTO of Chef, really did sum it up in a very straightforward tweet. And I've actually removed the tweet recently because there's some profanity in it. But the point being is that the defeats and the negativity that can come with the community when something goes wrong can be also very draining, and it needs to be recognized too as a leader. So I'm getting close to a little bit close to the end of this talk, because I recognize I have only 20 minutes here. But I do want to talk about some successful traits of open source projects. This one sounds obvious, but believe it or not, it's the hardest one to do. You have to trust, as an open source maintainer or creator of this project, you need to trust that people are going to do the right things. It is so hard to do. And you'd be amazed on how many people just throw code out there and don't trust anyone but themselves to change it. They only are the ones that can hit commit to it. By releasing your code into the wild, under the world, you need to trust on many hands make light work. You also need to be willing to work with other people and understand that inherently open source maintainers, open source developers, they came to your project because it scratches one of their itches, right? That's the whole reason why they're there. They found something that does something that you need. So of course they're going to invest their time into making it better. But of course they might take it a different direction. So you need to recognize that sometimes things kind of could go a different direction than you originally planned. The next thing is accessibility. This is a relatively contentious topic when we start talking about this modern day world that we live in now, especially with streaming and video conferencing and all. But one of the most important things I learned was when I was part of the OpenStack Chef project, is that I had a lot of people who worked out of China. And we were trying to use Google Meet to talk, to be able to like do our weekly syncs to make sure everything was going. But I didn't recognize at the time that Google Meet doesn't work in China. It just doesn't. So at the time we had to go back to IRC on Freenode before all the Freenode problems happened. But we actually used Freenode IRC to have asynchronous communications with all of these engineers in China. But I was able to get so much more diversity of just the ecosystem to be able to be so much more successful. Now, nowadays, a lot of projects use Slack, and that's considered okay, right? But it's still, it's a walled garden, and that's a different conversation for a different time. But you have to, when you're empathizing with your audience and the people who are using, not only consuming, but also helping you, you need to be sure to recognize accessibility and things that you assume are correct sometimes aren't. Next, you need to have a clear vision. And the clear vision is more in turn, you have to have a plan to move ahead. So believe it or not, the open source project that you're thinking about starting is not going to be your open source project for the rest of your life. It's just true, right? Like whoever thinks they're going to start an open source project and that's the only thing they're going to do for the rest of their life is frankly delusional, right? It just doesn't happen that way. I've started multiple open source projects myself. Again, I lifted my left hand, I'm supposed to put my right. And it's really important to know that you need to, if you have a clear vision with an open source project, you can hand it off to someone else. You'll eventually get bored and you'll need to find something new. And if you have that clear vision, whoever decides to take up those reins of that open source project will do what you need to do. As a developer or an engineer, you have the trait to be a constant learner. Your project will go stale and crusty and possibly even a burden. Some say this is a win, others can become jaded and decide to move on from this. You need someone who can take up those reins, and also you need an exit strategy. And with a clear vision, you'll have those things. And who knows, when you decide to move on to your next project, I've had friends who I still know from previous open source projects that are curious about what I'm working on now and want to come along with me to the next thing. Or for that matter, you may follow someone else because you met someone that during this process and you challenge. It's important to recognize these things. So my final question here is, honestly, starting an open source project, is it even really worth the hassle? And with who I'm speaking to, and if you came to this talk and actually are listening to it, there's probably some level of debate into your head because you probably have thought of some open source project that you wanted to start or be involved in. And you start seeing all the things around it. And it's not just writing code, right? Like people think open source is just writing code, throwing it up on GitHub, and maybe starting a wiki, and the masses will come and help you. It's not. There's a lot of logistical work you've got to do around it. There's a lot of investment and time you've got to put into it. There's the danger of you wrapping yourself, part of your personality up into it too, which happens, and I mean, I've had it happen to myself, that you need to think about it. And also, can you spend the time to do it is a really important question. You need to balance those demands of the users that have little to no thanks that come to you, that basically drain you for help. It's really challenging, and it's important to know. So my answer to this question is simply, it depends, right? Like, that's what it does. It really depends on if you're willing to step through that ecosystem and walk through it. I know for a fact that myself, I believe it is myself worth it, but for you, it may not be. And hopefully I've highlighted some of the things that you may have not thought about or might want to look towards in the future. So I want to say thank you. And please find me on Twitter at JJAsgar, or email me seriously at awesome.com or awesome@ibm.com. And that QR code is actually a link to a Google form where there's 4 questions on it about my speaking style and how I do it. It's only for me. And I really do try to make myself better. I try to continually learn, and I would love some feedback there. Again, it only comes to me, and it's not associated with IBM or anyone. It's just to me, and I would love for your honest feedback. Thank you so much. That was 19 minutes. Was that right? Was that good?
Good. Thank you, JJ. Okay. I have question. Trust.
Yes.
We get trust. I believe that technical skill are also necessary to gain the trust of engineer. How do you learn new technology like OpenShift and Kubernetes? It's very difficult. So
yes.
Yeah.
So yes. So you're absolutely right. Having technical skills helps build that trust also. But with the world of cloud native, with OpenShift and Kubernetes,
Yes,
there's not a lot of people who understand how to use it. So if you can come in as not an expert, but as an experienced user, it actually builds more trust with your audience, whoever that is. If it is another open source project, or if you were starting something yourself, if you can prove that you have the technical skills, that will only benefit you. Did I answer the question?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes. It's all our questions. Yeah. Okay. The time is up. Thank you, JJ.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Keep enjoying this conference. Yeah. Thank you, JJ. So the next speaker is Corey from Vonage. The session title is How I Created Facebook Developer Community with 50,000 plus members. Wow, 50,000 is incredible number. Please welcome Corey.
Thank you all so much for being here and allowing me to give this presentation. I hope that everyone is enjoying the conference so far. My name is Corey Altoff, and welcome to my presentation, How I Created a Facebook Programming Group with 50,000 plus members. So my goal today is to tell you how to create your own Facebook community filled with developers. That's hopefully a great, thriving community. But I also tried to pack a bunch of marketing lessons in, just in case you're not interested in creating a Facebook group. Hopefully you'll learn some marketing tips for marketing to a technical audience. So to understand how my programming Facebook group started, I have to first tell you about my journey learning to code. So in college, I tried to learn to program, but failed. And when I graduated from college with a major in political science, I struggled to get a job. I felt like I didn't have the skills that employers were looking for. So unable to find a job, I decided to try to learn to program. I was living in Silicon Valley, surrounded by coders. So I thought, why not give it a try? So I bought all the books and courses. If you look to the right, that is Think Python. That is the first programming book that I ever bought and read. So I worked really, really hard at it, made some progress, and 6 months later, I got my first interview at a company, and it was a technical interview, but unfortunately, I bombed the interview. However, eventually, I did end up as a software engineer at eBay, working on eBay Now, which was eBay's delivery service. It was an amazing, fantastic team, and I really enjoyed the experience. And after working at several companies in Silicon Valley, I decided to write a book about my experience called The Self-Taught Programmer, The Definitive Guide to Programming Professionally. The reason I wrote The Self-Taught Programmer was because I wanted to create a roadmap for people to take the same journey that I did when I was learning how to code. I was a little bit frustrated because I had to piece together information from so many different sources. There was a lot of resources to learn to code, but there was no one single resource that said, all right, if you want to program professionally and become a software engineer, you need to learn to code. You also need to learn object-oriented programming and other programming paradigms. You need to learn programming tools like Git, and you need to learn about version control and regular expressions, and you need to learn computer science, and this is what to expect in a technical interview. So I wanted to put all of those things together into one single resource that people could use as the ultimate guide to going from a complete beginner to a software engineer. To my disbelief, my book has now sold more than 150,000 copies worldwide. My Udemy course of the same name has 140,000 students enrolled, and my Facebook community, Self-Taught Programmers, has 60,000 members. My book has also been translated to a bunch of different languages, including Japanese, and Japan is one of the best-selling markets for my book, which has been really cool. We just released a commemorative edition of the book with a special cover to celebrate 10 successful print runs selling out. So that was really cool. And I've also had the opportunity to come to Japan twice, most recently to speak at PyCon JP. I love Japan. It's one of my favorite countries I've ever been to. I always have so much fun every time I'm in Tokyo. And I also visited Kyoto as well. I'm looking forward to hopefully coming back, maybe giving another speech and exploring Japan further, but I absolutely love Japan. So what am I doing now? Well, my new book, The Self-Taught Computer Scientist, is coming out in July. Super excited about that. And it's a book about data structures and algorithms. I covered that a bit in my first book, but this goes into more depth. I'm also working as a developer advocate at Vonage on the community team, which is awesome. It's my dream job. For the past 3 to 4 years before joining Vonage, I was working on building community, building up my Facebook group, and creating a blog, all that stuff. So all I was doing was basically building community. And so when I had the opportunity to join Vonage's community team, it was awesome because I got to work building community in a corporate environment. So it's super cool. And I also get to spread awareness about Vonage's APIs. We have a bunch of different really cool APIs for developers, for sending SMS messages, for making phone calls programmatically. And we have a live streaming, an API that lets you stream video live, which I'm super, super excited about. So that is what I'm doing now. 4 years ago, though, I created the Self-Taught Programmers Facebook group. And the idea was to create a community for programmers or aspiring programmers that don't have a computer science degree. So that's sort of the thing that glues us all together. And today we have over 60,000 members. We also have really high engagement rates. This shows the comments over the last 28 days, and we've had 3,492 comments over the last 30 days or 28 days. So super, super high engagement. I just want to share a couple success stories because that's what makes this group so fun. Victor posted a message saying that 1 year ago, he started programming with little direction, but today he's working using Python at a major tech company. And Dragon said he recently got a job as a programmer full-time. So these success stories are what make this group really, really fun. So how do you create your own community of developers? Well, the first thing you want to do is find your niche. You don't have to make your group about your company. For example, if you were Upwork.com, say I was advising Upwork.com. If you're not familiar, they are a website that specializes in freelance. They basically connect freelance programmers and other freelance people with companies. And instead of making the group called Upwork.com, if I was advising them, I would tell them to just make a Facebook group called Freelance Programmers. And that is something that people feel passionate about. And there's a lot of content that you can create with around that concept. So, people in the group might ask, how much do you charge? How do you find clients? Stuff like that. So the thing you really want to ask yourself is, do people feel passionate about the topic that you're creating a group around? At the beginning, you're going to be the only one creating content. So you have to make sure that you're creating really good content that makes people want to join your group. So how do you create engaging Facebook content? Well, one way is to use Facebook's built-in features. For example, polls and posts with colorful backgrounds. So this is an example of a post that I did recently that performed really well. Facebook has a built-in feature that lets you create posts that look like this with really big font and a colorful background. And that always tends to work really well. Here's an example of me creating a poll in the group, asking what your favorite programming language is and having a bunch of different options. And that's a built-in Facebook feature as well that does really well. Other types of content that perform really well on Facebook include memes. You don't have to make all of your content memes, but programmers love memes. And there's a limitless supply of really, really funny programming memes. And they're shareable, people like them, they're fun. And so sprinkling in memes with your content when you're posting in your group can be an effective way to make people laugh, build community, have people having fun. Other high performing content include questions. So starting a conversation, a lot of times on social media, people just talk about themselves, but you want to start a dialogue and you want to talk to people in the group and ask what questions they have. And you can do stuff like starting a debate. For example, whenever I post in my Facebook group about stuff like, what's the best programming language? It gets hundreds of comments because people feel very strongly about that topic. If you start a debate, especially developers love to share their opinions, and that's a great way to create a lot of engagement in your Facebook group and generate interest. Sharing interest in images, for example, say a Python snake that looks like it's wrapped around a laptop coding and stuff like that tends to do really well. And stories, tell a story. I share stories all the time in my Facebook group. People are wired to respond to stories. So if you can share a story, for example, I often talk about, my journey going from a complete beginner to working at eBay, what types of roadblocks I ran into, stuff like that. And that tends to be very engaging. Content that does not perform well on Facebook, anything that moves the user off of Facebook. Facebook is a business and they're in the business of keeping people on their platform so they can show ads. So you want to avoid links. You don't want to create a Facebook group and then every post that you make links to your blog or links to YouTube, because Facebook is not going to give posts like that very high engagement. It's not going to show it to a lot of people, so people aren't going to engage with it. So you want to avoid links when possible. It's fine to link to your YouTube video or to link to your blog, but that shouldn't be your main source of content within your group. So how do you grow your Facebook group? Well, one tip I have for you is to make your group public. When you're creating a group, you have the option to make it either private or public. But public groups help growth because non-members can see your group's posts. So this was a big debate when I was starting my group. Some people wanted it to be private. Some people wanted it to be public. Some people had concerns that they wouldn't be as willing to share questions if the group wasn't private. But making my group public was one of the best decisions that I ever made, because basically someone will join the group and post, and then that post will get pushed to their friends and they will then join the group. And that has led to a lot of the organic growth that we've had. You also want to consider doing paid promotion. So most of my group's growth has been organic, but in the first month, I did do paid promotion. I ran ads just saying, look, here's the Self-Taught Programmers Facebook group. It's for people that are learning how to code or know how to code that don't have a CS degree, and you might want to join. It's free. That did really, really well. Facebook has a lot of great targeting options with their ads. So you can specifically target developers. You can even specifically target developers that don't have a degree. I also did a lot of giveaways, and still to this day do a ton of giveaways. I'm a huge believer of giveaways. I'm constantly giving away my Udemy course for free, giving away my book for free. I've even actually given away a laptop on Instagram away for free. And it's a really great way to build community and to get people to know about your group. So how do you create a happy Facebook community? Well, first of all, you want to find moderators. The way I did it was just simply posting in my community, asking if anyone wants to be a moderator. I got a huge response. If no one wants to help, it is a sign people don't feel passionately enough about your topic, and that maybe you selected the wrong niche and should start over and find a niche that people will feel more passionately about. If you're not familiar with the term moderators, moderators are someone in a Facebook community or any other community that basically just helps make sure that there's no inappropriate posts. They may approve posts, stuff like that. You also want to create post guidelines and ask each member to review them when they sign up. So when your group starts to grow, you're going to have a lot of people asking the same questions over and over again. So you might want to create post guidelines to make sure that that doesn't happen. Facebook groups allow you to choose whether a post just directly hits your group live or whether it has to be pre-approved by you or a moderator first. In my group, posts have to be approved by me or a moderator before they go live. I highly recommend doing that because as your group grows, people are going to post a lot of content that isn't very high quality. And if you let all of that content through, people are going to leave your group. They're not going to be interested in seeing low quality content. A lot of people come in and spam. And so I definitely recommend setting your group so that you have to approve the posts. So how do you promote your product in your group? You're going to want to jab, 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 hook. That, of course, is the title of Gary Vee's famous book. The idea is to give, 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 ask. So like I said before, a lot of people on social media just ask, 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 ask. They just talk about themselves. You don't want to do that. You're creating a community and you want to provide a lot of value. So how do you provide value? You create high quality content. You help people answer questions when they have questions. You do giveaways. You give away swag for your company, stuff like that, where you're giving value, give away a free ebook, write a really long blog post that helps answer questions. Only after you've given a ton of value do you ask someone to buy your product, for example. You also want to make sure your hooks, a hook is when you ask someone to buy your product, are similar to your jobs. So don't just say, buy this, here's a discount code, and throw up a link. Use a good image, tell a story. Here's an example of a post that I did recently that did really well. You can see that I have both of my books, a picture of both of my books. There is a very big picture. And in the description, I told a story. I talked about where I was at when I published my first book, about how I had to self-publish it, how I did a Kickstarter for it, all that kind of stuff. And then I talked about where I'm at now, publishing it with a big publisher. And this posted really well because I told a story. You can also use a Facebook group to collect emails. So you can ask new members questions when they sign up, including what their email address is. And I collect hundreds of email addresses a month for my group. And that is super helpful for sales. I make a lot of sales of my book, both of my books and my course, through the Facebook, through the emails that I collect in my Facebook group. You can follow up with an email drip sequence. So you can first welcome new members to your group and then send helpful content and direct them toward your product. And so it gives you another channel of reaching people, which is super powerful. So imagine having a Facebook group and collecting hundreds or thousands of emails a month, and then being able to send a drip sequence out to those people, introducing them to you, introducing them to your company, and then eventually introducing them to your product. It's super powerful. And it's a great way to build your email list, as well as to create an amazing, engaged community that is familiar with your products. There's a couple different ways that we are building community at Vonage. So we have Vonage Voyagers, the Vonage Startup Program, and Twitch. So Twitch, we have developer advocates that host live shows each week that appeal to developers. And so we don't have any shows about Vonage. That's one of the marketing lessons I talked about in this presentation. We don't just have shows that talk about our APIs or anything like that. We just create content that appeals to developers in general. For example, I have a show called Now We're Talking, and I interview different people in the tech community. The idea is to create a lot of value, to create something that developers like, and then occasionally we talk about Vonage. So if you're interested in checking out what we're doing on Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/VonageDevs. We also have Vonage Voyagers, which is a community of developers using our communication APIs. And the same thing, we use the marketing lessons I talked about in this presentation by providing a ton of value to our Voyagers. So we provide mentorship. We do meetups almost every week. We do tons of meetups and just provide a ton of value. Our Voyagers get featured on our social media, and they all have the opportunity to get featured on our blog as well. And so we do give, provide as much value as possible. And the only thing that we ask for return is some feedback on our APIs. So if you're interested in checking out Vonage Voyagers, an awesome community that I'm involved with, you can go to developer.vonage.com/Voyagers to check that out. And we've also got the Vonage Startup Program, which is our program dedicated to helping startups succeed. So same thing, we focus on creating value for our startups, and we give away our APIs for free. Normally you have to pay for them, but we give them to our startups for free. And same as Voyagers, we do a lot of mentorship and stuff like that. So if you go to developer.vonage.com/startups, you can check that out. Here's some books that I recommend if you want to learn more about creating a successful community. Jab, 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 Right Hook. I mentioned that earlier by Gary Vee. That is a great book that teaches you how to be effective on social media. So I definitely recommend checking that out. Influence is one of my favorite marketing books of all time. You learn a lot about social proof and how that impacts people's perception of you and how that can be helpful in marketing, all kinds of stuff. That's very, very helpful for anyone interested in marketing. And then People Powered by Jono Bacon is a great book that specifically talks about how to build a Facebook group. So I definitely recommend checking that out as well. So thank you so much for having me. I hope you learned a bit about creating a super engaged, awesome Facebook community. And feel free to connect with me on Twitter. If you have any questions, let me know. Let me know what Facebook group you're thinking about starting, or if you have one, send me the link to it. I'd love to check it out. But my username is @CoreyAltop. I would love to connect with you all. And let me know if you have any questions. So thank you all so much. And again, I want to thank everyone for coming to this presentation. And thank you so much, DevRelCon Tokyo, for having me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey. We get interested tweet on Twitter. Our speaker Lin tweet about to you. Lin, are you ready? If you want, please comment to Corey.
Sure. Actually, back in 2020, I was actually unemployed for a hot minute, and I actually bought your Udemy course, and now we're on the same track. So that's pretty cool.
That's amazing. Congratulations. That's awesome to hear that.
Pretty awesome. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's so
Thank
cool.
you.
Yeah, great. It's great.
That's awesome. Wow. That's very cool. I love the success stories. That's like the reason I do this. So that's so cool.
And I have one question. Do you have any experience rebooting a community? Actually, I'd like to reboot my community. Starting and reboot difference. So I want to know how to reboot our community.
Yeah, because has your engagement dropped and you haven't been doing it for a while, or? Yes, that makes sense. Rebooting. I haven't done that, but I would recommend rebooting it with a giveaway. I think that if you did a giveaway, I'd be happy to give my book away and my course. And I'm sure you could find a bunch of other people that would do that as well. So, maybe I could talk to Vonage and maybe we could give away some Vonage swag too. So, just getting as many people involved as possible, and maybe get like 5 people or companies together and do a big giveaway to celebrate your reboot. That's what I would do.
Oh, giveaway.
Yes.
Give and ask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. I challenge it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks too. Okay. It's time up. And thank you, Corey.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Then, so the last speaker of this group is Lin Oliver from Camunda. Lin, are you ready?
I am indeed. Yes.
Yeah. Great. Lin's session title is Tips and Tricks for Building an Open Source Community Hub. Your screen is ready. So let's just change the screen layout, and after the screen transition, you may start your session.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Rin Oliver, and I am a technical community builder at Camunda. and welcome to Tips and Tricks for Building an Open Source Community Hub. As I said, I am Ren Oliver. I use they, them pronouns, and you can find me on Twitter at KIRAN_Oliver. So you might be wondering, what is a community hub? Why do I even want one of these? Well, let's dig into that and get started. A community hub, simply put, is a home for community-contributed open source software. It can be usually a GitHub organization, but I'm pretty sure you can also make an organization on GitLab or your Git repository of choice. Over at Camunda, we are using GitHub for our community hub. And what they are also is a central location to direct new contributors to. You can say, if you want to get started with our open source extensions, you can check out our community hub, find new ways to contribute, and so forth and so on. And it's a way to also help your developers meet each other and connect. And I've actually had experiences where maintainers will find extensions built by other open source maintainers and say, I didn't even know this existed. This is great. So that's really fun. And it gives them an opportunity to meet one another and see what everyone else is building as well. And another bonus of that is that they're focused on improving the community, not only just from a place for a specific product, but the broader open source ecosystem these technologies are built on as well. So another bonus there. And if you create a community hub, you create an entire universe, the galaxy. It's all yours. And it might take a while to get them started, but they're absolutely worth the wait. And the payoff is huge in terms of community engagement, developer enablement, and overall improving of your developer experience. So as I mentioned, you can also improve your community experience. And these are some reasons why you should look into creating that community hub. Maintainers have a centralized location for their extensions. They're not scattered around repos. They're not in someone's personal repo. They're not in your company repo. They're in this hub, unified central location. And organizations using community extensions can determine if those are stable before using them. So you're not finding out that someone's using a community extension in production that bolsters your product that may or may not be maintained, has skeletons in the closet, is secretly a Bitcoin miner. Who knows? So you don't want to have that. You can say, okay, somebody's vetted this, somebody's looked at it, it's in our community hub, and we trust that this is something that you will actually want to use. And new contributors, as I said, are able to get started contributing to that broader ecosystem. They can improve documentation, they can do issue triage, they can open issues, help work through PRs. The world is really just wide open when it comes to having a community hub, because that central location is basically a playground for people to quickly see the projects that are there and figure out if they have a favorite programming language. If there's an extension in your community hub that they like, they can go check it out, see if there's any open issues they can tackle, and they can quickly get started contributing to open source in that way. And then you might be wondering, okay, well, this sounds great. How do I get started? So first things first, you scope and you document. You have to determine the scope of your community hub project. If it's just a small amount of community extensions, that's awesome. If it's just like 3 or 4 things, maybe you don't need a community hub. Maybe you can just highlight them using a actual project board on GitHub instead of that. But if there's a broader community ecosystem that spans multiple products, such as what we have at Camunda, you're going to probably want to look into an actual GitHub organization to build that community hub. And you should also have that process documented so people know what to expect when they join, how to create new extensions, and how to migrate those extensions from their repository over into your community hub. And migration is actually that second step. So once that community hub has been created, migration can actually start, which is great. And it doesn't have to happen all at the same time either. At Camunda, we did a rollout that was staged. We started with one particular product, our Camunda Cloud product first, and then we went on to migrate our Camunda platform extensions. And in Q3, we're hoping to migrate some of our bpmn.io extensions over to the community hub. Doing it this way allowed for us to troubleshoot any issues that we ran into along the way without saying we're going to try and take everything all at once. It made the project easier, and it allowed us to have opportunities where we could stop and rescope and make sure that everything was still working as intended. So that's a lot better if you have many projects that will be migrating over to your hub to have that phased approach and that phased rollout. And the next step is maintaining that. Maintenance of a community hub is often detailing its triaging issues, helping maintainers debug release issues if you have an automated release process enabled in your hub. And there's also applying lifecycle labels to your extensions, which I highly advocate. It gives people a quick way to ascertain if something is usable, if it's a proof of concept, or if it's incubating, or for example, if it's abandoned and needs a maintainer. And that's also just the ongoing migration of extensions is also very helpful as well. So when you're creating an organization to serve as a community hub on GitHub, the first thing to remember is that it's all about permissions. If your community hub isn't a part of your organization's enterprise account, you can consider inviting your external community members as members in your community hub. But if it's a part of your organization's enterprise account, you're probably only going to have the option to add maintainers as outside collaborators. And that can be really tricky because they often don't have the same permissions as they would as members. And for people that are transferring repos over, they might not have the access they need to do that. So you might end up stuck in a point where you can't add people and you can't remove them either. And you also can't transfer repos, which basically means that you're sitting waiting. So definitely check your permissions on GitHub because you can end up in a very sticky situation very quickly. And this is an opportunity to also collaborate with your team to determine your best approach for Community Hub and your organization. You can either have your Community Hub as an organization on its own under a free tier, or you can have it under an enterprise account in a broader company organization. Which approach you take is up to you. So community hubs are where ideas happen, new things are generated, new things happen all the time. And it's a space where you can come together and really just create something amazing with your community and beyond your community as well. So to do that, you need to work together, both internally at your company and externally with your community. So working with maintainers and contributors is the lifeblood of any community hub. And some tips to do that successfully are, first of all, ask what maintainers need to be successful when working with your community hub. Do they need automated releases? Do they need specific issue labels? Do they need ways to better triage things? Do they need help from outside contributors? Whatever it may be, do your best to enable that experience and make sure that they have the things they need to get their extensions up and running quickly and to make ongoing maintenance of those extensions easier for them. So you can also improve the contributor experience by building a welcoming environment. And that means having clear documentation, an outlined code of conduct, etc. And improving that developer experience can also look like building new tools or even improving existing workflows. At Camunda, we developed an automated release process for our Maven-based Java extensions. So working with our infrastructure team, we actually built out an experience that allows people to automate their releases to Maven Central. And it's actually really interesting, and it's really helped a lot of people make that release process, which was once very manual, a little more automated and a little less painful. So another thing that helps is having a directly responsible individual that community members can go to with questions. At Camunda, that's me. I'm the DRI of the Community Hub, and having that one person that people know they can go to is really helpful. Because if you don't have a DRI, it's always someone's going to be like, are you the person I talk to if I have problems? Is it you? Is it this other person on some other team that's never actually seen the Community Hub? They're just a member? Who knows? So having someone that's clearly designated as responsible for that Community Hub is really important. And you should strive to make sure that people know this is the person I go to if I have a problem. But creating a Community Hub is a team effort. It's not just me. It's also the entire developer relations team. It's infrastructure. It's engineering. And everybody has their own pieces that they're responsible for. Infra is the CI/CD setup, and they network a lot with the maintainers, and engineering also has extension maintenance, and they work with contributors, but sometimes engineering is also writing extensions themselves. And they all come back and they talk to the developer relations team and the developer experience team, which is an arm of our DevRel team at Camunda. So how this works is you've got to really remember that it's not just a DevRel team. It's not just developer experience team doing this all by themselves. It's many different people doing many different things, all working with maintainers and contributors to come together and collaborate to build that community hub. It's not just one person. It's a bunch of people doing a bunch of different things to make that hub and make it thrive. One thing that really helps when you're building a community hub is creating a roadmap. Roadmaps are an informational thing that helps community members see where your project's going, not only the past, but the future. And having that roadmap for your community hub sets clear expectations of where things are headed and where they've been. So with a roadmap, you can also keep track of your own goals. This helps you to avoid scope creep, which is huge when you're tackling something as large as a community hub. And it allows you to adjust your roadmap as needed And that's a more satisfying journey overall for your community members. And it's a more satisfying journey for your team as well, because they know what's coming down the pipeline and they know what to expect. So working with other departments is also huge. And you can break this down into probably 3 different chunks. The first one is, of course, know who owns what. And that goes back to that DRI concept, that directly responsible individual. So by designating a DRI, a directly responsible person, your community knows who they can go to if they have questions. Rather than contacting other team members, random people that are in the community hub, etc., they know that this person is the person that I go to if I have trouble. It lets you also work together efficiently, so you can set up regular check-ins, you can do asynchronous reviews, ask how the process is going, figure out what's working, triage what's not, and really adjust things to fit your expectations and make sure that you're still hitting your goals for a community hub and its implementation. And documenting that process is really important as well when you're working with other departments and working cross-functionally, because documenting it means that your entire organization and your entire community knows how, not only how to interact with the community hub, they know how to get the most out of it, and they understand the process, and they are committed to it, and they can clearly find ways to work with it as well. So making sure it's all documented, all the steps are there, everyone knows where that documentation lives, and that there are central locations for it is key. Without documentation, you do not have a process. You have a Google Doc. So building a community hub at Camunda, we've learned a lot in the last 6 months. I started in January, and this project actually kicked off, I want to say, in earnest in March. So it's been only a couple months, but we've learned a lot since then. Currently, there are 101 extensions in the Camunda Community Hub as of June 2021, which is amazing. There are about 57 users, both internal and external, and that's a 755% increase in activity of that repo, that organization as a whole in the last 12 months. That's pretty awesome. For something that just got started, pretty great. So what we've learned also is that phased implementations are ideal. That is key. Gives you time to adjust, course correct, solve roadblocks, triage issues. If something's wrong, you can easily roll it back. With a phased implementation, you're not promising the moon. You can still deliver something, and you can make sure that things are done and they're done right without having to walk things back. That way you can break off smaller chunks and you're able to approach your work in a way that makes sense. Also, what we've learned is GitHub permissions can be really, really tricky. Confirm your maintainers can access what they need to, and make sure to choose the right organizational setup for your community hub. Overall, what we've learned also is that people really love it. Having a central home for community contributions has been really beneficial. People really enjoy it. They've gotten behind it. They've really enjoyed contributing to it. And so far, they're finding it a lot easier to use. And there's people that are building things with the purpose of putting them in the community hub, which is actually really great. It's been wonderful to see. And it's been great to see people say things like, this new release process has made things so much easier, or I really enjoy having my extensions here, or any number of things. It's just been really nice to know that people, they know where the community extensions are, and they know where to find them, and they know quickly if they can use it in production, if they should maybe work on something else, or if they can work on this incubating extension and contribute. So overall, it's been a really great experience, and people are really enjoying it. So the timeline for this was broken out as in January, planning began, which was great. It was a really interesting process, and it was a very collaborative one as well. In February, we started contacting maintainers, and then we continued that throughout March. But in April, we had a little bit of a snag, as one does. Is it truly a process if you don't hit a roadblock somewhere? No. So we identified a GitHub permissions issue, and then that was an issue, but people had already begun migrating things in May, and we were left in kind of a little bit of a limbo for the entire month of May. We were pretty stuck. But fortunately, in June, things got resolved, and extension migrations have been continuing, which is great. So in July, we're going to start implementing that third phase, and we're going to scope out the needs of that. And then August and September, pretty variable. Those are up in the air. I've got some ideas around security and governance, and also dependencies, but can't commit to anything yet, so we'll see. It's vague, it's nebulous. And that's why we have a phase rollout. because we don't necessarily know what those goals are for the quarter, and we're going to look ahead and see what we can do concrete in the future. But for now, it's debatable. In the fourth quarter, we're hoping to think about community governance a little, and we're going to see if we can scope out some community governance and see if the community wants to take on things like governing itself, maybe introduce some special interest groups for particular programming languages, etc. We'll see how that turns out, but we're going to scope it and see if it's worth looking into, and that's really important, and I'm excited for this timeline to take shape. So for some key takeaways, let's recap what we've learned here today. So with a community hub, you can clearly showcase what extensions are community maintained and which are internally maintained by your organization. Developers easily can and clearly can see if a project is maintained or not before using it in their own code base. That is critical. It's absolutely critical and a key reason to build a community hub. Maintainers can also connect with the broader open source community to help find new contributors, share their own expertise, and they also get to connect with the broader open source ecosystem. New contributors also have a variety of open source projects open to them to contribute to. The doors are wide open. There's a variety of things they can jump into, which is really great. I'd like to thank you all for having me today. Thank you to the organizers of DevRelCon, and thank you to everyone for having me today. If you have any questions, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on GitHub. And please feel free to visit the community hub on GitHub. It's github.com/camunda-community-hub.
Thank you, Lin.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, contribution, maintain, and documentation is important for all open source projects.
Absolutely.
I think. But in my experience, documentation tend to be afterthought. And cheap documentation is seems to be often looks in my open source GitHub repository. How do we keep active any activity, especially documentation?
How I like to do that is actually by highlighting that documentation is a non-code way to contribute to open source and that it still has value. Documentation is critical. Without documentation, you are just flying blind, and people can't use your things as efficiently as they could if you had accurate documentation. My philosophy is document everything, and I would rather over-document than under-document. I find highlighting in our community repo on the camunda.com/community, we have examples of non-code contributions. And I think that it's really, really vital to stress that contributions to open source don't have to be code. They can be documentation. They can be things like triaging issues. They can be labeling PRs. These are all valuable, helpful things that still help maintainers that don't have to be writing code. Documentation and good technical writing that explains concepts and helps people understand things is vital and important to the success of any open source project. And if you have good documentation and a thriving, friendly community, that's another one too. Be friendly, be kind, don't be mean to people. Don't be mean. I feel like it's a very low baseline, but we're there. Yeah, but I would say emphasize that it doesn't have to be code. It can also be writing. If you are a writer in any way, and if you also localization is big. If you speak any language other than whatever language that document, that code is originally written in, and that README is in, you can contribute by localizing it to a different language, whatever you speak, whatever your thing, whatever your language of choice is. Localization efforts are key. Like Kubernetes has a thriving localization effort, for example. It's one of the biggest open source projects that I know of to date, and their localization efforts are amazing. So contributing that way is also really good as well. Contributing things like translating docs, also good, very important. Translating that documentation into another language is huge.
Oh, thanks. Okay. So, other question. Oh, it's all.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the end of this group. And let's invite other speakers back on stage. Corey, stay here. Please welcome Corey.
Hi.
Yeah.
Great to be back with you.
Yeah, hi. Lin, please welcome again. Yeah. If you want, please chat with us.
Yeah.
So,
I love a good chat.
Yeah. Corey, how is Lynn's talk? Do you have any question?
It was really, really good. No, I definitely enjoyed it. What do you think is the biggest thing to building a great community if you just had to pick one?
I would say absolutely the people. The people in it make it. If you don't have welcoming, kind people, you don't have a good community. If you have people that are constantly talking down to people or making people feel like their contributions are less than others, that's not a good community that anybody wants to be a part of.
What are some of the communities that you're a part of that are your favorite?
I am very lackluster, but I'm a member of Kubernetes. I've done a lot there, not so much in recent years, but I was recently a peer mentor at KubeCon this past a couple weeks ago, KubeCon EU, and I do that every year. I've done it every year since I think 2018, 2019, and it's a really good experience to give back to the community. And I'm one of the people that comes from a non-traditional background, and I come from the documentation side, so I can say I started as a journalist. I have a PR degree. I am still here. I'm still contributing, and I'm in this community and doing things. And it's really good to be able to go out and say, even though you don't have a CS degree, you're still welcome here, and you can still do things that improve this community, that improve this experience, and you can use your skills even if it's not writing code.
Absolutely, that's so cool. How long ago did you start programming?
Does Neopets count? That's what was offered, and I feel like that's also sort of a gendered experience because when I was in school, certain individuals got offered the programming track where you got to learn C#, they got to learn how to take apart a computer, they got to learn networking. Others got the make this page go sparkly track, and that's what I got offered. So I did the best with what I could, and I started that. I think everybody did in the early 90s, making the anime websites. Showed it to the Angel Fire, Sailor Moon, GeoCities pages that I've made over the years. And that's, I think, what everybody did. You made it play some horrible MIDI anime theme, and you thought you were pretty great. But that's where I got started, was horrible HTML on Angel Fire and GeoCities. And from there, I went into journalism. And I actually got in front of the news stack, and I was there for a couple of years, and then hopped around, and now I'm at Kubernetes.
Awesome. GeoCities, I remember that.
Yeah, GeoCities was a good one. I think most of my pages were eventually on Angel Fire, and those were some dark times. Early 2000s, early 2000s web development was a whole lot.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. All right, thank you for staying and having a wonderful chat.
Absolutely.
So let's move on the closing of this group. Thank you, Corey, Lynn, and JJ. So now we are going to have a break. The next session starts at 2:10 UTC. In the meantime, please watch this awesome sponsor video. At the end of the sponsor video, we display code for apply to special novelty. Please check video. Oh, okay.
Hey there, and welcome to an introduction to the Orbit model. I'm Patrick. I am the co-founder and CEO of Orbit, and you can find me on Twitter at Patrick J. Woods. We're the makers of the Orbit model, as well as the Orbit platform. But today, we're going to be talking exclusively about the Orbit model. So what is it? Well, first of all, the Orbit model is a framework for building high-gravity communities. What do we mean when we say high gravity? When we say a high-gravity community is one that excels at attracting and retaining members by providing an outstanding member experience. So everything we're going to talk about today with regard to the Orbit model will be in service of attracting and retaining your community by delivering a great experience along the way. So why did we make this thing in the first place? Well, we realized that for the past 100 years, the sales and marketing funnel has been the sole commercial metaphor. If you've ever been in any business meeting, somebody has certainly brought up the funnel as a way to measure outcomes. But after spending time with thousands of community builders and companies around the world, we realized the funnel isn't sufficient for measuring the outcomes of communities. The funnel is about conversion. It's about value capture. It's about pushing people through. But communities are about adoption and value creation and pulling people in. And so overall, you can think about the Orbit model as a community-centric alternative to the sales and marketing funnel. And it helps you answer questions like, how do I measure my community's engagement and growth? Who should I prioritize spending time with? What contribution should I ask from each community member? And how much value are we creating overall? And it will help you do things like drive faster activation, deliver smoother onboarding, and increase your retention of your community, but also help you deliver metrics and reports to show the impact and build a better sort of scalable program over time. So there's a lot of details with the Orbit model. If you just Google Orbit model GitHub or find a link in the show notes here, you'll find the deep dive on the concepts. So today I wanted to share a handful of the key terms and concepts. So this is the Orbit model canvas. It's the visual representation of how a community could look. At the middle of the orbit is you, it's your team, it's the center of gravity. And emanating out from there are what we call 4 different orbit levels: advocates, contributors, participants, and observers. And these are ways to segment your community based on their engagement. Other big concepts are love and reach inside the orbit model. And so in orbit model world, instead of trying to optimize for things like conversion or sales, you're trying to increase the love of your community. As you increase love, as you can see here, individuals move closer into the center. And so we have this little equation that says love plus reach equals gravity. So as your community engages with you and each other in the community, and their actions extend their own network out into the world, you can start to quantify your orbit's retention and growth, and we call that gravity. So let's dig into love and reach. So reach is a measure of a community member's sphere of influence, takes into account their reputation, their credibility, and their degree of connectedness. To boil this down, you could say, how many Twitter followers does this person have? Love is a member's level of engagement and investment in the community. So someone at high love is highly active. They play key roles in the community, like contributing, moderating, and organizing. And love is a key concept in the world of Orbit. So to drill into love a bit, it turns out you can measure love, or at least we think you can. Here's how we recommend doing that. So in the Orbit model, members' love is inferred by the quantity, quality, and recency of activities that they've completed. And so the way to track that is, first of all, you would define your activities. So what are the important activities you want to track in your community? It could be joining a server, answering a question, hosting or attending a meetup, following on Twitter, whatever those verbs are. Make a list of those things. And by the way, if you go to template.orbit.love, we actually have a starter template there and an Airtable for you to break open and play with. Once you define your activities, you can define weights. For example, someone sharing a tweet may be worth slightly less than somebody writing a blog post or releasing a library or a plugin. From there, you record your activities. So you know what activities are important, how they're weighted, and you can actually start to record them. And this will give you the ability to calculate love over time. So there's a lot of math here. We won't get into it, but you can take a look inside the template or on the repo. And finally, this gives you the chance to assign orbit levels based on love. Now you can have discussions around who are the highest love members, how is love changing over time, what changes can we attribute to our exercises and influence as a team. And then you can design and offer mutually beneficial opportunities to members that increase their love and reach. So do you want to give a talk at our next conference? Can we send you some swag? Maybe can we hire you? So follow along with us on Twitter at Orbit Model. You'll see lots of updates to the Orbit Model coming soon. And feel free to send me any ideas on Twitter at Patrick J. Woods. Would love to hear them. With that, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you on the internet.
Thank you for your support, Orbit. Audiences, check this code. Keep the code. So DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 is supported by awesome sponsors: Orbit, Microsoft, Hatena, Zoom, LegalForce, DevRelate, Expert, Grapesity, Vonage. Our gold sponsor, Microsoft, Hatena, Orbit, Zoom has their videos. end of the video, they show another code to apply special novelty. Special novelties teddy bear. If you want this, please check sponsors video and apply to special novelty. So it's end of this session group. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
Hi there. My name is Tyson. I'm one of the organizers of the DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. I hope that you've been enjoying DevRelCon Tokyo this year. This year, we are going to give the online conference, which is, we are trying to other many things. And from this time, we're going to have 3 speakers, but I have some housekeeping items. By the way, I just gave my talk, so I'm so exhausted. So I'm happy that I'm done, but I'm really excited to listen to the other guys as a speakers talk. So first one, if you have any question, please leave your question comments in the chat or advice or the Twitter with the DevRelCon hashtag. We try to our best to get your question and ask those questions to the speakers. The second one is we have the virtual venue of this, I don't know which one it is. Please sit there. We have the job boards or picture place that you can put your picture on the world map so that we're gonna have fun. Okay, so in this group we have the Lolly Griffiths, Matt Kuranda, and the Mish Manners. So first of all, we invite the speakers that are present to the this backstage. So please welcome Lolly and Matt Kuranda. Hi guys. Yeah, thanks for joining today. I'm really excited to listen to your talk. How are you doing, Lolly? First.
Oh yeah, having a great day. Just excited to get going and tell everyone, see everyone.
Cool. And Matt, thank you for joining. How's it going today? Is everything okay? All right? Oh, actually, your mic is muted, so you may want to unmute.
There we go. Hello. Classic. Yeah, no, it's been real good. It's been super awesome to see some of the other speakers. I just caught the tail end of your talk as well, Dies, and it was good.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna have the Mish from Australia as well, but she's gonna join later on. But let me ask you guys one question first. So where are you connecting from today? So I'm gonna ask you, Lori, first again.
Yeah, I'm in Fukuoka, Japan. So if you don't know Fukuoka City, it's southwest of Japan.
Cool. Thank you for connecting from there. And how about you, Matt?
Connecting from Auckland in New Zealand.
Cool. So, we have a lot of people from the world. We have the people from the United States, from the New Zealand, from Australia, of course, from Japan. So I'm glad that we can have this conference. So next 3 session is gonna be exciting. First one is having the like a bilingual community, so which is very interesting. And the next one is the YouTube thing, and the third one is the Twitch thing. By accident, I didn't know that we had that YouTube and the Twitch tracks. So.
I thought you'd planned it all out, Dyson.
I didn't make the schedule, but I'm really looking forward to hearing from all you talk. So if you guys are ready, let's head into the first session.
Cool.
Okay, so Lori, after the screen layout transition, you may start to talk, and it's going to be 20 minutes. If you exceed 25 minutes, I'm going to be cut you off. So please keep in time.
Okay.
So over to you.
Thank you. Right. Let me just screen share. Got some slides. So, hope everyone can see my slides. Talking about successful bilingual events. Let me just start up with a little bit of background about myself. I did computer science at the University of Cambridge, and then I came to Japan in 2011. I was very lucky to be able to study Japanese full-time for a year at the Japan University of Economics. So now I speak Japanese and English. Japanese is my second language, but still not too bad. After that, I worked in multiple startups as a software engineer in Fukuoka City. And now currently, among my kind of freelance software and other consulting work, I also do a little bit of work at the Engineer Cafe as a community manager, involved in the events and the organizing of many of the things in the community. And now before I go on to the next slide, try and imagine what you think the community, the Engineer Cafe is like. You know, brand new, high tech, getting ready to train engineers, get Fukuoka into the 21st century. Well, maybe you didn't imagine it looks quite like this. So it was started in the summer of 2019, and we're inside a historical building. We're inside a 110-year-old building that was originally an insurance company, but because it's owned by the city lets us use it for this community space. So it's very, very noticeable when you're walking down the street. The goal of the Engineer Cafe is to serve the engineering community and really kind of all different levels and all different areas. So we have complete beginners come in, we have experts, people who've been working as engineers for 20 years, a lot of software, but also things like hardware and a little bit of even civil engineering. We're really broad, and we are very happy to be able to support such a different types of people. Obviously, developers is a lot of that. And naturally, as part of the Engineer Cafe, we have a lot of events. And since we're based in Fukuoka, the main language will be Japanese for most of these events. However, there is a growing English community as well. Plus, the general software world uses a lot of English. So, just a quick note before I move on. When I'm talking about language in this talk, I'll probably use Japanese and English a lot as examples. Whenever I say Japanese and English, I'm only talking about languages. I'm not talking about nationality, heritage, different types of people, just language. I might also say L1 and L2, and L1 is your native language and L2 is your non-native language. So for me, L1 is English and L2 is Japanese. Yeah, just a quick warning about that before I go on. So in Japan, and especially in Fukuoka, we have a lot of Japanese speakers, naturally. So I'm going to run through a few past events, and then I will try and draw some lessons from those past events and show you maybe what you can do at your events to kind of make them work well as bilingual events, and some kind of common patterns and common themes that we see. A lot of these past events have failures, either big ones or small ones, so please be aware that maybe the past events are not what you should copy always, but hopefully we can learn from some of the failures I've had and that I've seen in the community. And not all of these are from the Engineer Cafe as well. A lot of them are from other community events in Fukuoka. So the first one, it's anonymous because I don't want to embarrass anyone, but here's the scene. We had some speakers coming from outside, some people talking about startups, and the speakers were English, coming from Hong Kong, Tokyo. The audience was 90%, maybe more, Japanese, and it was a panel discussion with a lot of questions and answers, Q&A. There's no slides, there was no other interaction, just Q&A, panel discussion for an hour. Well, what do you imagine happened? Really try and picture it. 50 people in the audience looking at a stage, 4 people on stage, English on stage, Japanese in the audience. Well, it was absolute chaos. It started off with people being polite, trying to concentrate, trying to listen, but quickly everyone in the audience realized they didn't have that much understanding of the conversation on stage. Instead of listening, they decided to turn to the people around them, start more conversations, start some valuable interactions for themselves. And by the end of the 1 hour event, almost no one was listening to the speakers on stage. It was really kind of embarrassing and shocking and a real failure. And I think it left the people on stage feeling bad about attending and giving their time and expertise to talk. And everyone in the audience maybe didn't really get anything out of their talk or their speech because there wasn't that much communication. So this, I think, is probably the worst example of an attempt to just make an event happen across languages without much thought or planning, and it just didn't work. So this is one to avoid. I might come back to this and talk a little bit more about how we could do things better next time. Let's talk about another one. This was CS in English, Computer Science in English, and it was a wonderful bilingual event for children. And one of the unique things about it was we ran it as a live link-up between Seattle and Fukuoka and a couple of other places too. So already we had this kind of quite a big technical challenge, but also we had to manage the bilingual aspect. Now, some of the attendees were fully bilingual. They could speak English and Japanese very fluently, but many of them were not. And that gives us a lot of challenges, especially in Kyushu, where English is not the major language at all. One thing that was great and worked really well with an event like this is it's very activity-based. So everyone is always doing something. There's activities and things to be doing. And what you find is any kind of activity or interaction is always going to adjust to people's language level. So if someone's a little bit weaker in their second language, they slow down and they start taking their time more. If someone's a bit stronger, they speed up and the communication follows their level. So one thing that I always recommend is any kind of interaction is going to make your event more successful, because it's a kind of speed limiter on the event and the communication. You might think that, yeah, there's not too much to learn from a children's event, a kind of fun event. It might not be too applicable to yours, but there was quite one quite interesting part, because this event got very, very popular. We ended up with over 100 attendees, and so in the planning of part of it, we decided to get an interpreter, a really good interpreter, spoke English, Japanese fluently, and was doing some interpretation for us. Well, we added this interpreter into the mix, and can you imagine what happened? Well, everyone just started only talking to the interpreter. Can you translate that, please? Can you translate this? Can you say this? Oh, what did he just say? And in fact, I think the level of communication and interaction went down with the addition of an interpreter. The interpreter herself was doing a great job, but the message that an interpreter can often send is, you know, this is a barrier, this is a wall, and you are talking to the interpreter and they will communicate everything for you. People really stop trying. They don't worry too much about using their second language skills, and they kind of just relax and go, I can use the interpreter. So I think you have to think very carefully anytime you add an interpreter to an event like this. Let's do one more past event. This was an introduction to programming in Fukuoka's Growth Next, their kind of startup hub, which is also inside an old schoolhouse. You can see the blackboard behind everyone in the picture. I don't know what it is, but Fukuoka seems to love to reuse old buildings. So it was a Python programming lecture and activities, and so it had like lots of slides, lots of lectures and handouts, and these are all prepared in both languages. So there were English versions and Japanese versions. And then the way we ran it was we ran the same lecture in both English, and then after that in Japanese. So between the English section and the Japanese section, in the middle, we had some time for attendees to interact. They could attend whichever session they felt most confident and most comfortable with, but then they get the chance to interact with other attendees, mixing, maybe doing some kind of additional programming problems and questions in the middle. Sometimes I call this a kind of sandwich event. You put one language on one side, one language on the other side, and then in the middle you allow for a bit more interaction and community building. So one thing I really like about doing an event like this with a separate English and Japanese section is the amount of preparation is relatively low compared to the single event. So maybe 90% of the time I prepared all the slides and the problems, and then 10% of the time is just a little bit of translation. That you do need someone who's confident enough to speak and give the lecture in both languages. Could be different people, but I think this type of event works quite well. It's a nice way to get people connecting up between communities as well. Okay, so that was the past events, some good, some bad. Let's look at templates and patterns for your events. So these are my 3 examples that I might give if you've got a bilingual event and you want to put one on. The first would be like a mixed event, where you're planning to basically do the whole thing mixed together. This is good when there's very low amounts of language, and it's good when there's a lot of interaction, something to physically do. Recently, we had a music and technology event at the Engineer Cafe, so there are lots of tools, synthesizers, beat drum machines, so people were physically interacting with the technology and interacting with each other, and we just very carefully kind of mixed the languages, and I think that works well, as long as you communicate clearly that that's what's going to happen. The sandwich event, as I call it, that's a nice one that's pretty easy to prepare if you have some bilingual people in your team and in your community, and you can just kind of run the same thing on the same day with a section in the middle to interact. It's also possible to do it on different days if you want to. The final example would be an interpreted event, and I think this is great for when people are maybe coming from outside your community, don't have the 2 languages, maybe they're English coming from Hong Kong and they're coming to Japan and they want to give a talk and interact. Bilingual is maybe just not realistic. You're going to need an interpreter, but please think very carefully about any kind of interpreting. Yeah, so some takeaways, hopefully. Manage the expectations, including your own. Don't think your event will be exactly the same if it becomes bilingual. When you're publicizing your event, please make it clear what languages will be available. I've seen some events with public materials in English and Japanese, but the event was only in one language, and so that is a bit of a disconnect. Get some interaction in there as a speed limiter, so people can slow down and speed up for their own ability level. Try and provide multiple forms of content, written, spoken, to fit your audience. Tends to be, at least in Japan, Japanese native speakers tend to be more comfortable with written English. English native or non-native speakers of Japanese, so it's a L2, they tend to be more comfortable speaking. It's not always true, but think about your community and decide if professional interpretation is a good idea for your event. It might be, but it might not. You don't always need it. Okay, that's the bulk of my talk, so thank you very much for listening. If you're ever in Fukuoka, please come give us a look at the Engineer Cafe. Great place. Post-pandemic, we'll be open every day. If you want to get in touch with me, I'm enthusiastic about lots of software, web dev, and community-related stuff. Jump to me on Twitter or get in touch through the Engineer Cafe. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. How am I doing for time? Do we have time for a few questions?
Thank you, Oli. Yeah, that was a great session. Yeah, we do have a few minutes to ask you a question. Actually, it's ahead of schedule, so we have the time for the question. But no. So, very first question is that the when you add interpreters, the first, what was your thought? Is interpreter helps to communication increasing? I mean, communication level increasing, or?
So is this question asking why did we choose to add an interpreter?
Yeah.
I think it was purely because the event got so big. Everyone felt very overwhelmed by the amount. We had over 100 attendees. We started off with 2 locations, and then we had gone to 4 or 5 locations simultaneously. I think probably we added an interpreter because we felt like we couldn't do it. And actually, the problem was not a language problem. It was more a just organization problem. When you have an event at that scale, you need to be really organized. DevRelCon is a great example of something online, but very, very organized. Going out, many people, many speakers. I think we were trying to solve the wrong problem, and it wasn't a language problem as much as an organization problem. Yeah.
I see, got it. Yeah, next question is that, when you have the mixed event, the preparation is key. So do you have any ratio for the staff based on the a language that they speak, or do they have both fluency? What kind of the mixed ratio?
So are you thinking just about staff or about staff and attendees? Well, maybe both.
Yeah, you could answer both, actually.
Yeah. So I'm a bit of a one-man show when it comes to events. I don't have a big team and I don't have a big budget. So often I do events on my own or with 1 or possibly 2 other people. So in terms of the ratio, I guess I'm 50-50 because I speak English and Japanese. Thinking back to this music event, which I think is a great example of a mixed event, I was there as an assistant, but the main speaker was an English native speaker with a lot of experience in music and technology and a little bit of Japanese. I don't think he would call himself fluent, but enough words to have a everyday conversation, but not to talk about technology and synthesizers. So the fact that he was on stage and using a little bit of his second language, not perfectly, which is fine, I think that puts everyone in the room at ease. And in that event, the ratio of attendees was very much maybe 50-50 native English, native Japanese. But everyone saw the example of, oh, this is someone communicating very normally with a bit of both languages. And setting that example on stage with myself and with the main speaker, I think was really, really important.
Thanks. Yeah, when you see the person trying to speak your language, they appreciate their effort, even though that's not perfect. So I think that gives a lot of the willingness for the other attendees to communicate with each other. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, and that's kind of ties in with the idea of the interpreter is often very, very good, so it makes people feel self-conscious and feel a little bit more nervous about communicating.
That's true. We have one comment from David. Love Fukuoka. Thanks, Lori. So this is not a question, but it's very good comments from the audience. Yeah. So
thank you very much.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yep. I think we're gonna move on to the next session, but please feel free to stay. We're gonna have everyone invited back to the main stage after all the sessions and chat each other. So have fun. See you soon. Okay, thanks, Lori. We're gonna have the next session from the Matt Kuranda. So he's gonna talk about the streaming stuff. So I'm very excited because I gave the talk about an online workshop, which relates to the Twitch and the YouTube. So next is his talk. So if you're ready, please welcome Matt Kuranda. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
It's been great. Thanks for joining the conference and thanks for speaking. So how's your experience so far for the DevRelCon Tokyo 2021?
It's really cool. This is actually my very first speaking event, so it's something that I wanted to take off this year. So I'm super excited to kind of get that one done midway through the year.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So this is going to be the ins and outs of the YouTube for the developer advocates or the startups. So you're going to talk about the YouTube stuff. Are you ready to talk? Please start sharing your screen if you're ready.
Great. Cool. I'll do that now. Share screen.
Okay. In the meantime, please, audience, please ask any questions. There are going to be a lot of the good things from the Matt. Okay. when I'm being removed from this layout, please, you may start your session, please.
Okay, hey everyone. Thank you very much for joining. My name is Matt Kiananda. I am a software developer and content creator from New Zealand. I've been doing software development for around 4 years now, and content creation for around 5. Worked in New Zealand at some telecommunication agencies, and spent some time in Amsterdam as well, working on the Netherlands National Supercomputer Network, which was a lot of fun, super challenging, but it was pretty great. So I was working for an agency called info.nl over there. Today's session is going to be YouTube for developer advocates, which I'm super excited to talk about. I can talk about YouTube for days and days, so I'm going to get started because there's a lot of content in here, and I want to be able to get through it all. Cool. So what we're going to cover today is why you should use YouTube as a developer advocate, both in terms of your personal brand as well as your business brand. So we're going to be going through the good, the bad, as well as whether or not YouTube is even a platform that you should consider for your developer relations strategy, how to structure your channel and content strategy as well. We're going to be talking about pillars of content and how to kind of optimize that process, because content creation is, it takes a lot of effort. And as if you've got other responsibilities as part of your developer relations strategy, developer advocate goal, then yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult to fit everything into your week. Going to be talking about personal and business brand, the game development formula. So this is a kind of not a phenomenon as such, but it's a really interesting formula that game developers are using to really grow successfully on YouTube. And I believe that a lot of that can be translated over to traditional kind of like SaaS companies, or if you're working with APIs and that kind of thing. As well as that, we're just going to finish off with some tips and tricks that I've picked up over the years, as well as some links for you guys to follow in terms of understanding YouTube and getting the most out of it. So why should developer advocates use YouTube? Personally, anecdotally, I think it's one of the best platforms and mediums available to us for driving awareness, enabling developers to learn and become confident with your product, and also create a community and engagement that I don't think is possible on other platforms. If you think of traditional roles of developer advocates and what they're trying to achieve, a lot of these purpose-driven events are in fact purpose-driven. When you're doing meetups, you're increasing awareness and generating community. If you've got online technical documentation, forms of blog posts or anything else, then that's going to be enabling your developers to do everything else. So if you've got a Slack community, that's more community-based, whereas YouTube kind of encompasses everything there. It drives awareness, it enables developers to learn and become confident with your product, and it also is a form of community as well. One of the other things which makes YouTube such, I think, a good value proposition is when you think about traditional advertising. Traditional advertising, when you're thinking of push marketing, so there's a concept called push and pull marketing. In traditional advertising, if you, say, for example, have a product launch or you're trying to get information out into the world, you typically have to pay a company, whether it's Google, Facebook, whoever else, to show your product to potential customers. So that could be in the form of creating ad copy or some kind of campaign, giving them a budget of like $10,000, and then you pay for a certain number of clicks and impressions for that particular campaign. So you've got to design the advertisement, and then when your budget ends, that's it. That's all the kind of value you're going to get from that particular campaign. So that's push advertising. It's much more of a shotgun approach and much more suited to kind of short, sharp stints of awareness. So again, things like product launches, or you've got a new feature, or you're trying to capitalize on some kind of event. YouTube, on the other hand, is very different. And that's the way that YouTube is structured as a platform. It's really cool. YouTube's main goal, its main priority, is to keep you engaged on the platform. And what they're going to do is you probably ended up in a YouTube rabbit hole at some stage. You start in one video, they recommend you something that they think you might be able to watch, and then they give you another video. And then you watch that, and they give you another video based on your viewing habits. So they're really trying to keep you as engaged as possible and on the platform for the longest possible time. So that means, so it's part of the attention economy, essentially. So that means that as when you push out content to YouTube, that is going to be recycled indefinitely as long as it's good content. So in more granular terms, you have a platform that's going to let you host as much content as you want for free. It's going to be served to the people most likely to watch that indefinitely, and requires no extra maintenance or workload on you once it's been uploaded. So that means if you're developing tutorials, how-to guides, anything else, you can just pop that all on YouTube for free, and that'll just sit there getting views, and you can link to it and all that kind of stuff. This is an example of pull marketing, where you basically try and utilize naturally occurring traffic to drive people to you. You make really good content that provides value. People start becoming aware of who you are, and you don't have to kind of like push it in front of them, which is pretty great. So I'm going to be referring to this particular triangle. So this is actually from Mary Thengval, who's a developer advocate over at Commuter. She did this amazing article about developer relations strategy. So I'm going to be referencing this quite a few times throughout this talk. So within the triangle, you've got developer advocacy, developer experience, and community management. And each of those things enable something, or they drive something. You've got enablement, engagement, and awareness. And that's really what's happening on YouTube. You're enabling people to become confident with your product. You're engaging people with content, and you're also raising awareness of that content as well. So how do you structure a YouTube channel? If you've got the sign off from the superiors, how does this work? How do you actually kind of get started, and what kind of videos should you be creating from the get-go? Having a look at YouTube as a platform and what videos, what companies and channels do well. There are basically three kind of groups of content that you can make. You can make videos which increase your views and awareness, which if we go back to the previous diagram, so views and awareness, for example, like viral videos, collaborations with people, very kind of wide-reaching content that increases awareness. You can create functional learning videos, so things like tutorials, how-to guides, integrations that is basically part of enablement. And then you have videos for your true fans, so building community, engaging with people, giving them behind the scenes as to what's going on with the product, with the company, all that kind of stuff. So those are the people who are really, really engaged with what you do. So basically, yes, three kind of types of videos that you can produce, and each of them will kind of have different structures. So awareness, enablement, and community. There's two ways a business, I think, can use YouTube. It can either be a dumping ground for technical content, which is a totally valid thing to do. It's free hosting and free promotion for you. So you can just use that as a way to kind of like host everything that you need to on there. The second, which I think is the more valuable way, is to build a community and awareness for creating wider reaching value-based content. So it's, yeah, that's essentially it. Informational and educational content, if you can combine informational and entertainment, that seems to be the type of content that performs the best on the platform as well. So you've got your sign off for YouTube. That's something that your company wants you to look into. You know that you need to create kind of three different buckets of videos. What do you then need to kind of like tie into kind of measure everything? YouTube comes with a very comprehensive analytics studio, which is fantastic. So you can get everything that you need to know about your audience through that. But you're probably going to be also wanting some more kind of granular KPIs. So things about really at the end of the goal for a developer advocate is to get people using the product. And so for that, you really kind of need to think of the video's purpose. For example, you're making a video about, under enablement, you're doing a how-to guide. Your end goal of that really should be to push people to sign up for a free trial of your product, or download it from GitHub, download the starter code, that kind of thing. So in doing so, you need to be aware that when you're creating your video, you should also be putting like trackable links in the description and putting call to actions in your videos, so people know and have awareness to kind of click on these things. And you can also manage that. You can also track those links going forward as well, and provide that as feedback to your internal stakeholders. So it's essentially also kind of like a click funnel. So say, for example, someone looks at your YouTube video, they then go through and look at like the documentation on the website. They see a little newsletter bubble. They're kind of curious, so they sign up to the newsletter. They get an email. that email leads them to a Twitter account, and then they're like, okay, cool. So this is a really cool feature. I'll go and actually try it now. So they go to the GitHub download, and then they become aware of your community through Discord or Slack or whatever you've got going. So yeah, you have to kind of keep in mind that the intent of the video, and then kind of cater your links and where you actually want them to head after that, whether that's a new YouTube video or to actually check out and download your product. As well as that, you should really try and make videos that you want to watch as well. That's kind of like the golden rule of YouTube, is that if you don't really want to watch the things you're creating, chances are other people won't either. So you really want to make sure that the stuff that you're creating is actually stuff that you'd watch as well. So getting started as a business then, how do you do that? So at this stage, we've got sign up from YouTube. You kind of know generally what kind of content you want to produce. So how do you get started as a business? How do you grow? How do you kind of like structure everything? Businesses, as opposed to individual creators, have quite a cool advantage and a unique advantage because they have lots of money, hopefully. And because of that, you get access to a whole bunch of stuff that individual creators or indie YouTubers don't have at the start. You have money to outsource things, for example, video editing, script writing, or internally outsourcing things like the creation of demos, code demos, that kind of thing. So you don't have to spend all your time doing that, and you can actually start creating content faster. You can spend money to collaborate with other YouTubers. You can offer sponsorships for other people, Webflow, Squarespace. I'm sure you've all kind of seen those ads. And you can also, you may also have internal designers that can help with the branding. And you hopefully will also have money for good equipment or like an office space to film and that kind of stuff. Or you could just film like this as well, if that kind of ties in with the brand and people are happy with that. So another cool thing that I'd recommend doing as well when you're getting started, collaboration is a cheat code on YouTube. If you're starting a YouTube channel from scratch, for instance, and you're getting your kind of products, your company's videos out there, collaboration is a really easy way to kind of like tie into another community and funnel a whole bunch of people to your YouTube channel. So say, for example, your product has a Python API. You can go and collaborate with a software developer that has a channel dedicated to Python content or whatever kind of industry the API is relevant for. You can do a collaboration video where you build something really cool, and then you have a call to action within that video to funnel viewers to your YouTube channel. It works well because you're staying within the platform. So the risk of clicking on something is quite low. So in that, you'll get access to like a really unique community that has a lot of crossover. So yeah, collaboration, really key for YouTube. It shows much more of a kind of personable thing, and if you want to do sponsorship as well, that also works quite well. I would recommend, if you're going down this route, just keep this in mind for future, is that there's no point doing this until you have a foundation of content already existing. If you try and get people to subscribe to a channel that's maybe got 5 to 10 videos, they don't know why they should subscribe. They don't really have many options of choice when it comes to videos. So I would recommend doing the collaboration once you've actually got a foundational bed of 20 to 30, 40 videos, so people can kind of get an idea of what your channel is about, why they should subscribe, and what kind of value you're going to bring into their feeds. Cool. Okay, so collaboration is a cheat code. Also, podcasts are really popular as well as a business. If you have the money and time to focus on podcasts, they're a really, really efficient way of creating value outside of your product. So if you're a software development company and you're talking about things like current trends in the industry, how to get into game development or web development, whatever else, kind of these kind of like broader categories of content, you can take a single podcast episode and distribute that into many, many different platforms. So you create basically an hour's worth of content, and you can chop that up into very searchable videos. So say, for example, you've got a podcast and it's about I don't know, game development, for instance. If you happen to be a game development company, you have a 1 hour long podcast and that goes on one channel. You then have a second channel dedicated to like highlights. And that's taking that one episode and breaking that down into questions like how to get into game development, latest trends in Unreal Engine 5, Unreal 5 launch date or something like that. So create content that's very searchable and kind of like 3 to 5 minute videos, and then you can pump out 5 different videos from that one initial kind of hour-long podcast, and then you can also repurpose that for things like Twitter or Instagram or TikTok if you happen to be so inclined. So it's just a really efficient way to kind of create a bunch of content from like 1 hour's worth of stuff, and it also helps if you're interviewing other people within the industry and kind of bringing their audience to you as well. It's pretty great. One other thing I want to touch on as well is if you're creating YouTube content as a business, is to really focus on, it's problematic because YouTube is a really, really hard thing to do because making videos takes a long time. There's a lot of effort that goes into creating a video. You've got to script it, host it, you've got to set up all the filming equipment. Then you need to go and edit it, you need to host it, you need to probably manage internal stakeholders as well to find out what things you actually need to create, what the priorities are internally. So it takes a lot of effort, and trying to do that and create like a cadence of many videos a week is really difficult. There's a very good quote from Chris Do, who's part of The Future. And his big thing is low effort, high impact content. And what I mean by that is, say, for example, you've got 10 video ideas and you've got 40 hours in a week to get everything done. You can look at those ideas and figure out what things are going to take the least amount of effort to produce, but also yield the highest amount of impact for your channel. So with that basically means that you're going to be spending your time the most amount of time, or the least on the most amount of videos with the highest amount of impact. There is a time and a place for spending a lot of effort on a video that may not yield the same results, the same views or awareness as a traditional video, but it's something to keep in mind, and will kind of keep the growth going as well. If you're also managing, between your different buckets of awareness, engagement, and enablement, then some of those videos will naturally just take a lot longer. And you kind of need that kind of foundational layer of like how-to guides and that kind of stuff as well. With this, if you're having trouble optimizing for YouTube as well, you don't have to do everything. You can outsource. If you have a budget, you can hire a video editor. If you hire someone to do closed captions for your videos as well, this is another thing that's quite important. When you're looking at your analytics, have a look and see where your audience is coming in from. Say, for example, if you're doing if your audience is in Japan or India or somewhere where English isn't the native language, having closed captions can really kind of help people understand what you're talking about, and it's something for them to an added bonus for them basically. It also very much helps searchability in YouTube. The algorithm seems to like closed captions at the moment. They just sent out an email the other day. So yeah, low effort, high impact wins I would recommend kind of looking at that. Cool. So that's the business brand. Where are we going? Business brand. Cool. So that's kind of basically the structure for creating for business. Now let's talk about the business brand versus personal brand and why it's important. If you're lucky enough to have a job in developer advocacy and you are you're in and your focus is YouTube, you're in a very good position. Because you're being paid by a brand to be visual within a community and create content. So you have the opportunity to interact and kind of get a large number of people seeing the work that you do. And there'll be some crossover with your personal brand as well. So if people really like how you present, if they like how you host or explain things, contextualize things, they're more likely to go and check you out on your personal channels as well, especially if your company is okay with you kind of putting that in the descriptions of your videos or anything else like that. You're essentially getting free exposure from the company, which again is a fairly unique position to be in when you're trying to grow a personal brand. Why is having a personal brand important? Well, it can offer a lot of validation to future employers about the work that you do. If you're documenting your learning and your side projects, again, this is really useful for future employers to know that you can actually do the job. So, for example, if you're creating a lot of videos around game development, then you're going for a developer advocacy role at like Epic or Unreal, whatever, Unity, whatever else, then they'll be able to see that you can actually do the job before you're actually in the job. Side hustle revenue is also fantastic. Not going to lie about that. You can monetize on YouTube fairly easily. So that's got a whole host of benefits I won't get into. And also the work that you do personally will translate to the work that you do professionally as well, and vice versa. If it's all kind of like on video content, then the better you get at one, the better you'll get at the other. Yeah, so personal brand, if you have the capacity to do this, I would highly recommend doing so. I want to talk about game developers at the moment and why I think they've got a really strong presence on YouTube and why I think they're doing so well. There's I'm going to list all of these in a Notion document on my Twitter after this, just because there's a ton of links and you're not going to be able to see all of these. So follow me on Twitter, not follow me on Twitter, but go and have a look at my Twitter after this if you do want to go and check out some of the people I'm talking about. Pontypants, Thomas Brush, Game Dev Unlocked, Blackthorn Prob, Brackies, even the Unity and Epic channels as well. They're doing extremely well. And the reason for this is that a lot of these people, they're independent game developers who are creating content around Unity, Unreal, whatever engine they happen to be using. They're creating devlogs about their game, and they're also doing like behind the scenes stuff. So what they're getting up to outside of that. And they're doing incredibly well. Pontypants, this fantastic fellow over here is a Swedish game developer living in Canada, and his channel just blew up over the last 6 months or so, to the point where he went from working full-time to starting this as a hobby, and now he's working on that full-time as well. So he moved to YouTube and is able to afford that lifestyle, which is pretty great. The reason I think that the game developers are doing so well is because they create highly personable content, and it's authentic. The passion that they have is very real, and I think that's very important for developer advocacy, especially on video. You really have to be kind of passionate about the product that you're working for, or at least be able to show an enthusiasm for it in the videos. If you're not doing that, then people can sniff that out really quickly. Also, I realize I'm running over time. I've got a timer here, so I'll try wrap this up quite quickly. Also, they're trying to produce value-driven content. So going back to the kind of three core tenets, or three buckets: awareness, enablement, and engagement. A lot of the content they produce that's searchable is tutorial based, and that's really powerful when it comes to discoverability on YouTube. If you create content that people are searching for, if you're answering a question, if you're treating YouTube as essentially Google, and you're providing answers to people's questions, they're going to find you. And with that, I'd very much recommend having a broader focus than just the product or the APIs that you're working on. Create content like certain algorithms explained, how much we pay our software developers, fundamental concepts for junior, intermediate, or senior programmers, what makes a senior programmer, or like what is life like living in Japan as a developer, for instance. These kind of like wider reaching value-based questions, as well as the kind of core marketing material for your product as well. The game developers on YouTube, I think they've got a really good system, and it would be interesting to see software development companies kind of take that more personable approach to their content and bring that across. Also, just another thing I should mention as well is to be self-aware of the product that you're working with. If you're deciding on YouTube as a platform, just having a look at software development companies on YouTube, the ones that do well are the ones that can mix educational content with entertainment-based content, and that translates really well to web development industries, anything that's kind of a lot of stuff that's software-based or web-based or game development-based. That those are kind of like tried and true formulas at this stage. But if you've got a product that maybe relies, say, for example, Stripe, their YouTube channel isn't. I don't want to poo-poo on Stripe, but it's not doing terribly well. In terms of their views and engagement and that kind of thing. And I think that's just because a lot of people aren't looking for Stripe content to relax to or to learn. It's very much the functional, I'm at work and I need to learn how to use Stripe's APIs kind of thing. So we'll quickly move on to how to get started. So advice on getting started for YouTube. Focus, and I'm going to get this through really quickly. Focus on delivering value above all else. Think about the type of content that you'd want to watch and make that, and respect your viewers' time as well. Don't do too much fluff. Don't do long introductions. Get right to the point and make sure everything is as concise as possible. Think about the last time that you subscribed on a video or on a brand or a channel. Why'd you subscribe? Try and emulate the things that made you click subscribe. And I think a lot of that you'll realize is that you just they were providing you a value that you couldn't get anywhere else. Think about things that frustrate you when watching a tutorial. Don't do those things, and try fix them, and try make that kind of like a starting point of your channel. Thumbnails, really important. Titles, also really important. Don't underestimate those. If you look at Amazon, for instance, and their YouTube channel, a lot of their thumbnails, a lot of their videos, they're very mixed in terms of the view counts. Whereas another channel like ConvertKit, they're a much smaller channel. Amazon's got 500,000 subscribers. ConvertKit's got 20,000, but their engagement is much higher because their thumbnails are a lot more appealing. Analytics, keep attention to those. If you're starting from scratch and never used a camera before, there's lots of free advice on YouTube on how to actually get started doing that. I realize I'm coming up to time now. I do have a little bit more to get through, but this will all be in the Notion doc that I'll link on Twitter. So yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I hope you got some good value out of this talk. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. That was a great talk. I learned a lot of things, about YouTube and how to grow your channel, how to get started. We have one question from the chat. So from David. So can you speak a little bit about how you would brand your channel as an individual, pick topics that people want to watch? This is actually my question too. You want to start a channel, I don't know, what's the best strategy to you to decide, or, the topics that you want to talk? Because I often run up the ideas, hey, what I'm going to do. So
yeah, cool. So I think a good thing for this is don't try and narrow it down too early, I guess. You won't know what you want to talk about until you've actually started doing it. So I would highly recommend just trying a whole bunch of different videos, talking about a whole bunch of different things. And then when things start to resonate with your audience, or you start to like really enjoy creating certain types of videos, then you can just go with that. One of the things I do quite often is look at big creators like MKBHD, Linus Tech Tips. If you look at some of your favorite creators' earliest videos, you'll see they talked about a whole bunch of stuff. It was kind of rare that they kind of just had one niche and stuck with it. So obviously that does happen sometimes, but I think yeah, at the beginning, you can be specific if you really know what you want to talk about, but if you don't know what you want to talk about, just make a whole bunch of different stuff and kind of see what sticks.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, next question from my side. So you said, collaboration is like a cheat code, and I heard that there's strategy that you follow the trendy video on YouTube. So let's say if a Python YouTube video is pretty famous, then I'm going to do the same thing, but with adding some essence.
Yeah.
So that's I heard, how to be successful in the YouTube when you begin to your channel. Do you have any tips or tricks that you can enhance or improve the audience numbers when you get started?
Yeah, so I think one of the cool things, at least I noticed on my own channel, is that when I started creating videos on software development, before I was creating a bunch of whole different stuff because I didn't know what I wanted to make. So I was doing videos on like technology and all sorts of different stuff, but it was mainly under the tech umbrella. And when I started talking about software development, I was doing videos around my salary history and my experience with React development and all this kind of stuff, is that I would notice that people would jump within the software development video. So they'd come in and watch one software development video, and then they would go and watch another software development video, and then another software development video. And my views just went they kind of skyrocketed because people were interested in that kind of type of content, which was pretty cool. So I think if you're producing similar types of content, like once you understood what you want to produce, I think it's quite cool to see. And once you're consistent with that topic, people will start kind of watching your other videos as well. Also, as you correctly said, trends are very important on YouTube. There was a trend a little while ago around creating like Tinder bots with Python. So people were making that with Python APIs, and so many people were creating videos based on that. And it becomes a trend. And if you hit that trend, your video might come up as a suggested video based on what you're watching as well. So it's just an example. It is quite a powerful technique to kind of reach more people on YouTube. I will say though that chasing virality on YouTube is a very fickle thing. So I think you should really be focused on creating the best videos that you can. and create videos that are evergreen in the sense that they're going to rank high in search. I think that's the best way to kind of like build a strong foundation on YouTube first without trying to do anything that's necessarily going to go viral.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the answers. Yeah. So that was a great talk. I have another question, but I'm gonna keep that into the last chat because my question. So okay. Yeah. So thanks, Matt. Please stay. After the next session, we're gonna be gathering together to have a chat or question each other. So I hope that you enjoy that time too. Thank you for the talk.
Thanks.
Okay, that was a great talk, and thank everyone to asking questions or making comments. Yeah, I see all of them in my right side. So if you ask any question, I'm going to ask the speaker after their talk. So let's move on to the next session. Next session is the Mish Murners from the GitHub. She's going to talk about how to use Twitch, to advocate, the audience or having the personal relationship between them. So please welcome Mish.
Hello.
Hi there.
Everyone.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm glad to see you again. Yeah.
Good to see you too.
So how's it going today?
Not too bad. If anyone hasn't heard, Melbourne has lockdown extended, so we're inside. So there's nothing else I would rather be doing right now than giving a talk to all you amazing people. So thanks so much for having me. And yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
Cool. So, the previous talk was for the YouTube, then the next is going to be Twitch. So it's coincidence. I didn't make the schedule, but I really, hoping to see the great talks.
It flows really well. And a lot of the stuff Matt was talking about, we'll talk about too. So it works really well together. So thanks to the organizers for putting these two talks back to back.
Cool. So if you're ready, please let us change the, screen layout. So.
Yep, I'm ready.
Cool.
You are.
Then, after screen transition, you may start your session.
Yep, cool. Already doing you got. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Looks great. I might see if I can get rid of that little hide button there. There we go. Awesome. So thank you everyone so much for being here. As Dyson said, my talk is on using Twitch and live streaming to engage your developer fan base. Now, we just heard from Matt about YouTube. So it's really exciting that this is actually back to back. And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about in this talk isn't just related to Twitch as well. You can take it into any kind of live streaming platform. But I'm going to focus on Twitch as the main example here. So before I jump into that, just a little bit about me first. So I'm the developer community manager at GitHub. So I get to do amazing things with the developer community. I get to do talks like this. I get to find really awesome developers and open source projects and promote them. And obviously one of the things we've been doing a lot is content as well. So we'll talk about that. On a personal level, you can find me on so many of these channels, from GitHub to Twitter, obviously Twitch, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Instagram. I love to do some Twitch streaming in my own time as well. So everything from live coding to video gaming, you'll probably find me doing. So yeah, it's really exciting. So what I want to talk about today is engaging your audience. So obviously there's so many different ways to engage audiences, and what we're doing even right now is engaging an audience, right? As I mentioned, a lot of the stuff we're going to be talking about isn't just specific to Twitch. We can use it across a number of different live streaming platforms, but I really want to use Twitch as the main example because it's the one that's really kind of shined, particularly in the last year. We'll talk about some of the examples there. So why Twitch though? Why are we talking about Twitch? Why are we talking about live streaming? So if you have been living under a rock for the last year, you'll remember that not so long ago we had really cool stuff like this. This is from DevRelCon Tokyo back in 2019. I'm really sad that I never actually got to a physical DevRelCon Tokyo, but fingers crossed that this will happen to go back in person again. I really, really love to go see it in person, but a couple of years ago, or even this time, earlier last year, February, I think was my last IRL, a a lot of our conferences and meetups and gatherings, they look like this, rooms full of people. I'm excited. I just really want to ask the team, some of the questions about the drafts and things here, but it was such a fun time. So we went from that, just over 12 months ago, to this, and most people find this, very familiar. Everything we have done now is moved to virtual. Everything from our team meetings, our stand-ups, our one-on-ones, our doctor's appointments, catch up with friends and family, and obviously conferences have all gone virtual too. It's just like you're all tuning in now. So while there's a lot of this kind of virtual connections and stuff, people can still feel a little bit disconnected. Even right now, right? I'm sitting here, I'm in my room, I'm talking to, I don't know how many people are watching this, but I feel really excited, but it's so different, right? I'm not in a room, I can't feel the energy, I can't see the audience, I can see the chat moving, but that's about all I can see. So people can still feel disconnected. And so if we look back, or pretty much this time last year, GitHub was supposed to host GitHub Satellite in Paris in the start of May, and in less than 2 weeks, we had to turn this around into a virtual conference. This was quite interesting, challenging, but it wasn't just us that did this, right? I mean, I was meant to be speaking at DevRelCon Tokyo last year in person. We obviously moved that to the middle of the year and moved that to virtual. So at GitHub, we sort of looked at this landscape and went, we think that this pandemic and this type of virtual environment and these kind of virtual talks are going to happen at least until the end of next year. So we had a chat with our team and with a few of the others, what do we do to engage a community? So if anyone knows, or you've interacted or engaged with GitHub in person, you'll know that we do a lot of different things. We obviously host our satellite, we host our Universe conference, we will often be at other events and conferences, either hosting a booth, we might be speaking, we've got meetups, we engage with our community in so many different ways. So we thought, okay, if this, this virtual kind of environment is going to last until the end of the year, how do we actually engage our audiences, all the time? We can't just have a virtual conference once a week. We can't just have, just host meetups. How else can we engage with the community and make our community feel really connected to us in this new digital age and connected to us in a time where people are just really, really feeling disconnected? So luckily within GitHub, myself and a couple of other hubbers, so at GitHub we call ourselves hubbers, we had some experience live streaming. So before this time last year, I already had a fair bit of experience live streaming. I was streaming video games. I'd hosted some events online on my channel and things like that. So yeah, we started having a look at this platform and going, could we potentially use this as a platform to engage our audiences? But one of the biggest questions people asked us, and people still ask us right now, 1 second, virtual events mean that other things happen. So I've got a delivery at the door. I'm just going to send my housemate over there. There we go. There you go, multitasking. So one of the biggest questions we had with Twitch, not so much me in particular, because I was very engaged in this, but question people kept asking us is, isn't Twitch just a platform for video gaming? Isn't it just a place where people go and they watch people play games and they engage in it? Well, to answer that question, Twitch has changed a lot in terms of its platform. Yes, it's still massively popular for video games. And if we look at the games that are really, really popular last year, the most popular being League of Legends with 1.4 billion hours watched, just insane. Fortnite with nearly 1 billion hours watched. Valorant with over 500 million hours watched, and Dota with just under 500 million hours watched. These are from last year. So these are some of the games that you might have seen. And when people think about Twitch, they often think, okay, it's just video gaming and it's just people playing games and things like that. So while it is massive for games, In fact, if we look at the most watched categories on YouTube, one of them is called Just Chatting. And last year alone, Just Chatting received 1.9 billion hours of watched content. That is a 65% increase from the year before. And overall, Twitch had, I think it was like 18 billion hours of content watched. And not all of that content is video games. So when we were talking about this within GitHub, we thought, okay, what else can we do? What else are people streaming on Twitch? How are people engaging? You know, these Just Chatting streams that people are watching, 1.9 billion hours of, what are they actually watching? So if we have a look at some of the categories, obviously Just Chatting is one of those categories. So again, Twitch isn't just about video gaming. So here's some of the trending categories that people look at. One of those is special events. In the last 7 days alone, special events has received 1.5 million hours of watch content. So special events is things like DevRelCon Tokyo. If this was streaming on YouTube, if this is streaming on Twitch right now, this would probably be under special categories. So we're seeing this category really jump. Things like conferences, meetups, and stuff are really making a big splash in this category. And in the last 7 days alone, this category has increased its watched hours by over 760%, which is insane. Some of the other categories that might be streamed on Twitch, apart from gaming, is music, sports, art, and the one that we want to focus on today is science and technology, which has got just under 1 million hours of viewed content in the last 7 days alone. This has jumped up 7% since last week as well. So we have a look at these categories and, talk about Just Chatting as well. We can see that Twitch is really not just a platform just for people doing video gaming. We can see it's really a platform for so many other things. So the one I really want to focus on at the moment is the science and technology. This is the category that we at GitHub have started really streaming in and around, and a lot of the other channels that I'm going to talk about here really run under this science and technology banner. So if we have a look at it, I just jumped on last night to check how many followers this category had. Over 500,000 followers now in this category. I did a presentation similar to this about September last year, and this number was only 232,000. So it's more than doubled since last year, which is crazy. Some of the top clips, so as in like top little snippets of content watched, have like nearly 500,000 views or over 500,000 views on those. If we have a look at the type of content that's being streamed, coding, PC builds, and robotics. So a lot of the companies here that are probably listening in, a lot of the companies that stream, this is the kind of stuff we're streaming on the Science and Technology channel. Live coding is a massive thing. We're going to talk about that because that's one way to really engage your developer fan base. So if we have a look at some of the subcategories, so Twitch has this thing called subcategories at the moment. And these subcategories will fall under science and technology. These are really useful to use because, for example, if you're doing PC builds, there's a category for that. But these are the kind of categories that are really have really high affinity with DevRel. So we can see programming, web dev, software development, and game dev. I know Matt talked a lot about game development and how that is really growing on YouTube. It's really growing on Twitch as well, which is really exciting. Now, to get an idea of some of the organizations who are streaming on Twitch as well, I'm just going to call a couple of them out. There's obviously a lot more than this, but these are some of the companies and orgs that are streaming on Twitch. One of them is called the Live Coders. So this is a group of people. I think it's over 200 people now, and these streamers specifically stream code. So they stream a lot on live coding, whether it's a project that they're working on. Some of them even stream like the work that they're doing, which is really exciting. Give me 1 second. And then we have the Twitch developers. So Twitch itself actually has a developer channel, and they stream some really, really cool content around some of the Twitch integrations and stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit. One that's doing really well is Twilio. So Twilio stream their Signal conference. They stream talks with some of their Twilio champions and some other really cool content. So they're really fun. IBM, so IBM Developer has a channel, which in fact, I'm actually talking on that channel straight after this conference. I'm giving a talk on how to GitHub like a boss. So they're currently running their hackathon on their channel right now called Code. So they do some really cool stuff. I mentioned GitHub. We have a number of channels on Twitch. So we have the GitHub channel, we have the GitHub Enterprise channel, we have the GitHub Education channel. We stream a whole bunch of different stuff, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. Another one is Microsoft. They stream stuff like their Microsoft Build. They stream like live demos and things like that. There's also heaps of other channels. Matt mentioned a couple of them, like Unity stream really cool stuff. There's also a lot of community groups who stream on Twitch, including Major League Hacking. Obviously, DevRelCon have their own channel, Razor Dev, and so many more. So what are these channels actually streaming? So Matt talked a little bit in his about like some of the content that people are streaming or putting together on YouTube. When we're talking about live streaming, here's some of the things that people are streaming. So talks. So talks are one of those things that get streamed out onto the channel. So it might be, oh, look, I was supposed to do a talk at DevRelCon Tokyo last year and it didn't go ahead. So could we potentially stream this talk out on our channel? GitHub like a boss. Let's talk about it. Let's stream that out. Another one is meetups. We've been doing a lot of this on our channel as well, on the GitHub channel. So we've been streaming meetups for LATAM, for Africa. We've got one coming out for Korea. We've done one for India. And these are a really good way to like host your meetup in the similar kind of way to what you would IRL, but you're just streaming it on your channel platform. What I mentioned was coding. So live coding is becoming like quite a big thing on Twitch. Really fun. I do this on my personal channel as well. So I'll just get on and choose a project or even like a course to do. And so many people will just jump in and like code along with me. Like, you know, oh, you missed a semicolon there or you did something there. Coding is such a really fun way to engage your audience. Events, I mentioned like Microsoft Build, stream on the Microsoft channel. DevRelCon Tokyo, they streamed all their interviews on their channel. Twilio streams out Signal Conf. There's so many cool events that are streaming on Twitch. So a lot of companies are streaming that. Another one interesting is interviews. So as I mentioned, DevRelCon did this, but we do this on our GitHub channel quite a lot, where we'll get maintainers, open source maintainers onto the channel, and we'll just have a chat with them. We'll talk to them about their project, what they're working on, how to get involved, top tips and things like that. So we really want to engage people that way. And interviews is a really fun way to do that. Hackathons, I mentioned IBM has their hackathon at the moment. So streaming out hackathons is another one that people like to do on their channels. Product features. I really, really like this one. So product features, we've done this a little bit on the GitHub channel, but even I streamed something similar for Microsoft Build last year. So I jumped onto Microsoft Build and streamed Code Spaces, which is one of the new product suites coming to GitHub. So this is really fun. You can really show off a lot of your product and have like a really fun, engaging conversation with people up there. Another one is reviews. So whether we like get on and review somebody's README profile on GitHub or we review an open source project. One that we did recently was we jumped on and reviewed pull requests. So people sent in all their pull requests and we sat there and reviewed them all and, you know, what works, what doesn't, does this get merged into the code and that kind of thing. So there's lots of different things you can stream out on your content. So some of the advantages of live streaming, people say like, why do we do live streaming? One of those is because it's really engaging for the audience. People really love to tune in. It's slightly different than having like a YouTube video go out. Like Matt said, it's not just you don't just put the content there and people watch it in their own time, it's really, really engaging for the audience. They get the chance to come in and be part of that process. They get to come in and talk to you and talk to the other people in the chat, just like some of you are doing right now in the YouTube chat. So I mentioned a lot of this stuff isn't specific just for Twitch. So if you're doing any kind of live streaming, that engagement is there with the audience. Another really good one is just people can tune in and out. I often, while I'm working, I often have one of the live coders just streaming in the background. And I'll just be sitting there just like listening to them while I'm working away. And then they might say something that piques my interest and I'll jump into the chat and say, hey, that feature's really cool. Nice work. So that kind of tuning in and out is really good. And that comes with this live kind of content, which is slightly different to having again, a video on YouTube. So having like live streams often go for a lot longer than a YouTube video. So your YouTube video might go anywhere between 5 minutes and 20 minutes and maybe an hour for some of the really long ones. But live streaming goes anywhere from like half an hour to, 5, 6, 7 hours. So it's that you can really tune in and out and be part of that process with the streamer. It's really personal as well. What I like about it is that I can interact with people in the chat. So people are saying in the chat right now, like, don't forget Amazon. Yes, Amazon is one of the, they stream a lot on Twitch as well. So I can sit here and interact and engage with the audience while we're doing this. So Sid's saying there's so many dev streamers, like amazing dev streamers. That's really cool. I can't do that in a pre-recorded video. I can't sit here and interact with the chat in that way. So that becomes that real personal nature. And even when I'm streaming on my own personal channel, I'll get people jumping in and saying, hey, when's GitHub doing this? Or, can I be part of this process and things like that. So it becomes this really personal nature, which is what I really love about live streaming. The next one is it is really timely. So when we say timely, it's that one-on-one interaction. You say something, I can say something back. I might be halfway through a line of code and someone says, hey, Mish, can you tell me about the README profile stuff? And we're like, sure, give me a second. So I'll like take a little bit of time and then I will, jump in and, show people that. So being able to have that interaction is really cool there. Schedules, so you can have schedules where people, will come in and tune in on a regular basis, so people know that I roughly stream roughly every night. It's dropped off a little bit with some issues we've been having with life, but that's okay. But people know there's usually a schedule they can come to, kind of like TV in that sense. You can come in as like a regular time that you can interact with a viewer or with a streamer. Resources, so you can really show off a lot of what you're doing with Twitch and then cut and change that and use that as a resource for extra stuff. So what we do a lot is take our live streams, we'll cut them up and we'll put them on YouTube as like short bite snippets of content. Having things like clips are really fun for social media. So you can take what you've done in a live stream and then use all that and cut it up and use for different things. Again, people get to be part of the process. They really like to, to engage and interact and be part of that creative drive. So one of the things that we did was we were building some Twitch chatbot integrations on the GitHub channel. And we were thinking, like, Brian and I were having this BDuggy, if anyone doesn't know BDuggy, we're sitting there having this conversation, like, what do we use for this? And I said, why don't we just ask the chat? So we kind of just sat there and said, oh, people, we've got all these options. Here's the pros and cons. You all choose what we should use to deploy this service. So they can become part of the process like that. And as I mentioned, just having that extra bit of content you can use for different things just really, really helps. So one of the questions I get asked all the time is, how do we get started on Twitch? Do I just, hit the go live button? And if you are a personal streamer, I would always just say, look, just grab any kind of headset and mic and just go for it. Just hit that go live button and just start talking. With a company, or like if you're just sitting there thinking, oh, we really want to do this for our company, it's slightly different. You know, you've got a bit of a brand behind you. So you want to make sure that you're in a bit of a better spot than just grabbing any kind of headset and mic and going for it. So grab some half decent equipment, obviously. Think about what you want to stream. Think about what you've got as a company to offer to people. Matt even said, like, have a look at what's trending as well, which is always useful. But don't just try and do what everyone else is doing. Think about what's unique about your company that you can offer to people. And then use your existing channels to promote what you're doing. So obviously with GitHub, we have a Twitter channel of over 2 million followers. So we tweet that kind of content out. So using and leveraging your existing base, because what you want to do with live streaming is you want to engage your audience and give them something that they might be feeling like they're missing out in this this era of virtualness, I suppose. One thing you can do as well is if you've got people within your organization who have their own channels, like their personal channels, get them to stream on their channels as well, just to practice and do things without putting the brand behind it if you're a little bit worried. So some of the things that I do, I will be streaming on my personal channel. If everyone hasn't seen, we do a lot of short social media content now to talk about upcoming releases. What I'll often do is while I'm streaming on my personal account with code, I'll be like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this for our next GitHub top tip video. What do you all think? So it's a good way to test the waters if you've got people with personal channels. You can do it that way. It's just useful to give it a try and just see what works, what the audience resonates with. If you haven't done any kind of live streaming before, I definitely suggest having some moderators in your channel to help moderate the chat, so that if you are getting used to presenting first, you don't have to worry about trying to be the presenter and the moderator and the producer. Have a couple of people to help you, so that can be very useful. And then as you grow and progress, take what works and can just continue to do that. And one of the things I really love about streaming with GitHub and with the live coders and so many others is that coders are actually in the best position ever to do a really amazing streams. So one of the other top tips I have, if you haven't started streaming before, is jump onto some of those channels that I mentioned, have a look at what they do. And you'll start saying, oh, I like that. I'm going to do that for my channel or for our channel. Or the Microsoft channel does this. That's really cool. Or InstaFluff's channel does this. That's awesome. And if you jump into some of those coders channels, they have really, really amazing integrations with Twitch, because one of the coolest things about being a coder is you can build anything you want. So like some of the channels you'll jump on, they'll have really cool integrations for if somebody like raids a stream. They have really interactive bots that engage with the audience. They have their own self-hosted servers that are running this really cool stuff in the background that pops up on screen. So coders are really in the best position to be able to do Twitch streaming. And one of those projects that I'd like to call out, which you could totally feel free to use, is Git Twitch. So Brian from GitHub, or BDougie if you don't know him, created this really cool chatbot integration. And in fact, we actually streamed it together on the Twitch channel. And what it does is that you take the repo, clone it, download it, and you add in your GitHub username and the repo you want. And when somebody stars that repo, it pops up on the screen with this cute ass little GIF saying, at username starred this repo. So some really cool integrations. He's working on some more stuff too. Like if you make a pull request, it pops up on screen too. So some really cool integrations coming. And I'm really, I can't wait to see some of the other integrations that will be coming soon. So keep an eye out. I mentioned a couple, like go to channels and watch them. So a couple of the channels you can engage with if you'd like to engage with us on Twitch is obviously the GitHub Twitch channel. So come and chat to us. We'd love to have people in the stream. And you can also go to BDougie's channel as well, who made the Twitch chatbot. As I mentioned, I'm a streamer too. So come and connect with me either on Twitter, come and watch me stream, come and check out some of my videos, come engage with me. I'd love to hear from you if I'm ever doing any kind of live code, or even if I'm just gaming as well. People come in while I'm playing Fortnite, will ask about, how to do a hackathon and things like that. So, I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but if we do have time for questions, I'll throw back to the team. But thank you so much for listening, and I hope it was super useful. And if we don't have time for questions, totally feel free to reach out to me either on a live stream or Twitter, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mish. So yeah, this was great talk. Yeah. Oh,
we were idle for too long. My headphones have died.
Oh.
There's one thing about having
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. I was like,
Okay,
that's one
cool.
thing about having Bluetooth headphones is they can die if you leave them idle.
That's why I'm using, the line earphone, don't use the Bluetooth. Okay. So yeah, it was great talk. We've got a couple of comments and questions, but let's invite other speakers as well, so that we can have a chat. So please add Lori and Matt to the main stage. Hi again, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, so thanks for the great talks. Yeah, so let's get into some questions to you all. So the first, Lori, your topic was slightly different from the other two people, but did you have the thoughts or ideas or tried with the YouTube with your Fukuoka community things? Because I see a lot of the community uses the YouTube channel or Twitch to stream, or they're having the place for the archives for the meetups.
Yeah, we have a lot of archived stuff on the Engineer Cafe YouTube channel. We've been getting into streaming a little bit, but I'll be honest, I've done it because it's a geographic community. We're focused mainly on in-person stuff, and it's been a bit of a steep learning curve for doing the online YouTube and streaming. But I think these two talks that we had today, I learned a lot, so I'm going to try and put some of this into practice.
Pleasure.
Yeah. So let's get into the Mish question first. So actually, comments. We got a lot of people are saying, the something like this. I had to make case how Twitch is more than gaming so many times last year. Or even with the YouTube, why they go to the YouTube, to pitch to your managers or your company. So any comments or tips to those people?
Yeah, sure. If you want the links for the stats that I used, totally just feel free. I'll probably drop them in the YouTube chat straight after this, but there is so much content out there and articles on how it's not just a platform for gaming. Fun fact, Twitch actually started not as a gaming platform. It originally started as something completely different, Justin TV, and then they found that gaming was the thing that really took off. And then at that point, that's where they decided to shift and say, no, only gaming content is allowed on Twitch. But then they just started realizing that people want to do a lot more, and it's not just so much about the content that's on there, it's also about the people. I'm a variety streamer, for example. People don't come to watch me play a particular game. They come to engage with me and my audience and what we're doing, whether it be playing a game or doing some coding. So I think that shift to doing alternate content really came from some of those bigger streamers. And seriously, there's so much cool content out there. I called out some of the categories, but people do stuff like cooking and I think there's a brewery channel. There's even now a sleeping channel where people just go and watch other people sleep. So not quite sure how I feel about that category, but yeah, it's just so different than just gaming. So if anyone would like some of those links and those stats to be able to share with your org in terms of making the case on how Twitch is more than just gaming, I'll put them in the YouTube, and then feel free to hit me up afterwards as well.
Thank you. So let me go to the next question. Next question goes to Matt first, probably then go to the Mish. So, you both spoke for the two platforms, YouTube and Twitch. Then I have both. I have my ID for the both channels. I have the Twitch streaming account, also the YouTube channel account. So what would you say the best practice for the choosing the platform? Do you need to stick one of them or doing everything? So what's your thought, Matt?
You're going to do us dirty, Dyson, and you're going to have me advocating for YouTube and Mish advocating for Twitch.
Not really. But yeah.
I think it depends on like Twitch obviously is very community focused, and the community on Twitch is like, it's awesome. The people who are actually like they're part of Twitch, like they advocate for it a lot. That's a source of entertainment that they have. They're really involved in the creators and the community. Whereas on YouTube, people tend to be a lot more fleeting in terms of kind of like they'll pop in, but there's so much other content out there that's really discoverable that they don't really hop around as they hop around more, I guess. So I don't know. I don't think there's a golden rule for determining which platform is best for you. There is no right or wrong answer here. I think it kind of just depends on, if you're using YouTube as a platform primarily, then maybe it makes sense to use YouTube to live stream on. But I'm sure Mish has got many things to say about this as well.
Yeah, sure. So I think, like you said, there's no right or wrong answer here. It just really comes down to where your community is and how they want to engage with you. One thing you can do to start with is multi-stream on both channels. So there's plenty of different ththings out there. One is freestream.io, which allows you to stream out on both channels at the same time. Now, the reason I say doing this to start with is one, because can be quite challenging to manage multiple streams. You've got to, try and engage with the chat in multiple ways, and it can feel a bit disconnected. The other thing too is if you're a Twitch affiliate or partner, you sign an exclusivity agreement saying the content that you live stream on Twitch is only live stream on Twitch. It doesn't mean you can't cut up the content and put it on YouTube later, but it means you can't multi-stream. So it's kind of like signing an exclusivity deal for like the Super Bowl or whatever. You can't have it going on both channels. But to start with, it can be a really good way to multi-stream and just work out which platform not only does resonate really well with you, but also how your community wants to interact and engage. And then depending on the type of event that it is, so say if you've got a big event like GitHub Satellite, GitHub Universe, you might have Microsoft Build. Say you've got a big event like that, you can negotiate with the different platforms to actually have that event, just the event, streamed out on different platforms. So for GitHub Universe, I think you could watch it on YouTube, you could watch it on Twitch, you could watch it on the web page. So it really depends on what you're trying to do in that sense. But usually the answer usually is a bit of both, depending on the type of video that you do. But I'm more than happy to talk about that a little bit more later if you have a specific example. But yeah, there's no right or wrong answer here.
I would also tack on to that as well, if I can. If you're streaming something like software development, for instance, and you're getting asked questions like, how do I get into like web development, or how do I get into game development, or how do I create like a certain extension? Those kind of questions you can Twitch is kind of hard to like search for content. So like if you're answering like a question like how to get into web development, that type of stuff is much better suited to like chopping up and putting on YouTube than it is kind of like staying on Twitch as well. So I would kind of advocate if you're doing a type of stream that you're answering questions that are going to be relevant for a long time, is take that content from Twitch, repackage it, and put it on YouTube as well.
And that's exactly what we do on the Twitch channel for GitHub.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Cool. Yeah. The other thing is, the Lori said the UA community is a regional thing, sort of online might not be working, but given the current situation, we need to stay at home. So if you have a chance to have that, hosting the online conference of online meetups on the YouTube or on the Twitch or whatever it is, you have the connection with the other people. I myself want to be in a part of the, those streaming. And someday, if we can meet in a person, we have the already connection between, in the online and visit to the, in person. So yeah, I hope that you consider that, and invite me, someday.
Totally, 100%. You're invited.
Yeah.
Come along.
So
I think that's actually a really, really interesting question. This could literally be a whole talk, but some people have been asking, what happens after the pandemic? Do we just go back to all IRL? Do we completely forget virtual? And the answer is a little bit of a hybrid approach, but I'm not going to answer that, like the full extent of that answer, because it will literally take an hour to talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna see that in next year, I would say.
Yeah, next year. There you go. I'm already in for next year. Hybrid events and how to do them. I'm in.
Cool. Yeah, so thank you for joining today, and thank you for giving the great talks. I hope that you enjoyed the talk, and I hope that you're gonna enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you for joining me. Oh,
my pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so this is the end of this group. We're gonna have some short rest time, and we're gonna be resuming with the keynote in this track at 3:50 a.m. UTC, which is gonna be, I don't know what time is in Japanese, but we stick with the UTC. So we're gonna resume the streaming on this track for the keynote. So meanwhile, please enjoy music and videos. So see you soon. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yasunori, co-organizer of DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 and MC of this keynote. The keynote speaker is Haruseki from Code for Japan. His talk title is Rebuilding Trust in Government Through Open Source Governance. Let's invite him to the main stage. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, yeah, great.
Oh, maybe your movie is slow, breezy.
Yeah, somehow.
Oh, yeah, you move.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but I don't know why.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
So
sound is good. Great.
It's okay now?
It's okay.
Oh,
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, good. Oh, so your theme is Civic Tech. I'm looking forward to hear your talk. Are you ready for talk?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
But
let us change the screen layout. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's start your talk, please.
Okay, let me start my presentation. Thank you for having me to this wonderful conference. I am so excited to be here with you. Today, I'm going to talk about the citizens and government engagement through an open source governance. I have tweeted the URL of this slide, so you can see the slide later by searching my Twitter account. I'm Haruseki, a founder of Code for Japan. I'm also working for the Japanese government as an executive advisor for CIO of Cabinet Secretariat, and also working for several cities as a kind of digital transformation advisor. Let me start from my talk from my personal history. Does someone know this machine? This is a personal computer called NSX2, the first computer I learned a programming language. I think I was 13 years old, I think. My father bought me this cool device to me as a birthday gift. Actually, I had asked him to buy a Nintendo Entertainment System, but he bought this and said to me, "Hey, look, if you have a Nintendo Entertainment System, you need to buy new cartridge in order to play new games. However, in the case of this machine, you can create as many games as you want by yourself. You know, I've been totally talked into it, but anyway, I jumped into coding world. Then I created this kind of game, and with this machine. And my father also brought me with the magazine. My father also brought to me. It was a lot more shabby than Mario Bros. So the game entertained my friends and my families, also entertained myself. I found creating something is a lot more excited than just buying something. After many things happened, I started working at a startup, and that company was acquired by Yahoo Japan later. I was enjoying working as an IT engineer until I faced a big event. It is a big earthquake occurred in 2011. Until then, I didn't think that I would commit to do something to solve social issues. The turning point was a huge earthquake that happened in March 2011. I was a software engineer working for the startup acquired Yahoo Japan, as I said earlier, with friends, but with friends of open source community. I started a crowdsourced information sharing platforms called Shinsai Info. Now you can see the numbers in the circle on the map. People collected the information from various news sources and mapped them into the digital map so that people know where they can get waters or supplies and electrical powers. So such kind of things will help the people. And the map was used by a very large number of people, more than 200 people helped us with coding software or collecting the data. Then, one question arose in my mind. Does technology really make people happier? I've always loved the internet, and I've been thinking my mission is to utilize technologies to create a variety of tools and services for making the world a better place. However, when I went around to the several areas after the disaster, nobody knows the Shinsai Info, that website. And it seems to me that there was not much things I could help using my skills at that time. Also, looking at the world, it seems to me that while the world was becoming more convenient, but inequality was widening, the filter bubble was creating division among the people, and community connections were weakening by technologies in some cases. So yeah, I thought I have to do some things to change the situation. After that experience, I started a community called Code for Japan. It is network of the people who wants to create solutions to solve social issues. We connect the people and help government work better with an open internet way. The movement is called Civic Tech. Our motto is think together, create together. We don't just complain to the government. We use our hands to make something good with people. Why do people need to think and create together? Because public services are not only formed by government. Before I started Code for Japan, I just thought that the government is like a vending machine. I pay taxes and the government provides the public services. I didn't have much opportunity of communicating with the government staffs before, but I noticed just complaining about the government is making the situation worse. I thought if citizens and government can collaborate more, we can create better services. I mentioned as Code for Japan is a network of people who are we are the biggest community of the civic tech in Japan. Our Slack workspace has more than 50 to 100 people. There are people has diverse. These people has diverse professions: IT engineers, designers, government staffs, salespeople, planners, students, or a retired person, or homemakers. Anybody can start a project and invite people to their project in our community. We are also networking the local groups named Code for something. We call it Brigade. It is very much like an open source community. Code for Japan is not an umbrella organization. Each local community is doing its own projects and sharing knowledge using our network. And Code for Japan is one of governing members of global civic tech relations called Code for All. Through the network, we have been learning case studies from each country. Look at the local community side. Their activity is very diverse. Digital mapping, or they are doing digital mapping, or meeting with the government staffs, or building applications, or having local meetups, organizing hackathons, or ideathons. They share workshop ideas within the network and try new things together if they want. This talk's agenda is how government can build trust with the public by using open source governance. So I would answer to this question: why open source way can build trust with the government and students. Do you know this book, Cathedral and Bazaar? This book is essay written in 1997 by Eric Raymond, American software developer and open source software advocate. In this essay, he used the metaphor of the cathedral and the bazaar approach to compare the difference between the top-down and bottom-up approaches. The essay contrasts two different free software development models. The cathedral model is a top-down approach. The bazaar model is a bottom-up approach. I would apply this metaphor to the government systems. Government systems are not open like a cathedral. The government spends a lot of time planning, and citizens can apply their opinions to their plan. And then government choose companies to develop it, and development process takes a long period of time. And after releasing the product, there is no feedback loop. There's no feedback loop to improve software. The result is something that is difficult to use. In the other hand, Civic Tech is like a bazaar approach. It is bottom-up process and frequency updated. Self-disciplined small groups contribute to the product. Often these types of governance is strong to change, especially for the emergency case, like I built CSI Info in 2011. I wouldn't say all of the systems should be bazaar model, but government can learn from bazaar process to improve their governance. Let's look at the current situation. COVID-19 rapidly changed the world state. This list shows the things that have not been promoted well in Japan before COVID-19. We have been using hanko seals in the society, and it was making it difficult to reform paper-based workflows. Since people are bound to the paperwork, people couldn't work remotely. The government had been trying to distribute digital ID cards to the people, but only about 15 population had that card. Each local government has different IT systems, so exchanging data with the national government requires prolonged processes. After the COVID-19 outbreak, people realized how government rely on old-fashioned workflows. All of those things became high-priority issues suddenly, right? So since the government was weak to cover uncertain issues, emergencies make the community stronger. I saw a lot of community-driven projects that happened in Japan. For example, people in Code for Japan network built dashboard for the COVID-19 information, idea gathering services, or making search apps, and making some supporting for the NPO's activities, like that. Let me explain one example. This is a website that Code for Japan has built. This screenshot is an official website of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for showing the information of the COVID-19 situation. We used open data from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. This dashboard became very popular as soon as it was released because it was very well designed. Also, there was another reason that makes it popular. We published the source code on the GitHub. Also, we opened, issued, and pull request function publicly. It means anybody can post issues or ideas about the website and send us their improved source code to the repository. After releasing the website, we've got many contributions from the world, literally. We've got 750 issues in the 3 weeks, just 3 weeks, and over 1,000 pull requests from 224 contributors. In total, there are more than 300 contributors. People improved our website dramatically day by day. Even we got a pull request from Audrey Tan, a digital minister of Taiwan government. I remember we got very excited at the time we found this request. Of course, we merged the request in a second. How people contribute actually? For instance, there are 20 issues about accessibility. After we released the website, some of the accessibility experts joined to our repository and discussed how the website could be more readable for weak-eyed people or color-weak people. We changed color schemas and added some additional text information besides of charts by accepting their contributions. The website reached 60 million page views during the half year after the release. The logo of the site is displayed on the back panel of every press conference by the governor of Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Since we released the source code under an open license, the local community or the individual developers forked our source code and rebuilt it as a local version. These images are some of the cover illustrations of the cloned version website. It is cool, right? Yeah, not only engineers, also the designers contributed to each website. In the end, more than 80 communities and governments created the similar dashboard using the codebase. I was amazed how quickly it spread across Japan. I have a theory that explains that the public sector should invest in open source community because the active use of open source software by the public administration will strengthen society's intellectual capital as a whole. Rather than being spent taxes as intellectual property for the particular companies, it becomes an intellectual capital that everyone in society can use, which will lower the cost in the long run, I think. Publishing software source code is similar to building public library. Moreover, give people opportunities to join to improve society. Not only by the company, people can contribute. Even high school and university students also played a big part in developing our website. For instance, since we released the source code to the GitHub, dozens of people started to write an article about how to contribute, redeploy our our COVID-19 dashboard. The article in the center of the slide was written by the high school student. It was liked more than 1,030 times. 1,300 times. Let me show a couple. Let me explain a couple of other cases. Due to the local restaurant had to close their venue during the COVID-19 situation, they started a delivery. These restaurants started the delivery or takeout services, but the students couldn't know which restaurants are providing such services. Many local community built this kind of application, the takeout search application, for the people who wants to look for the local restaurants having takeout or delivery services. This is another example, dashboard of the information of the bed occupancy rate of the hospitals. There are no centralized data of the beds and the patients. So we had to ask the people to collect the data from the various data sources. So people can contribute by making data, not only building something. Thanks to the large number of students participating in Kotobo Japan, a new initiative has emerged. Civic Tech Challenge Cup is a competition of the social problem-solving services for students under 22 years old. Code for Japan's interns started this project for students who was not able to go to school and missed summer internship opportunities due to school suspension. 28 teams from 1,005 students participated in this competition. Then 10 finalists presented their services developed under more than 2 months. All the entries were very high level, and the event ended with great success. One of the students started his company, and the service was tested with the municipalities after the event. We are organizing Civic Tech Challenge Cup of this year also. Please share this info if you have under 22 years old friends. Also, we started a new program called the Civic Tech Accelerator Program. This is the first accelerator program focused on civic tech in Japan. Next, let me pick up our social technology officer project. The government is not only provider of social services, right? There are NPOs also providing the essential services. So we are supporting non-profit organizations in this project. This project is trying to create a new occupation called Social Technology Officer. The STO, its job descriptions are similar to the CTO of the general companies, but STO needs to know social problems as well as technologies. We match tech people and NPOs by creating opportunities to know, help, and support NPOs. For the instance, one of the teams created a chatbot for the NPO that helps low-income families. This NPO was supporting low-income families. The corona epidemic has increased the number of consultations by consultation with them so much. That has become very difficult to deal with. So STO team built a chatbot to make the communication easier for both the families and staffs. The most recent project that we are starting is called DIY Cities. I believe that cities need to be created by citizens, not only a government and IT companies. DIY means do it yourself. We help cities that provide opportunities for the students to join their policy making or city planning processes. So for enabling student participation, we will create the students' collaborative toolkit. It is kind of workshop materials. Then the supporters will help the local facilitators. Also, we will provide a platform for student participation. We will organize workshops to collect people and build teams. Then publish playbooks and case studies. Also, we are developing City OS and data catalogs. About participatory policy making, we localized an open source student engagement tool called Decidim. It was born and used in Barcelona. It provides many functions about the student participatory process, like policy making or participatory budgeting. We launched the website late last year in Kakogawa City to make the smart city policy with the students. During the planning project, we also organized an open source offline workshop with students. I realized this kind of intensive workshop is essential to collect the student voices, not only providing the online services. Offline connection is really, really important. So we put the workshops, we organized the workshops, and we put the workshops result to the Decidim. This kind of offline and online feedback loop is really necessary if you want to create city consensus. This is how Decidim has been used in the first 2 months since we started it. It's worth noting that the participation of teenagers is over, the rate of the participation of teenagers is over 40%. Traditional methods like town meeting in the town hall would not have yielded such a result, I think. We are planning to use Decidim for more widely topics now. Also, we are developing a data exchange platform based on 5Air with Hamamatsu City. 5Air is an open source platform used in EU countries. We are going to build common resource of the City OS with open source. Through this is a huge challenge. I am very, very excited about it. By the way, we are looking for the people to help us with this DIY City OS project, especially for the infrastructure engineers with AWS experience. So if you are interested in, please contact us. Okay, I have a vision of an open source government. Governments are creating services with students and make it open and share with other local governments. The COVID-19 dashboard was a concrete example of the future government. Providing open source governance to make the government more open is the key of people collaboration. Often, I asked this question. Okay, Civic text looks fun, or Civic text is cool. How I can join, or I can start? This is really good question. I would ask to read. First, join our Slack. We have, as I said, we have more than 5,200 members in our Slack. Please join our Slack and say hello and make your introduction. People will react to something. And next is find local code for group. We call it Brigade, and join it. you can find which area has local communities in our website. And also, please join our Social Hack Day event. I will explain later. So this is a kind of opportunity to find the friends. And also join other events. We often run several events to learn the digital transformation of the government, or how to collaborate with the government, or how can collect the data, or running workshops. So please join us. And many other ways are existing. So please see this article, only Japanese, sorry, but there is this note explains other ways to join Civic Tech. My recommendation is a Social Hack Day. It is a monthly hackathon event for the people who is challenging social issues. Unlikely the general hackathon, there is no competition, and you won't be rushed. This is bring your own project types hackathon, an event for the people who are working on some project already to gather, and they can gather their supporters and work together intensively for a day. You can bring your own projects, or you just join and find other project to join. So you don't need to prepare if you don't want to. So everyone can join. Even the non-engineer can join. It does not require very high skill set. You will see that kind of activities are happening. You will see what kind of activities are happening in our community. Next Social Hack Day will be held at the June 26th. Please join us. In an earlier slide, I posed a question. Does technology really make people happier? The answer to the question would be that technology makes people happier if we use it correctly, right? Civic Tech is one of the ways to use technologies for making the world a better place by ourselves. Of course, there's another way to do it. So I wish you also commit something for using technology for good. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. I believe that our responsibility to leave a better future for the next generation. The girl in the right photo is my daughter. I am an engineer, but also a father and a student. I just want to contribute to make the better future. And Civic Tech is not only for the engineers. Anybody can contribute. We should think and create a better future together. Let's make the world a better place. That's all from my end. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hal. Great talk. So we have some questions.
Okay.
One of that is from Atsushi. Thank you, Atsushi. How many foreigners involved in Code for Japan, like localization or internationalization?
Oh, good question. I don't know precisely number, but I think around 10% engineers are from the foreign countries, especially in Taiwan, because we have a friend community called GovZero in Taiwan, and they are very, very actively working. And sometimes we have we had a joint hackathon event. Oh, I should say about the. I should share this about this hackathon about in our presentation, but it is called the Facing the Ocean event. We held the event at Okinawa or Tainan and joined together and make some cool make hacking tools and share the social problems during each countries. That was really fun. So that we have Taiwanese friends very much.
Oh, great. So keep collaboration with Taiwan. I want. And I have a question. I feel that more and more people are using technology and open source by your activity. However, I think there are some misunderstandings about open source in Japan. I think that your COVID-19 dashboard should be more widespread in local government, not only Tokyo, but also many local government. Right. What can we or I do to help people understand open source and use it more?
Wow, great question. Yeah, open source idea is a little bit difficult to understand because most of people think it is just like a free thing. Free means free of beer, but actually this is not only not only that someone don't need to pay money. It is the free is more wide concept. So free kind of the free speech or some meaning. So we should explain about the result from the open source. So I often explain the people that if you use open source software, you are not locked in particular vendors, right? And maybe the several governments share their systems. The cost would be lower than making it each separately, right? So I think it's good to explain the result for the people who you are talking to. What you will earn from open source. So that is, I think, really important.
Oh, I see. Thanks. Oh, we have one more question. Yes. Who will be started each project? Oh, you have many projects.
I didn't start everything, right? Obviously. Many projects happened by individuals, not only from the Code for core members. Actually, the COVID-19 website started from the government because Tokyo Metropolitan Government asked us to build that. So that is a special case. But the case I mentioned in the presentation about the takeout services, it was started by the non-tech person living in the Nagareyama city. The just ordinary citizens wanted to create that application, and someone helped to how to use the non-coding tools. So she developed it by herself and asked the communities to collect the data and improve it. So that's started by the one ordinary student.
Interesting. Oh, great. Oh, so, new project will started もうもう non-coding person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, often that's because often the students themselves know the programs very well. It's good to build the solution by him or her. So engineers know very well about the technology, but we don't know about the actual programs and issues, what they have a problem. So our motto is built with people, not for. Just helping them is not completely true. So making something together, we can understand each other, and they can understand how to utilize the technologies. That collaboration makes the society more stronger.
Thanks. Great. Oh, we have one more question. From Taro. Some people which does not have technology or skill think that they cannot join this activity. Before joining, what does they do that?
Yeah, maybe this question is asking how to join a project before having the skill set, right? So, yeah, often such low skills people are joining our communities because they have something to solve and ask help to, and they want to find friends with to attack the same problem. So, and just most easiest way is just joining and make a self-introduction and put the issues you want to solve. If you are caring about the kind of the how to say kind of the government systems, you want to say something about the problems, or you want to save some poverties, and you just join and say I'm interested in to helping changing the for example the world warming problem, and other people will take you to the right spot and work together, and gradually and you can get some tasks or that you can do. Just maybe that tasks are changing the design or collecting some information from the internet or making a database or some other things. I believe anyone can do something. So just joining and find the opportunity to contribute, I think it is enough. You don't need to prepare something before joining.
Thanks. Work together and creative with is very important. And you hold ideas on. So maybe someone who has an issue or idea can join your activity, right?
Right. No. Ideathon is a very good way to join, and it is just fun. and you don't need to be required the skills. And yeah, I think this month in Hamamatsu, we will organize a hackathon event of the DIY city. So if you are interested in, please join us. It is, I think it is online.
When?
Not decided, but I think later this month.
Yeah. Please tweet this later.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all question.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. This is time up. Thank you, Haru. So now we are going to have a break. The next session started at 4:50 UTC. In the meantime, please watch the awesome sponsor video. At the end of the sponsor video, we display code for special novelties. Check code and apply to special novelties. Wait.
Hi, everyone. I'm here today to talk about Zoom's evolving developer relations strategy as we ourselves have gone from app to developer platform. My name is Michael. I manage our partner support engineering team on our developer relations team. And the fundamental question of today has really been like the existential question of our developer relations team over the last year and a half, 2 years. And that is, how does developer relations change when your product itself becomes developer infrastructure, maybe in a way that it wasn't originally? And that's been kind of difficult, or it's required, intentional change on our side, because software products, Zoom is we're a software company. Like we build software applications, video conferencing. We build tools that do things really well. Because software products, they solve the problem that they were originally built for. Usually, right? But intended use of that software becomes this paradigm. It's this inertia of how we continue to design, build, market, and internally think about what these products are. And being on the front line on developer-facing audiences, we've increasingly seen over the last year that people are not using Zoom to just meet with each other. They're using it to create products and grow businesses, in many ways because they had to. And so as a developer relations team, our task is to understand how do we engage with that change. It's required an entirely new developer relations strategy, what we measure, what we optimize for, what we're working towards. And it's also required just massive organizational change for teams that are not developer relations at Zoom. And we ourselves have been really intentional about identifying where are those moments of inertia? Where are we thinking about things maybe in a way that we have previously done? And where do we need to change as an organization? And changing your inertia has meant for us, it's meant elevating the API to a core feature of the product. Elevating the fact that there's a Zoom API to a core feature of the meeting, of the webinar, of the recording. And thinking about the product features, the features of a meeting, the features of cloud recording, thinking about those as themselves being buildable tools for a developer. And the change in developer relations strategy around this, has been to empower ourselves, our team, as being an engine for new products and opportunities. As the developer-facing team on a new developer platform, we have given ourselves the permission and the energy to say, this is what we need to dramatically change. Here's what we need to improve to be able to meet the needs of this new intended use of our product. And this has meant not only just building developer products, but it's really actively it's meant actively working to change the way that you or we as an organization think about our products. And we see our value to developers as being like our products are tools that you don't have to build yourself. You don't need to build scalable multi data center new architecture for video conferencing. We want to give you the tools to build on top of that to solve better problems than that's already been solved in our view. So how are we supposed to provide building blocks, though, for use cases that maybe we don't know exist yet? And the easy way to do this is really to say, like, okay, we're going to help people build Zoom for X. Like, we're going to say, you want to build Zoom to meet this gap in the market. But the better way to do this has been to just give them the infrastructure and the tools and see what developers want to build. Rather than saying, we're going to let you build Zoom for X, we're going to say, go build video experiences, and we're going to help you power that. And these changing developer paradigms have meant that people have been able to build with meetings using Zoom and new developer partnerships to help go to market, like build on the fact that a meeting can happen. Build the meeting app itself to say we're going to use the SDK to just embed meetings in your own application, and the meeting happens in your own app. Increasingly building in the meeting itself, and with Zoom apps in our developer alpha, intended to use embedding third-party apps within Zoom. And then really this new one is just, we're going to let people just open up, build with Zoom's video infrastructure. And with our video SDK, that's really become increasingly that we want people to build fully customized video applications, but just built on top of our infrastructure. It's not Zoom, it's Zoom's infrastructure. And that's like a fundamental change in the way that we think about how the opportunity that we have for developer platforms. If you want to talk more about this, hop over to developers.zoom.us or find me on Twitter. I would love to talk more about the ways that developer relations changes as the company scales, and how we have scaled our team itself over the last year. Thank you very much for attending. I hope you have a great time at the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Thank you, Zoom. Please watch virtual booth on Orbis 2. We'll back soon. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone. Hi again. This is Dazen from the DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 organizers group. Yeah, I had a lunch and I had listened to the keynote. So did you like that? Next group is the busiest group of the day because we're gonna have the co-speakers for 2 sessions. So we're gonna have 5 people. Yeah, let's first introduce them. So please add those speakers, awesome speakers, to the layout, please. Okay, cool. Hi guys.
Hello. Hi. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi everyone.
Let me just leave it doing the housekeeping stuff. So because I heard the background music. I think this is working well. Okay, so thank you for joining this group. So this is going to be the packed. So we're going to have 5 speakers in one slot. So first of all, let's introduce ourselves. Because I see that Shulan is my right side. So can you introduce yourself? Then I go to the right, going to the bottom. Then I left. The Shivai is going to the last person.
Sure. Hi, Dyson. Hi, everyone. Hope you all are all staying safe and healthy. My name is Kushlani De Silva. I currently work as a technology marketing consultant, and I'm also an ambassador of Viva, and Avi, who you can also see, is co-presenting today's session alongside with me on building communities. So I've been in technology marketing for a little over 11 years, and I started out as a marketing consultant about 6 months ago. Really enjoying the journey so far, and really looking forward to learning more from everyone here today. So excited to be here. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Shani. Yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Avi. I'm the co-founder of Weaver. We are a knowledge network, and I call myself a community builder and a cartoonist and a knowledge seeker because I'm always in quest to learn something new. So over here to talk about it, and over here to learn from people like Shivai and Pranshu and everyone else too. I've been in the industry for a while. I've built a couple companies, and I'm going to draw some parallels how building a startup is also very much close to building a community. And we'll talk about that today.
Oh, awesome. Looking forward to it. Hi, everyone. I'm Shahbaz, a developer advocate at Magic Labs. And yeah, I'm also a community builder. I'm involved in community for like 8+ years. And alongside me, I and Pranshu would be talking about the Mint model, winning with the community. So I hope you will be joining, and we will be sharing what we have understood and learned together. So yeah, looking forward to it.
All right. I think my talk description has been given by Shahbaz. As you all know, I'm a co-speaker with Shahbaz. I have been building communities for about 6 years now. And yeah, I did it for the Mozilla Reps program. And that's where I met Shahbaz. So the talk will be our journey and how did we build a mentor-mentee relation and how did we expand into it. Other than that, I am a community and events manager at Graph CMS. It's a headless CMS that is powered by GraphQL. That's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, really excited to be in front of awesome list of speakers. And Dyson, a very quick introduction about myself. I'm Shivai. I graduated last year from my undergrad degree in computer science. And over the past 3 years, I've exclusively been part of a lot of different hackathons, organizing, being a mentor, judge, and also being a participant. And my level of experience with communities has started out with building those connections at hackathons, to which I got to know about various kind of tech communities, and I joined them. So over the past 3 years, I've exclusively been involved in a lot of different hackathons, empowering other students to also get started with hackathons, mentoring them. And apart from that, I've also been quite active in open source. So I'm currently a Google Summer of Code mentor for TensorFlow. And I have also been mentoring a lot of different other organizations, including Jenkins, and also been quite active in the Surface Mesh community in CNCF. So the journey started out through hackathons, and today that is why I'm going to be speaking about how hackathons also do empower developer communities, and why participating in hackathons is one of the best ways to get started and get introduced to developer communities. So really excited to be sharing my experience, and also I hope that everyone has a great time in DevRelCon Tokyo.
Thanks all. Yeah, it's great interaction, and we're gonna be getting after the old sessions of this group again. So please ask a lot of questions to each other. Also, the chat. Please drop your question to the chat, or ask any comments, or ask any question on the Twitter as well. If you want to use a Twitter, please use a hashtag DevRelCon so that we can monitor those questions. So now let's go into the first session. It's gonna be the building a new community. How do you do it? By Kushlani and Avi. So yeah, let's get started. Okay, I think you're gonna be sharing your screen, so please prepare for that. And if you're ready, we're gonna change the layout. And after the screen transition, you may start your session.
Just give me a second.
No worries. This is the online experience, so we can chat about things while you are preparing for the screens. Yeah. I think you're ready. Yeah, cool. Okay, please start it.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Avi, and I'm here with Kushlani today. And very excited to be talking about how to build new communities, something I love. That's my passion. I want to give a quick intro about what I've been doing. At Weaver, I'm a co-founder here. We are a knowledge network. Before Weaver, I was with Heroes, which is a mobile API company. And I call myself a cartoonist and a knowledge seeker. I'll hand it over to Kush for a second, and I'll come back.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Hope you're all doing well. My name is Kushlani De Silva, and I work as a marketing consultant, and I specialize in marketing for the technology industry. I've been doing a lot of work with Avi and the team at Weaver over the past several months, and I'd like to call myself an ambassador of Weaver, simply seeing some of the great work that they do. I was involved with a company called WSO2 for over 11 years. And last year, I started out on my own as an independent marketing consultant, and I'm really enjoying it. Aside of work, I'm very much into fitness. I find that it's a really great way to keep yourself sane, especially when things get tough. So excited to be here. And today's session is all about building new communities. So here's a really quick look at the agenda that we have for today. So Avi's going to start off by talking about a framework for building and growing communities. And then we're going to progress into some of the potential challenges, like how do you keep communities alive? How do you find inspiration to build a new community? How do you kind of get ahead of that initial apprehension, and how do you just go for it? And finally, we're going to show you some real life advice from DevRels across the world, which was a part of a DevRel handbook that we ran. And after that, we're going to break into questions, and hopefully you'll have a lot of questions by the end of the session. So Avi, back to you to start off with your framework.
All right, thanks much. All right, I want to talk about a framework, but before that, I want to talk about a quick story. It's a real life story and something that we saw while building a community and some fascinating outcomes coming out of it. So as I mentioned before, I was running a startup called Heroes. It is a mobile API company, and we wanted to build our own community, the first community that we thought we'll build. We soon realized building that was not very easy. And what we did was we started getting into these forums, and all the external communities, Reddits of the world, started answering questions out there. And we soon realized that we actually have a number of champions, which we have created because we were answering them long, detailed answers. We were DMing them. This is your answer, by the way. Long story short, that community was not our community. That was on Reddit. That was on other channels, other forums, but that became our community. And we got into some really large companies due to building those relationships. We got into Goodyear, Maersk, number of these large companies. And we realized that the community that we were trying to build, which we thought is going to be a forum of ours, is going to be a little bit of our own community where we'll be chatting, was a myth. Our perception of community changed that very day. We realized the community happens everywhere. So while we are building the community, the first thing that we should keep in mind is that your community is actually everywhere. So you can tap into external communities and think of them as there is a little community within those external communities that could be yours. Post-acquisition, once we got acquired by a public company, and we got some budgets, we got some money to extend our community efforts. And we realized that it was just not me and one more person answering questions out there. And we wanted to operationalize the whole thing so that others can chime in from our team into these forums and public external communities. And so we started building something that is now what I'm going to talk about. It's called an epic framework. To build an epic company, you build an epic community, and to build an epic community, you use the epic framework. So here it goes. The epic framework has E as the top one, and empathy is at the heart of everything. We all know empathy is so important for companies and for communities. But what is empathy? For us, we learned empathy was about knowing the problems of people. And it was not just from our community, because we didn't have any community. We were just going into other forums and other places to see what are other people facing as their issues in the mobile ecosystem that we were in. And we started relating to them and saying, okay, looks like this community of mobile developers need this as a solution. And I would keep empathy as the top one, because without that, you're not solving a problem. And if you solve that problem, people will come to you. The second E is for empowerment. You got to empower people to do certain things. Once you know that these are the problems, how do you empower them? What do you give them that empowers them further? And if you give them something that empowers them, they will like it. They will actually start evangelizing you because they are getting empowered. For example, in Weaver today, we empower professionals, tech professionals, to share, donate, or monetize their knowledge. We empower people who would not otherwise have ability to do that because there are no easy tools. So we empower them. And that's how we are building this community today. So in the epic framework, E comes at the top one, empathy and empowerment. Next is P, purpose. We all know purpose is extremely important for companies, and it's as important for communities as well. Because a shared sense of purpose is what brings the community further up. If you see any company that has a mission and a purpose, they are all aligned into one. For example, again, taking an example of Weaver, we want to democratize knowledge. That's our purpose. We want to remove the mediators from these expert networks, and we want to bring knowledge to everyone. That's our purpose. So anyone who aligns with this as a purpose is a part of our community. And we have now a shared vision out here to do that. So in the epic framework, P is extremely important to not just bring people in, but to then grow the community with that shared sense of purpose out there. The next one is I, an important one. I is for investment. And every community, when you are starting, and it's the same as startups as well, is that you got to decide where you're going to put the money in, and where you're going to put the time in, and where you're going to put the people in, right? With the community is the same thing. You decide, this is where my investment is going to go from a time perspective. This is going to from a people perspective, which is also sometimes money, but sometimes it is not. Sometimes it's the community people who are focused on certain things. It's not taking out money from your pocket, but you still have to give it a thought. So investment at what stage you are in, and thinking about what investments and where you're going to be putting in the effort from time, money, and people is a great way to look at how you're going to grow the community. Then comes the C, which is communication. We all know about communication as an important aspect. And when you start a community, there is no communication, because that's the hardest part. How do you start foster communication amongst people? And the best way we have seen, and that there could be many ways to look at it, is to first, as a leader, you start communication without expecting much response. That means it's a one-way communication, but you still got to do it. You still got to talk about things. And someday people start opening up and they say, okay, looks like there's something going on here. I have a response over here. And your job after that is to find 3 or 4 people who can now communicate within the community. And that starts everything. So the goal is to foster communication amongst community members, but don't lose hope when you're building the first community members. Keep communicating, keep giving them knowledge, keep giving them some meaningful things as a community member. And then suddenly this thing springs up. So to wrap up, my framework is about Epic. This is no way the only framework. This is a framework that keeps evolving. And I'm sure, there are people who have built multiple frameworks, multiple ways, but this is one way to look at how to really differentiate and say, if I'm building a new community, let's at least cover these bases over here: empathy, empowerment, purpose, investment, and communication. And I would encourage everyone to write it down for the team the team that is leading the community, as well as the community members themselves, so they know what is their purpose and what are they getting empowered for. So once they know it, they will evangelize this for others. And we'll take questions after this, and I will hand it over to Kush right now.
All right, thank you very much, Avi. Great framework over there. So I think it's really important to also understand how some of these elements actually cut across as well. Let me just quickly share my screen. Okay, no, that's fine. We have the slides up there. Right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how you keep communities alive. Now, building a community is one thing, but how do you keep that interaction? How do you keep the engagement? And how do you get your community to really rally behind your cause? So the first thing you have to think about is commitment. If you're building a community, you need to know that it is a long-term commitment and a long-term investment that you're making in order to either create awareness around a certain cause, get more people involved, or if you found that there's a particular problem and a group of people who can come together can fix it. That's what community building is about. That's the essence. But in order to really bring out that essence and to get more people on your side, onto your team, you have to have the commitment. And along with commitment, consistency is there as well, because communities cannot come up today and die down in a month or 2 months. And in order to make sure that your community is sustainable, everything that you do, from your efforts to your knowledge sharing to your communication, the next C on the framework, all of that needs to be very consistent, so that everybody who is around your community, who come to you with a certain level of trust and believing that you are as passionate as they are about that cause, they are going to rally around you and they're going to really trust you if you are consistent across all your efforts. So those are the first 3 C's: commitment, consistency, and communication. The next one is creativity. Now, this can be a challenge because if you've been part of a community for a while, or if you're running a community, at the start, you put your best foot forward, you are going all out there, you're looking for different ways to get people in the community to engage, to contribute. But the element of creativity might die down after a certain period of time, especially if you think, oh, I have this community around me, they're going to stick around, so I don't have to really worry too much about bringing something novel and interesting every single time. But you have to remember, it is communities that provide a space for individuals to be creative, and for that community to be creative as a whole, that really puts that community forward. So whether it's changing up the format of your regular catch-ups, or looking at a virtual happy hour, or just looking at different things to keep that community alive. Because once the creativity dies down, you're going to feel a little disconnected from the community. You're going to feel like, okay, this community is there, they're doing work, but I'm not really feeling it. So that's why creativity is especially important. And the other thing is coordination, probably one of the less glamorous sides of any activity that we do, really, that combines different groups of people. Coordination is important in all aspects, whether it's for events that you organize within the community, whether it's for the communication channels that you've set up, if you're trying to set up a certain knowledge sharing group within the community. There has to be a lot of coordination in order for the members of the community to be for you to be transparent to the members of the community about what is going on. Now, another important part of coordination is making sure that you have roles and responsibilities assigned within the community. Now, a lot of folks might think, okay, it's community, do you need so much of structure? But the truth is, you actually do, because if you have people responsible within the community for certain elements, then the coordination process becomes much easier, because you know exactly what you're supposed to do, what your role is in the bigger ecosystem, and that makes the process of keeping communities alive a lot easier. Right. So next, I'm going to touch up on finding inspiration for new communities. And why I use the word inspiration here is because there are a lot of communities out there. And I think post-COVID, this would have changed, because a lot more people were online. A lot of us felt the need to communicate and to be in touch with other individuals who were either going through the same problems that we have, or who were trying out certain new things for the first time, right? And by this, I mean inspiration for any community, whether it's tech. So I belong to a lot of sub communities in tech, because I'm in tech marketing. So whether it's tech CEO, tech SEO rather, tech content, or tech marketing, there are lots of communities out there. But how do you find the inspiration to create that new community? How do you wake up one day and say, hey, I have this idea, I feel like there's a niche here, there's a gap, and this gap really needs a community. So how do you find the inspiration to do that and not feel like you're going to get lost amongst all the other communities? So the first way to really be able to find inspiration for these new communities is think, why not? Instead of thinking, if you have a good idea and if you believe in that idea, and if you've run it by a few of your peers or your colleagues and they agree with you, you shouldn't think, why should I build a community? You should think, why not build a new community? Why not champion this cause that I am trying to put forward? Why not get another set of people who are equally passionate as I am about this cause and go for it? So I'll take a small example from the kind of work that I do. So in technology, at least from where I am, which is Sri Lanka, we have a very good environment now for startups than it used to be. However, with some of the tech startups in Sri Lanka, the emphasis that they give to marketing is very, very low. During the first year or the first 2 years, there is little to no marketing. So the CEO or the co-founder puts together a website, you write the content, you have a social media account, very limited interaction, nothing at all. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a smaller community within the bigger technology communities in Sri Lanka for the tech marketers to come out there and say, look, technology marketing is something that you have to emphasize on from day one. You need to either get the support of someone from outside the organization, or you need to hire a marketing hire in-house, and you have to give marketing the level of emphasis that it's due. So I am trying to create a community with that message. And in creating this message, one of the things that I first realized is important to do is you have to educate, because you might know your cause and you might be really passionate about it. You can probably, talk for an hour about it. But if you don't educate other people about it, the others who you want to join your community, they're not going to know that this need even exists. So the first thing is education. And the best way to educate is either, so I do a lot of this education creating by writing. Like, for example, I write about why technology marketers should become writers, or why companies should invest in technology marketing from the beginning. I've also conducted surveys where there's a good 70% of the tech companies in Sri Lanka, the smaller ones, where majority of the marketing decisions and the marketing direction And even some of the marketing execution is done by the CEOs or the founders, which I think is a problem. So I've used all of this insight to generate enough education so people around me see that, okay, there is a point, there's a cause in this kind of community. And the other thing is encouragement, because if you're already part of several communities, you're going to want to be a little cautious before you join another community and before you invest your time. So a lot of encouragement is needed so that people can, understand what you're trying to do, and they'll be encouraged to come on board with you. Getting folks involved is true as well, because in any community, if your conversation, whether you're building a community or whether you already are in an established community, if you don't get your community members involved, they're not going to feel connected, similar to what I was explaining earlier. So whether it's by way of discussions, whether it's by way of threads, by way of recommendations, referrals, whatever it is, or just sharing their own insight, it's important to get them involved. And finally, enjoy. I mean, none of us want to do things that we don't enjoy, right? And in communities, that lightheartedness, and that feeling of togetherness, that feeling of, okay, we are doing something really great here. We are creating education around a cause that's really important, but we are also having a good time doing it. So getting together as a community, having fun, whether it's it's virtual or whether even it's on a thread, and how you're commenting and the kind of vibe that you bring in, I think is really important. And as the person building that community and running that community, it's important that you pay attention to making sure that your community members are actually enjoying being a part of the community and that they like what they do. So next, we're going to show you some advice from DevRels across the world and how we got to this great advice. And there was a ton of fantastic information that these DevRels shared. Is the team at Weaver have been working hard, and I've been working alongside with them to do a DevRel handbook that addresses some of the key questions or challenges that DevRels might be going through on the day-to-day, whether it's with existing communities or building new communities. So as you can see, I love the quotes here, because Mary starts off by saying, don't be afraid. And that's exactly what I echoed as well. Sometimes you just have to, go out there, put your foot forward and say, hey, I've got this idea. I think it's a good one. I'm going to go for it. So don't be afraid. Just do it. If you've got the skills, if you feel like, you are capable of something, speak up, put your ideas across, and, get things going. Samudra Veerasinghe, community manager at WC2, speaks about something very important, which is learning your market thoroughly, and this especially applies to someone like me as well. If you're from a marketing background, you can't directly map marketing into DevRel. You have to be able to understand your market and then apply it. And ask questions, like Hemchandra said. If you don't know something, speak up. Again, threads, forums, meetups, wherever it is, just speak up and get your ideas across. Got a couple of other quick quotes as well. Spending time with your community is important, very closely related to commitment. Go in with a learning mindset. After all, that's why you're here. Like how we were speaking about knowledge networks, you're in it in order to learn from others who may have experienced what you're doing and would have navigated some of the challenges that you do have. Talk, but listen more. Again, very important. Like Leon mentions, go in with an open mindset, like Scott mentioned, but also go in not just to learn, but to listen and grasp all that knowledge really, and then you'll be able to give really good feedback. So if you are interested in contributing to the DevRel handbook, you can get in touch with Avi. We're always looking at folks from all parts of the world with different DevRel experiences who are willing to share what they've experienced in their respective communities. And we'd love to create this platform where any DevRel can come in and read up on this handbook and really understand and get inspiration. That's one of my favorite words. Just get inspiration from other DevRels who've done some really incredible work. Okay, that is about it for the slides. We're going to move in to questions right now. So Avi and I are available to take any questions that you might have. Let's see.
I think, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for the great talk. I learned a lot, especially the Epic framework, as well as the, how keep community alive. Those are very relevant to me because I shared with you on the other day. I'm trying to reboot my community and trying to sustain the community activities. So I've got a lot of questions, and I think other people is asking the question as well. So let me pick on one of them. Is how would you recommend getting started in DevRel? So that's a broad question.
Kush, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. So I think, well, if I'm being honest, I'm quite new to DevRel myself, although I was involved in technology marketing for a long time. But I think it goes back to really learning about your community and understanding what gaps there are and how you and a group of other people who share the same passion can contribute. So if you remember, I think some of the quotes also showed is to just start off by spending a lot of time listening to the community, even though you might not really have a good grasp of what is happening, but spend some time, move with your community, learn from them, and understand the importance of this function called DevRel and what it really means and the value that you can add no matter what background you come from. And once you figure out your contribution and your value, then you can go ahead and take that forward to a DevRel role of any capacity, I think. So you have to start with I would say learning as much as you can about the communities that you're trying to get involved in, the communities that you're trying to contribute to in DevRel, and then kind of take your talents forward from there.
I'll just add in one more thing over here, saying DevRel is about relationship making. So first is obviously relationship, but then I've seen the best of the DevRels play on their strengths. If you like to write, if you like to speak, if you like to talk, if you like to do videos, pick up the one that you feel most passionate about, and then apply the relationship skills from that medium. And we do have some questions in the DevRel handbook, which is about starting in the DevRel space. So I think it will be good one. Oh, the next question is about DevRel. So DevRel handbook is an initiative that started during the pandemic late last year, and then we have the first version out. Around 33 people all over the world, they contributed, and you saw some excerpts out of that. It is currently on devrel.viva.ai. I'm going to send that as a link through Dyson onto that. But it's an evolving handbook. It's being done by, it's a contributory handbook. We were just so intricately involved into this community, and we took that as an initiative. So anyone who wants to contribute, anyone who wants to write about, there's a set of questions, and you can say, well, this is something that I know well. It's about community building, starting in DevRel, how to grow in DevRel, the tips and tricks, tools around it, and things like those.
Cool. Javi, if you have a Twitter account, can you share the link to the book with the DevRelCon hashtag so that we can retweet those links?
I will do that right after this, yes.
Cool, thank you. So it's time to the end of this session. Thank you both for giving the great talk. And please feel free to stay in the background and backstage so that we can get together again after all sessions and chat for each talk.
Great.
So
thanks, everyone. Thank you, Dyson.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Dyson. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so that was a great talk, and we are heading to the next talk. Next talk is going to be the mentor model for winning with the community. So it's going to be about the same topic, but it's a slightly different angle from the Muhammad, also the Pransh. So are you guys ready? If so, please welcome both of them. Hi there.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Dyson.
Yeah.
Hi.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, hope so.
Ever.
Cool. So let us change the layout. And after me disappearing, you may start your session, please.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, first of all, thanks to Kushlani and Avi for a great session. I loved how they spoke about empathy and empowerment, which is something that we will talk about during the session. Anywho, let's start with it. So welcome to our talk, the MENT model. I'll straight away clear this out. It's like a Venn diagram for mentor and mentee, right? This is something that we've worked on practically for quite some time and are looking to build it in a more detailed manner, discussing which communities offer mentorship and which ones can use it in what manner, right? So there are different communities, different sizes, different interests, and it's not straightforward that if a mentorship mentee model will work for them, but we are looking to expand on the idea because mentorship is something that adds a lot of value. And yeah, I would love it if you ask us a lot of questions because this will help us make it better. We want to expand in each and every aspect of what this model can create for different communities. Yep, next slide. All right, so I'll just give my introduction. I'm Pranshu. I am a community and events manager at Craft CMS. We're a headless CMS. I've been building communities for over 5-6 years, and yeah, I guess that's about it. You can hit me up anytime.
Yeah, and hi, I'm Shabazz, a developer advocate at Magic, and I, along with Pranshu, building the community for so long time, and looking forward to share more. So yeah.
Awesome.
I think this is my slides. So yeah, what to expect from this talk? So I am pretty sure Pranshu has given it away what to expect from it. So this is no means a standardized process right now. So we would love your feedback, your questions to improve it. So we will see like what to expect from this talk, right? So we will talk about where it started and how did it shape the model and who is it for and what is like how you adapt it and what are the wins we have seen. So it all started, I'm not sure if you can recognize us, but yeah, that is Pranshu and that is me in the red circle. We met at MakerFest 2017 representing our local communities. By that time, I was representing Mozilla Rajasthan, and then later on move on to represent Mozilla Jharkhand. And at the same time, Pranshu was representing Mozilla Gujarat, which is what at that time, like somewhat around 6 to 8 people actively working with it. So yeah, that's how we met. And how did it take shape? That was the first time we met in person. Before that, we were meeting online and having discussions. But it all take the shape from the activities we did together. We have a lot of hackathons organized together. We joined multiple video calls after that meeting because we have learned from each other from like peer-to-peer network, and we were like free and open sharing. This is like it's not a one-way communication. We were like open to what it was. So yeah, Pranshu, like feel free to jump in if you want to add more stuff here. But like it was no means it was one way sharing. I was a mentor to Pranshu, and I never felt that like I am the one who is constantly giving back, giving feedback to Pranshu. I was so open to get the feedback. So having a constant feedback is very much needed, but at the same time you need to be open to get those feedback and receive those feedback, right?
And yeah, free and open sharing matters here a lot because not for a single moment I thought that you were my mentor or you were my mentee, but we would call for 50, we would take a call for 15 minutes and it would go on for 45 minutes, 1 hour, because we were so we were so open to talking about what's going on with life, with jobs, with studies, with different frameworks, and just giving each other feedback about Shabaz's content, my online presence. So it helped us take a look at things from a more different perspective, because
Yeah,
good.
yeah, exactly. And what we are trying to say is that there is no hierarchical structure, which is what you will see when we share our structure of the Mint model, how it is structured. So before this, like, all the mentor-mentee model has like a lot of hurdles. You have heard about these hurdles for sure, and this is what we have come across, and we have tried to solve it. That the mentor is not approachable. This is very common, right? And mentees are anxious to take step. As a mentor, you share with your mentees that, hey, you reached out to us with your queries, these are the steps you should take it. But again, there is no consistent touch between every node. So we will explain what every node means later in the talk. And in no means these are the only hurdles. There is a lot to come, and we are much more to come for the hurdles, and we are here to explore and see what those hurdles would be. And this is where the Mint model structure looks like. There is a mentor and a mentee, as you have heard about, like, guessed from the Mint word, which is a combination of mentor and mentee. So who should be the mentor? Ideally, someone who has experience with the program, someone who is very open to the idea of teaching somebody, not restricted to technology. So in no means it has to be, the tech mentor, or, who is someone who could teach you code, but it could be anyone giving feedback. As Pranshul said, we had like 15 minutes call scheduled, but went on for a 45 minutes to 1 hour long, sharing feedbacks on life, jobs, perspective, online presence, lot more. And note, important, this is very important, to have an altruistic approach to this, caring for someone, happy, you need to be happy for someone's win. You need to grow together, learn together. And mentee should only have, the eagerness to learn something. So yeah, Pranshu, do you want to add something here?
Yeah, I guess that's the only requirement. You should be eager to learn. I mean, as a mentee, you can do a lot of things, but if you're just eager to learn, if you're just open to admitting mistakes, making mistakes, and learning from them, you're literally gold. Because I've seen this with a lot of mentorship programs where people have their vested interests, but it's always fruitful for both the mentor and the mentee to have a more altruistic approach about this, because it's about winning with the community. It's about growing together, right? And this model itself, it's for everybody and anybody who wants to learn and grow, even for the mentor. I mean, I have mentored a lot of students, professionals, and it's not just that I am teaching them something. A lot of times they teach me different approaches, the value of something, and how people approach different situations, because it's really important. Yeah. Go ahead, Shabaz.
Yeah. So yeah, as we said about the node, this is what the structure looks like. It's a very loose structure. There is a mentor. Every mentee is connected to it. You have seen that, in a pyramid model as well. But what is unique here is that every mentee has their own mentee, and we are not calling them as a mentor right now, because mentee has the essence of mentor, the teachings of mentor. And when the mentor is not available, mentees can reach out to the adjacent, the first node mentees, and which is again we are preparing those mentees to become the mentor themselves, which in terms not the chain network, like there's a chain of mentees, but mentees can ask each other. As you can see in the left side of it, mentees can ask each other. So yeah, this is what the structure right now worked for us, and we feel that it has to be very loose, just in say that to avoid those hurdles, mentors not reachable. At times we felt that like what we share with mentees might not give the the exact output, but mentees sharing each other, which again has the the learning from the mentor, has resulted very well. So yeah, and when we share our wins, you would see how that works together, and Pranshu would tell more about the structure in detail. So and then comes the recognition, which is very, very popular in any of the model you see. So recognition is by far the best thing when you get involved with a community or any of the program. So you have seen the typical recognition, how it looks like. You have the swags, you have the online presence, you get featured on someone's website, someone's calls your name. For example, Mozilla has a credit page. When you see the credit, like mozilla.org/credits, you'll see the names of the contributors who contributed to Mozilla program. So these sort of recognition exists. This is really great, and we are in no means saying that shouldn't be there. We encourage that that has to be there. But apart from that, what we felt that recognition should go beyond getting swags and the basic stuff. So sharing your wins as a collective member, to a collective group, is also a recognition. When you share your wins, what you have come across, when you do collaboration with appreciation, which is about when you apply for a job, how you get help from each other. The mentees and mentors help you get those jobs, and that is what the validation from the industry comes. We somehow prepare you for the industry, and through that journey, you because this is in no means because the program, the mentor and mentee is also someone, or mentee or mentor is working in the industry, so they have a better vision what's working in the industry, and they can bring those learnings to the to the mentee, right?
Yeah.
Pransh?
And yeah, and we have a lot of swags in our ecosystem. Like each and every DevRel or community manager knows how much swags just revolves around everywhere. Like it's just material gain. But in the end, when a mentee or a community member really talks about value of being in a community, in a sense where they were helped professionally, where they were helped directly from the industry to get into an industry, because that's what happened to me. I wasn't a community manager, or I wasn't even thinking about being a community manager in the future, but doing this helped me evolve into the community manager I am right now. And I think that that's the same for everybody who has been involved in this journey with us, because we are open to connecting people. We are open to just helping people with whatever problems they are. And when we go to the wins, we'll probably share more about even if it's not your industry, how can you help somebody like that? Yeah.
Definitely. So talking about the adaptation, like who are you? A community of any size. You can work with this model for any size you mean to. But it's a process to roll it out to how big. You have seen this we have seen this for Mozilla and the reps program, which is a community of nearly 230 reps who are representing Mozilla, who are building their local communities. Pranshu has done it for a smaller community with only 7 to 8 people and building a chain of mentorship. MLH, Major League Hacking, does mentorship for their new coaches, and this simply creates a one-on-one value chain for what you are building instead of focusing on a product. Why do you need it? Because you care for your community. As simple as that. We have seen different effects on different mentees, and the ones who are open to learning from a peer, and we love that process. What do you need it for? Because you want to upgrade your mentees, because you want to create a busy network, of your reps, ambassadors, devs, coaches, whatever it may be, whatever you want to call it. This helps everyone build in public and private since it's an altruistic process. Creating an empathy build community will help everyone build better relationship with each other and empower each other. And when should you do it? You do it for when your community is too big. This helps you create a purposeful community, a truly global community with a lot of interconnected activities, contributions, and projects. And also when your community is too small, you do it anyway. This helps you build leaders of tomorrow in their respective fields, right? And when you do it, it's important to understand the need for it. This works better when you are building value for your community, which in turn helps you build a great and empowered community. And talking about wins, what we were saying, we have, Pranshul, go ahead.
Right. So when we talk about wins, I genuinely do not want to take credit for any of these wins. It's like I said, it's an altruistic process which helps us build not just as mentors or mentees. It helps us be connections for life, because these are the people who have gone to do a lot of things in life. So let's say Harshil, right? So I met Harshil in third year in his first event with Mozilla, and he initially did not know about DevRel, but he has become a junior developer advocate, and this only happened because we were open to sharing, we were open to building, and he's done a great ton of projects, and a lot of them are where he did it by himself. He picked his own mentees from the community and led them to building those, right? So this is a great Harshil is a great example of how do you learn from another person, because Harshil has always been a sponge, and you give something to him and he picks it up, right? Same for Shaina. I mean, with Shaina, I would say that she has grown immensely in the community because she works in a field which is not related to what any of us do. Shabaz Bhai or I, she's a data analyst. And even then, she could make a few career decisions. She could, build in the community, with the community. I have started a program with Shaina around healthier AI. So I handle the community part, she handles the AI part, right? Then we have Devansh, another person who we have, we are not in the industry with. He's a designer, he's a product designer. And like that mentorship has led him to ask us, or us sharing our experience with Devansh for merely sharing our experiences to make the right decision that suits him, not us. So we are not talking about a process which works just for us, but also a tailor-made solution that helps the mentee themselves. Last but not the least, Fenil Shah. Now, Fenil Shah is not a direct mentee of both of us, right? He's a mentee of a mentee. Like we mentioned in the structure, that these mentees also go on to create mentees, right? These mentees go on to learn from our mentees, from the values that we impart to them. And for Fenil, it has worked greatly because nobody in our community was a cybersecurity expert. Nobody in our community of 7-8 people was a cybersecurity expert, but he's gone to do wonderful things. Even as a student, he's in the GitHub stream team and does a lot of streams on cybersecurity. And that's what I'm talking about. Like this structure, this open and loose structure, helps knowledge sharing from everywhere, right? Like I have paid Harshil and Fenil for calls. I have paid Shaina and Fenil for calls, and all of these calls bring out different perspectives, bring out different ideas to approach a single thing. And I believe that it is unprecedented how an altruistic approach can create a value chain, so great.
Yeah, and these are not just wins. We have like a lot more in the pipeline, and we would love to share that as well. And yeah, and the next would be is the biggest win of all is to prepare everyone for the industry. Like we are so ready, right? So yeah, and these are the ways to connect with us. Like if you have your terminal running, just run your npx with our usernames, and these are like mostly the Twitter handles. So again, a shout out to Pranshu because he's having like 101-degree fever right now, but he's here with us. And for this and everyone in DevRelCon Tokyo, thank you for having us and talking about the Mint model. I hope you would be implementing these in your community and will be sharing what your experience are. So yeah, we would be open for questions now.
Come on and hit us up if you have any other questions.
Hi, Dyson.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you for the great talk. We've got a question, but a very first question from my side, because I was very curious when I saw that. Are they really NPX commands that are working well? I mean, if I tap those, does it work?
You tap those, you'll see the ways to connect with us. So like, give it a try and share what you see.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try after this round, and I'll let you know. Let you know that actually I'm gonna tweet that after my MC role is done. Yeah, I'm pretty much amazed.
Oh, nice. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that everyone knows that you work at Twilio, right, Dyson? And
yes, yeah.
And you do your streams as well. So we would love, to somehow talk more about the Mint model, maybe in your stream, and we can hang around and share the other wins, and maybe to build the NPX what we have built for us.
Yeah. That's very awesome. Thanks. So yeah, let's move into the next question. So we got a question from the chat. So how would you recommend starting community where particularly the culture of mentorship or free and open sharing does not exist? So that's a tough question for you.
Yeah, and she's Shaina, which is again a win for us. And thanks for bringing this question to us. And I think, this is what we felt that this is very much lacking in other communities where there is no culture of open sharing, mentorship, or the free way of sharing exists. So I believe that it start with your smaller steps, right? You go on to have one-on-one calls first, and have again we will bring in the Avi's and Kushlani's talk about empathy and empower. So if you want everyone, to build a better empathy, because there was a question about DevRel. DevRel is all about empathy. So if you care for your associate developers, the ones you care for, the members in your community, if you care for them, and we talked more about the altruistic approach where we share, enjoy our wins together. Not just in us, but seeing everyone's win also means that it enables more kind of culture. So first would be to have one-on-one calls where you get to know the person, and then you build on the open sharing, because you're not going to share with anyone, right? So there has to be one-on-one, the mentor-mentee structure somehow. So first step would be to have that one-on-one calls. Pranshu, do you want to add something?
Sure, yeah, that's a really great point. So I am doing this for the Mozilla Reps program right now. We're building a pilot program where one-to-one mentorship amongst the veteran community leaders and the current local community leaders, and how can we scale it up. So while there is no framework of free and open sharing right now, creating one in a sense where there's a lot of ideas bouncing each other, and creating a framework where people simply have to get on a call and not think about what are they going to talk about, right? So just creating a roadmap with steps laid out for all of those community leaders, so that they can simply go ahead and pick it up. Like half of the stuff will be done for them.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for the answers. Thanks for the question. I'm sure other people who have the question. Maybe Shibai has an additional question, but no, let's keep it at the end of the group session. So let's move on to the next session. Please stay if you can, so that we can get together after Shibai's session. Yeah, thanks for the talk.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that was great talk, and another great talk actually. So I really enjoyed this group. So the last one of the group is going to be Shibai. He's going to talk about a hackathon source of the empowered developer communities. So please welcome Shibai. Hi again.
Hi everyone. Yeah, thank you, Dyson. A really wonderful sessions that we're having so far, and I'm so excited. And thank you again for inviting me over.
Cool. So let's head into the US session. Let us change the screen layout. So can you start your screen?
Yeah. Give me just 1 second. I'll share my screen.
No problem.
All right. I think it should be good to go. So
yes, I think it's coming up. So after the screen transition, and when I going to be disappear, please start the session.
All right. First of all, thank you so much for everyone who are tuning today to attend DevRelCon 21 and Tokyo 21. And I'm really excited to be presenting a talk on hackathons as a source to empower developer communities. A very quick introduction about myself. I'm Shivai Lamba. I'm currently a developer advocate at Fabric. I'm also a hackathon ambassador at Angel Hack. I'm also Google Summer of Code mentor at TensorFlow, and I've been involved with over 80 plus hackathons as in different roles as an organizer, participant, mentor, and also as a judge. So today I'm really excited to be speaking about how hackathons can help empower developer communities. Now, the first question that would come to your mind is, what exactly are hackathons, right? Of course, that is something that I'm going to speak about. And according to me, hackathons are these creative events that empower communities from diverse backgrounds to come together to collaborate on building really innovative products and solutions. So what does that really mean is that hackathons are these timed events where anyone can come in and they can work on building things that help create social impact. Now, usually you can target one of the open themes where you can build a technology or a product on anything. Now, it can be a software product, or it could be a combination of a software and a hardware project as well. Or let's say you can work on some of the given themes that are given in the hackathon. So anyone from any background with any level of experience can actually come in to these hackathons and participate. Now, the next thing is that, how do developer communities function? So when we speak about developer communities, it's all about collaboration and learning and sharing of knowledge and implementing the knowledge into creating really wonderful projects that are there to be used by hundreds and millions of users or are geared towards a positive cause. So let's say it's a developer community that is based on an open source product like the CNCF Foundation, or let's say it is a developer community just based on a particular product. Now, inside of the developer communities, you have the model where new beginners who are wanting to getting used or getting started to these developer communities coming on board and learning about the community with all the different mentors and senior people who have been involved in these communities, helping out these newcomers, and then collaborating with each other to build upon the different products that that particular developer community represents, and also advocating about all these different products to people who are using or to further spread the knowledge and the usage of these products. So that is how the developer communities function, and they collaborate with each other. There's a lot of learning, mentorship going on inside of these communities, sharing of knowledge, sharing of experience, and that is a really collaborative environment. And we'll see how hackathons are also helping empower these developer communities to spread about this knowledge and spread the experiences that developers feel with the help of hackathons. Now, to share a few points that we have, first of all, hackathons are for everyone. So hackathons are inclusive for everyone. You can be from any part of the world. You can be a seasoned pro at hackathons, having like, let's say 10 years of experience, or you could be a completely new beginner just in your 5th standard. So hackathons are usually welcoming everyone from any part of the world, from any background, and that is what makes hackathons really special, because regardless of your experience or regardless of your background, you're just there to actually build things, and your only concern is to collaborate with others and just do your thing and make wonderful projects, learn and have fun with each other. And that is why hackathons are inclusive for everyone, and this motto that hackathons are for everyone stands true, and that makes hackathons really, really special. Now, not just about that, it's also about the learning aspect. So as I've said, that hackathons are a great source of learning for the community members. So even if you are a completely new beginner, you can learn a lot at hackathons by just interacting with your team members, interacting with other members inside of the community, by also attending all of these different workshops and mentorship sessions that are taken with these mentors who are having a huge amount of experience, having worked at various companies, and they help you understand how to, let's say, use a particular technology, or they can help you mentor on how to work on a particular idea at the same time. So hackathons are a great place to learn, to understand new technologies, to understand how products are built, to implement a product, or let's say implement new technology that you learn and directly see the results coming through. And of course, that you're not just learning about technologies, but you're also learning about team management. You're learning about how to collaborate with others. And hackathons are, I would say, like an all-inclusive package to learn literally everything, from learning about a new technology to learning about how to build products, or for that matter, how to interact with others. So hackathons are a great way to learn new things. And again, I'll definitely recommend all those people to just go ahead and attend a hackathon, whether you're from a business background or let's say you're from a technology background. And of course, hackathons are all about collaboration and networking. So at hackathon, you collaborate with your team members, you collaborate with the mentors, and you build projects, because everyone has the same aim, that is to innovate, to build technologies, to build products using technologies. And it's all about collaborating with others, building things, sharing of knowledge and ideas. Let's say that you are working in a team and you want to collaborate with your teammates, and you're facing some issue. So you can always get together with them, do pair programming, do group programming for that. Even like let's say if you have an entire team, and of course you can also network with all the other members, because one of the best things is that at a hackathon everyone comes up with the same mindset, and that is the mindset to come innovate and create wonderful projects, right? And with that mindset in mind, it just creates this global community of developers, of innovators, and that sharing of knowledge within amongst each other is not something that you can get at any other place. So hackathons are all about sharing of knowledge and sharing of ideas with each other, and that networking really comes to the picture and comes into force during a hackathon. And for me personally, my journey towards developer communities actually started out when I had interacted with a few of my team members whom I had met at the hackathon site itself. And that just goes on to show that the amount of knowledge that you can gain at a hackathon, I would want to say that you probably cannot learn or get to get introduced to that much amount of knowledge at any other place, whether it's like you're working in an internship or you are at college. And hackathons also again help drive innovation and creativity, because you're given you're given a limited amount of time, let's say 24 hours, 36 hours, to build unique things. And of course, when you are collaborating with your team members, you tend to think about innovative ideas that can be built, or like let's say smart ideas, smart innovations that can be built to generate those projects. And of course, the general trend is that, of course, whatever projects that you're building are driven with the idea of social impact, that whatever projects that you create, that are helping the society in one way or the other. Now, whether it could be a solution that helps solve problems related to COVID, or let's say it is helping out students become more attentive in remote working. So the creativity comes with the passion that and the zeal with which the people are working towards in a hackathon, because as hackathons are all about fun, learning, innovation. So innovation and creativity are some things that come automatically when you attend these hackathons, because the drive and the passion to build products and to build projects that help inspire the world and help solve problems of the world directly motivate you to actually think about creating really unique solutions. And hackathons help drive that feelings inside of everyone, and that is why they are a really great resource if you feel like, let's say, if you're feeling bored, or if you're feeling that okay, you have nothing to work on, just go ahead and attend a hackathon, and all those feelings of rustiness or laziness will actually just go away. Because as we speak, hackathons, as I've already said, that is that kind of a resource, right, that you cannot just get anywhere. Some people might like to work for 24 hours straight at a hackathon without actually facing any kind of laziness, or let's say without actually facing any kind of illness, or getting tired, because it's just that the passion and that fun that keeps on driving people to create those innovative results. And of course, that hackathons give voice to everyone, because at a hackathon you interact with mentors, you are pitching your ideas in front of judges. So that just gives you that platform to actually showcase whatever you're building and showcase what your ideas are. It gives you that forum to actually interact with others and describe your learnings and showcase your talent to the world. And that is why hackathons are inclusive, as we have already said, and they are also inclusive in terms of giving everyone an equal opportunity to rise and shine and also represent whatever learnings that they have had, whether it's through interacting with mentors, or through interacting with your teammates, or for that matter when you're showcasing your project to the entire public, to the entire community, and to the judges. So hackathons gives a voice to everyone in the technical society, whether you are a complete beginner or you are a seasoned pro, for that matter. Everyone is given equal opportunity to really showcase their skills and showcase their ideas. And that is why hackathons, again, as I've already repeated probably a zillion times, are a great resource to get started. Right now, let's talk a little about how COVID has had an impact on hackathons and other developer communities. So we have already seen that with hackathons, these are all very collaborative events. And when COVID struck last year in 2020, there were a lot of concerns that because now we're not having any in-person events, we were having all these virtual events. How would the tech community, or let's say how would the hackathon communities in general would shape up? Because that was probably the biggest concern that everyone had. And of course that the hackathons themselves have actually outshined and risen so much. We haven't had that many number of hackathons that we have had in the past 1 year, that at least I can think of, because hackathons, like specifically the virtual hackathons, have burst open. Literally every community that I can think of, every college, every for that matter companies are organizing hackathons for students, for developers. And the virtual hackathons have sort of brought together the hacker community closer to each other. Because let's take in consideration of a hackathon that takes place in United States. Now for those people who are living in Asia or other parts of the world, it might not be feasible for them to actually go all the way to the United States, because let's say because of the lack of resources, or this lack of time. And of course what that led is that there were a lot of different communities taking place, and hackathon communities building up in different parts of the world, but they were sort of limited to, let's say, a particular region or a particular country. But with the help and with the advent of virtual hackathons, literally anyone from any part of the world can now be a part of a hackathon that is let's say being organized at the opposite world, or at the opposite corner of the world. For example, I started off with my first ever virtual hackathon at Caltech Hacks, that is Hack Tech, and my team comprised of teammates from Europe, from Singapore, and from from US. So we had all the different team members from completely different time zones, and that was the most impactful thing that I have seen for the rise of these virtual hackathons, because they have brought in the virtual or like the entire global hackathon community, the entire developer communities closer to one another. And now it does not really matter that you are from India or you're from the remotest parts of Africa. You can all come in together and take part in hackathons, interact with each other. Yes, we do miss out on the real world swags, the real world interactions with people, but the platforms like Zoom, Discord, Slack, all of these different platforms have really helped bridge that gap. And it has just made hackathons more and more accessible, and more number of students, more number of developers have actually taken part in these hackathon in the past year as compared to any of the years preceding that. And that has led to a really positive impact, because a lot more number of developers, a lot of number of students are now becoming aware of these hackathons, of these hacker communities, of these developer communities, and they're interacting, and a lot of information flow and mentorships are going on to empower the next generation of hackathons and hackathon communities. And that has really created a positive impact in the developer community in general. And of course, I have spoken so much about how hackathons, have impacted the developer communities. But how, can one be a part of hackathons? So I broadly divided into 3 different categories. One is, of course, participating as a participant. So whether you are right now a school student, whether you are in your college, whether you are a working professional, there are a lot of different hackathons that are all geared towards all these different categories of people. So there are certain hackathons that are only for school students, for high school students. There are hackathons that are only for college students. You'll find different hackathons that are open for everyone, literally for everyone. And you can get and participate in these hackathons, build teams, create projects, amazing projects, and use those projects to empower the society, right? Or let's say if you don't want to participate, you can also mentor and judge our hackathons. As a mentor, you can mentor the newcomers, the students to get started with hackathons, take up their questions in case of any kind of a technical doubt, or whether it's related to ideation or UI UX designing. And you can also become a judge through which you can judge amazing projects and see how the innovation is being driven in all these different hackathons. Or let's say you can also be a part of the hacker community by organizing hackathons. This gives you a unique perspective of how to cater to the needs of the developer communities. How you can see that how the developers are interacting with one another, how they're building projects, how developers are coming together and forming these teams, and how the overall hackathon is driving the passion towards technology and towards building innovative solutions. So as an organizer, you can drive that impact by creating really amazing hackathons and really amazing hacker experiences for the developers who are coming and attending your hackathon. So organizing itself is a really important aspect of being part of the developer communities, because you're the ones who are driving that passion, and you're the ones who are driving that initiatives that help create the hacker experiences that everyone loves. And of course, there are a lot of different platforms where you can actually find hackathons, some of them being Major League Hacking, which is probably the world's biggest hacking community. This originated in the United States of America, where it has now expanded to the Asia Pacific region, to Europe, to South America. And of course, it's empowering thousands and 10,000s of developers around the globe, not just with the help of hackathons, but also by driving community-based events, hacker-based events, where you can generate your own communities, you can create your own communities within Major League Hacking and drive those communities forward. And then we also have some of them, including Angel Hack, that have been there for quite a amount of time. And Angel Hack hackathons are one of the world's most well-respected hackathons. Then we have DevFolio, that is exclusively right now in India, a really great startup that has has really driven the passion about hackathons in the colleges in India over the past 3 to 4 years. Then we have other platforms like DevPost, where a lot of different national, international hackathons are being organized. DevPost is definitely the platform to go if you want to also take part in international level hackathons, in college level hackathons. Again, a really great platform. Hacker, again, is another platform that I can have a look at, where national and like a lot of different company-based hackathons also take place. And of course, there are a lot of different upcoming platforms like Gitcoin and Skillinza that are also driving the hackathon communities, specifically for students as well. And of course, like these are just a few of them. There are a lot of different other initiatives, specifically a lot of different company-oriented, company-owned hackathons that are being organized. Just to name a few of them, the American Express, Code Street Hackathon, hackathons from TCS, Infosys, for that matter, Cisco. Like a lot of these companies are really understanding the overall impact that developer communities, or like what hackathons are having on developer communities. And they're also organizing these hackathons for recruiting members, because that not only helps to test out how technically skilled are developers and students, but also how they are collaborating with others inside of the teams. Because if they are great collaborators, they will also become great teammates when they are working in a work-life balance, in a work-life culture. So that is how impactful the current hackathon space is, and how much it has contributed to the entire developer community. And it's really amazing to see the amount of growth that we have seen in the number of hackathons, and the direct rise in that many number of developer communities, and how young students are also being part of these. And we are truly creating inclusive communities, not just based on the age or the gender, but also from the entire world, right? And that is the biggest impact that I feel that hackathons have created today. And that sort of brings an end to my overall presentation. I hope that you have liked, and I'm more than happy to take up any questions. And also you can connect with me over my Twitter and LinkedIn at Twitter@howdevelop. And now I would love to take up any questions. And I would love everyone, and I would encourage everyone to take part in hackathons, because they are a wonderful resource for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shibai. So let's get into the Q&A session. But before asking you a question, we invite other speakers. So hey, the God, please add Shibai, Shabazz. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. And unfortunately, Abby and Kushlani and Pransh cannot stay here, but we have the Shabazz. So let me ask you a question. Actually, first one is a comment from the Anika. So definitely hackathon is collaboration plus networking. So yeah, this is a great comment. Thank you for that comment. Actual question from the world. How do you get devs in hackathon to use new technologies? I see a lot of teams take the safer route. Oh, that's interesting. And work on the tech they are more familiar with, ignoring the new tech. So
yeah,
it's something like, oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I mean, like, it's a really great question by Will. And of course that, to drive new technologies, there are a lot of different, API based prizes. So you'll have a lot of different companies who are coming in as sponsors, and they invite you to actually use new technologies, or let's say new APIs, to come forward and use them, and use those in your projects. And that is definitely one way to, excite developers to come and embrace new technologies. But it's more also related to because we are learning these new types of technologies, and we are creating these projects. There are a lot of different mentorship sessions and tutorials, workshops happening at hackathons, which invite developers and students to actually come and be a part of those workshops. And usually a lot of different workshops are related to new technologies, upcoming technologies like blockchain, machine learning, let's say React.js for web developers. And using those, by attending those events, you can get excited and get introduced to new technologies. But I would say that even if you are taking a safer route, it's always good to experiment, because hackathons are all about experimentation. It's not like a college exam where you have to learn a specific topic and you have to give answers on to that. Or let's say it's not even like a work where you are having a deadline and for a client, and you have to submit that. So hackathons are all about innovation, and they give you that platform to innovate and try out new technologies. So you're not bound to be using just one technology. It's just, you have to be open and open to learning new technologies at the same time. So I guess that should be the answer to this question.
Thanks, Shubai. And we got a question for both of Shabazz and Shubai. So I'm going to ask you, Shabazz, first. So questions for both. How do you see the post-COVID situation around the communities and the hackathons? So what's your answer, Shabazz?
Yeah, and I would love to answer this. And recently, Magic Labs sponsored one of the hackathons organized by Siddharth and Aditya, who is also speaking. So yeah, I completely agree with Shivai how you do that. So just to answer this on post-COVID situation, so I have my different take on this thing. I love in-person events, and I love participating in a hackathon where I will be available for 24 hours, that journey. Right now, when we did online events, the only problem it had, I was not available at the right time when people had the questions, and they might maybe switch to some other solutions which might not be the good. Or I have seen someone struggling to find out the best solution, which could have taken 5 minutes, and they were they did it in 2 hours. So I think having it in-person events after the post-COVID situation would be the best for all of the communities and hackathons, because community is built with the one-on-one trust. When you face each other in an offline event, and you build that trust, you build that relationship, which is all about the DevRel and community management.
How about you, Shibari?
Yeah, so I am really excited about the post-COVID situation, specifically for hackathons. And what I feel is that, of course, with due time, hackathons will come back to in-person events. But what I've seen is that over the course of the last few months, we're also seeing a lot of different events. Now these are both conferences, developer events, and also hackathons, which are sort of having a hybrid model, allowing you to actually participate remotely and also participate in person. So I would definitely love to encourage more of those kind of events, specifically for those hackathons that are really big, and those community those events that are really big, to give those people who are it might not be accessible for them to actually reach that particular location, to continue with this in-person and remote culture. Although I do feel that it might add on to the logistics problems, but I mean, I personally would love to have that. Whenever I have the time to actually go to an event, go there. In case I'm not able to go, just attend the event for some time by the comfort of my home. So that is what I feel might be a good solution. But of course, everyone is really looking forward to going back to these in-person events and spending time with all the community members. And I'm really excited. Probably in the next few months we should be able to do that. Really looking forward to that happening very soon.
Thanks. Yeah. So people are now talking about a hybrid model after COVID-19. But I don't have a good solution to overcome time zone differences, because let's say virtual hackathon, you can get participants from worldwide, but people from across the globe live in a different time zone. So let's say we have a hackathon, or we have the DevRelCon Tokyo. It's a night for the US people and very early for the you guys or Europe people. So how do you both have idea or try to overcome those time zone differences on the virtual community events or virtual hackathon? Did you have any experience, or do you have any ideas?
Yeah, having different time zone is definitely a good problem to have, I would say. And what we have seen is even in remote work culture, we have shifted our chats to async chat, and this is what worked for us. And I think going forward, hackathons can also adapt that model. Maybe have more, the time to allow the developers to, considering the different time zone from different mentors, they can, have async model of the chat and give more time to the developers to learn around those things. And also, for particularly for the hackathons, what I did was that mostly at least highlight the pain points which we felt that what was the pain point for some particular solution, and maybe have a video created just before that, and maybe have a one-on-one session during the hackathon and encourage everyone to participate and ask those, take those pain point questions beforehand, so that they don't have to worry about, when they do the actual situation. But yeah, again, for the solution, I would probably have the async chat options and encourage the hackathons organizers to span the hackathon time for not just for 1 or 2 days, maybe considering the different time zone.
I see. How about you, Shibai?
Yeah, I think that it's a really wonderful description that has been given by Shabaz. And of course, that one thing that I would want to probably add on to this is that for developers, right, who are working continuously for 24 hours. So if you consider that and that passion that drives development in these hackathons for developers who are participating, I don't think so. Like, then in that case, the time zone is really a big factor, because everyone is usually staying awake for the entire duration. So whether now you are in the United States or you're in in India, you can just, regardless of time zone, you can spend the entire 24 hours if it's that possible. But of course, like a lot of developers are getting adjusted to it. And of course, for organizers, for hackathons, having mentors available at different time zones and of course at different times to cater to all different kind of questions that the students might be having, whether it's like related to UX, UI designing, or related to technology doubts, or just doubts related to ideas. So having that kind of a model and using those particular times where the entire group or the entire developer community at a hackathon, they can ask their doubts, which is at a comfortable time for most of the participants at a hackathon, or at any that kind of for that matter at a community event, might be a good solution as well. And of course, as Shava said, that having that async call functionality at a hackathon is definitely something that will help the overall communication in a much better way.
Thanks. Yeah, you made a good point. Developers or participants like to spend their time, so they have no problem with virtual hackathon. The problem for us was like organizers to have the staff to cover those time zones. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah,
And I am pretty sure I have one question for you, Dyson, because you also organize. You are also work as a developer evangelist at Twilio, and how has you been seeing the hackathons and communities? How can you give us the Twilio side of it? How Twilio sees communities and hackathons, in general?
It's a question that we at Twilio as having a hackathon, or we at Twilio as supporting a hackathon, community hackathon. Which ones are your question?
I mean the community hackathons, not the internal hackathons, for sure.
Okay. Gotcha. So we Twilio as we want to support a community hackathon as much as we could, although we cannot send people in person events. But until recently, we didn't have the developer evangelists in Japan. Well, we still have the only 2 developer evangelists in the APAC region. So we did support the hackathon remotely anyways before the pandemic. So in this region, it doesn't really change, with that, me is in Japan and another person in Australia. It's much easier for us to support the hackathon in the APAC region. So, if you are looking for this support, please let us know. Yeah, I'm happy to help that. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, is that?
Yeah. Thanks for answering. Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
And Shabaz, I would just wanted to ask you a question, and that is more specifically, I first of all, I really loved your talk, right? And my question to you was that specifically for the Mozilla community, how have they, taken? Because of course we had the Mozilla the Mozilla Fest, and that is probably one of the most exciting, festivals. And I didn't get the chance. To attend the in-person event, but like the virtual event was really great. So in terms of just Mozilla, because it is one of the largest, open source communities. So how has the pandemic been for you, and how have you adapted to it?
Yeah, I think you have given the right example about the Mozilla Fest. It was always the in-person event, and this time we had the the virtual one. And I think there are good tools which Mozilla has used to somewhat simulate the behavior using to have one-on-one chats using the hubs and the Mozilla hubs program, the particular software. But I believe like it's always in person is better in compared to the the live ones. But I haven't got the chance to be there in person event for Mozilla Festival as well. But Pranshu, Shaina, Devansh, we were mentioned, like we mentioned in the presentation, they were there to participate in Mozilla Festival. So I think what Mozilla has shifted previous to this, also we have like regular calls, which was always online, and somewhat we have adapted the community forum well. We have a community forum where you can come and ask related questions, and we have like weekly calls, the Mozilla representative weekly calls, where you come and share from the you get the perspective from the the staff side of it, as well as we have something called Mozilla Reps Council, which is currently Pranshu is one of the council member. I was previous to that, and I think that is something which has already been there in Mozilla's DNA, what we call the Mozillians. We have always been available for more of the online presence, and I'm glad like it didn't impacted us, but definitely Mozilla had like at the local level when we started our communities, it was more towards the offline events when we engage with the like hundreds and hundreds of students and developers, which was not specific just for the developers. So I think that is missing right now. We feel that like which this could be improved, but hopefully with time everything would be okay now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks,
That's like really great. That's really great that how you were able to transition very easily. So it's really good to hear.
Yeah, again, and if someone is from the company side of it, having a forum also like already enables you to work asynchronously, work have your online presence. And I think with Twitch these days, it's not just about the gaming. I think I saw one of the presentation shared by DevRelCon Tokyo on Twitter, is that it's not just about the gaming. We have science and technology streamers, and even Dyson stream on the community side of it, even the computer technology side of it. So I think having there is more like we are somewhat adapting to the online culture. So hope to have more sort of the online presence in the community side of it as well.
Yeah.
Cool. We've got another comment from Sherry. I recently organized a remote hackathon where teams took advantage of time zone and worked in shift. Yeah, that works because you belong to the global company or something like that. So if you have the offices across the globe, virtual hackathon really works well. So I would say, but thanks for the question.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you have a bunch of if you have more than 5 DevRels in your team, you can expand that time to take the shift and reply that. But for a smaller team, it's very difficult when you have your normal job as well, because you're not going there and you don't have that particular the OOS stuff, the out of office stuff, but you still need to work for your regular job and still come back and again answer those questions. So I think having a better team spread across the time zone helps, but for a smaller team there is more towards adjustment and adaptation.
Yeah, and that is why you spoke about the mentor-mentee model as well. And let's say you are driving a community and you're part of that overall system where you have limited amount of time you're out of let's say. But if you are driving that passion in the community, you can find out those community members who can actually help you and answer those questions for all the other community members. So that is something that I think we can do in case you're limited by the number of staff.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this comes from IRLs. If you have heard about IRLs before, like internet relay chats, the first thing we were taught about is that this is asynchronous. You cannot expect someone to answer right away. And these days, I think the community members and the members, the volunteers should learn this, because there are other responsibilities of someone answering your question. They are not born to answer, but since they are they should definitely answer, but everyone should respect someone else's time and the priority, everything. So
absolutely.
Thanks, Shivai, for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you both. We had a great chat. It's longer than the other groups, so I was pretty had a fun with chatting with you. Yeah. So thank you for speaking, and I wish that you had a fun, and also that please enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right. Thank you so much, Daisen.
Thank you, Daisen. Thank you, DevRelCon Tokyo. Bye.
Thank you, DevRelCon Tokyo. Bye.
Okay, yeah. So that was great group. I hope that everybody enjoyed the chat and the sessions, the talk. So now it's time to move into the summary track. So because there is a keynote in the summary track, and we're gonna be back at what time? 7:30 a.m. UTC to have the final round of the Sakura track. So see you soon. Bye. Hey again, this is Daisen from DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 organizer team. So this is the last group of the day. It's been, I don't know, 8 hours on our side. But yeah, we made it through to the last batch of the group. So before getting into the talk, I have a couple of the announcements. I shared it before, but if we have that word map, so you can put your photo in here. Let me just paste to the URL. Yep. So this is the service called Miro. You can put your picture on your place. Please do that. We're going to introduce that in the closing note. Also, if you're looking for the DevRel role, we have the job board available here as well. So if you're interested in any open role for the DevRel, you can visit this board. Oh, let me repaste it because I see no space. Should be working now. Cool. So in this group, we have the Rabraji, Sherry, Olivier, Shurini, and Siddharth. So we have a lot of people as well. So let's invite them to the main stage and introduce themselves. Okay, so now we have the Rabraji. Actually, we don't see you. That's interesting. Can you turn on and turn off camera, because I see you in the backstage. But yeah, okay, yeah, that is weird. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining. Yeah, Oliver and Siddharth. Yeah. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, awesome to be here. Dyson, thanks a lot for welcoming us at this stage, and I'm like really looking forward to the talk and all the other speakers talk as well at the same time. And I can see the chat; it's like going crazy like anything. People are excited at the same time as well. So thanks a lot everyone for joining. And this is Siddharth Dayalwal. I'm currently joining in from India, and I'm a student pursuing computer science and engineering. Currently, I'm more involved with hackathons and communities. Currently, I'm a community development intern at Sava Labs, and also various student programs as well, and managing and hosting various events online and helping hackathon communities out there.
Thanks. Yeah, and thank you for joining, Olivier. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Dazen. Very, very happy to be here. I mean, I saw some of the pictures of last year or 2 years ago conference. I wish I was in Tokyo this year with you, but it's good to be here first time at DevRelCon Tokyo. And so I am working at Microsoft in the developer relations team with Sherry, who just joined us. And so I'm a software developer and working a lot with the community and developer these days. Looking forward to see everyone's talks.
Cool. Hey, Sherry, thank you for joining. And can you introduce yourself as well?
Hi, sure. I'm Sherry List. I have the same role as Olivia, so I can say that I'm Olivia of Denmark. And I do have a background as a developer, and I'm engaged in the developer communities and running multiple different initiatives also in my free time as well. And I'm so happy to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. And the last one is Ravi. Can you introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone, and other speakers as well. Nice to meet you all through this virtual event. So I work as a part of the developer relations team at Freshworks for the past couple of years. And previously, I have been a developer and participated in different developer communities. And this is how I started loving this community, and still to be happy to be meeting other developer communities through this event. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining all. And if you have any question, please drop those questions in the chat. We're gonna follow up with every speaker after the session. And also at the end of the group, we are gathering together and asking questions each around. So I hope we see you soon. And let's head into the first session. So see you soon, guys.
You.
Okay, so Raviraj, it's your time. You are going to speak about how to become a great communicator. So I'm pretty much excited about your talk. So if you're ready, please start sharing your screen. Once we confirm your screen, we're going to change the layout. But after layout transitions, you may start your session.
Yeah, sure. I'm also excited. Sure. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I hope it is visible now. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, let me get started. Hello everyone again. Hope you're all doing good at this trying times, wherever you are from. I am Raviraj Subramanian. I have a separate introduction slide next. I will brief about me there. And then my session is going to be on communication and how you can become a great communicator as a development professional. Right? So let me introduce myself. I'm working part of the developer relations team at Freshworks for more than 2 years now. I have been in this industry for more than 5 years. Freshworks has a suite of products, including helpdesk, CRM, and ITSM products. We have a Freshworks developer platform that is used to build customization capabilities and integrations for most of the Freshworks products in a unified way. This is the core offering. We have built our developer community around the same time. When I joined, the developer program started with the 4 folks, and we have a great and growing community with more than 800 developers and 15% engagement rate in average within our community. Right? Also, you can find some of the links where I am active on social media. And if I have escaped here from your questions, you can DM me there to pursue me until I answer you. Right. So let's jump into the talk. And this is the agenda for today. We are going to find some reasons why is it important to concentrate on how we communicate to our community, right? And then there should be some problems which my talk should guide to fix you for your community, right? That is the whole point of this talk. Mostly we know these problems exist. I'm going to just list some of them. We either choose to live with, or not. It is not a priority right now, or they are not recognized by everyone in the team to actually fix them, right? We already know them. We are going to see some of the steps in the other topics. We will see how we can solve some of those problems. They will mostly be action items post that, right? So you can also start applying if you can afford to, right? Let's jump into the first one to see how why is it important, right? So trust, it is a main word, right? So by default, development professionals are trusted by both the community and business, right? So as we act as a mediator between them. In some companies, we should have some allies who help in either side, but still this is true for those teams as well, right? So due to this, all of our work goes without saying to do in a trusted manner from the beginning, right? So it is not a untrusted, none of these transactions are untrusted, right? So everything is going to be trusted manner, and DevRels act as an important particle in this bond that we are going to build in the community, right? So there is next one is accountability. I wanted to highlight this quote defining DevRel that Mary mentioned in her blogs and talks. I'm not sure where I last saw it. To the community, we represent the company, and to the company, we represent the community, right? So when you representing your herd for your group, you take the accountability comes with it, right? So we have to think about all their interest in every transaction and end with a peaceful conversation for both the end at the end of the day, right? So often this is not a recognized work, as we don't see this in any metrics, but this is what we should have in mind, right? When it comes to developer experience, it is true for most of the teams that this is unfortunate that it is true for most of the teams, but this is the the hard truth. All right. So there are many 1% teams at different companies. We have seen from many developer relations report, right? So if this is the case, even you don't put in the effort to care about the developers in the communications, who will, right? So we have to careful about everything, each and everything in our developer experience that we offer, right? The communication experience is also a developer experience, but we don't see them as part of developer experience. But ask anyone come from the technical support experience, and they will already be nodding a yes now, right? So improvement in this communication becomes important. It is a huge responsibility for the DevRel teams, right? So, and finally, in the remote work has started for everyone since last year. From last year, like there is a huge trend. Everyone moving to remote or working from home. The situation forces us to work from anywhere, and we have to communicate everything, literally everything in remote, right? So even no more conference booth talks for a very long time, right? We have to virtually chat. Communication become an important trait for even a team member. That even if you onboard a new team member, that is becoming a communication skill is very important to the game, right? So we all should agree that these are the problems exist, at least for now, that when we turned everything into online, right? So let's see what are the problems that we have with this communication gaps and the problems as I have highlighted, right? So with this important points, like let's see some of the handpicked problems that I'm going to show you, right? We cannot be honest in everything, right? So though we wish we want to be, that is not possible always, right? So with some of the poor communications and miscommunication, this will act as a shady trick done by the DevRel team to the community, but we become unreliable by the community, right? So if we do not continuously optimize how we communicate and how we approach our audience, it is going to be ineffective, or it is going to be unreliable over time, right? Apparently, this is not appreciated by the business, and it is not healthy for any growing business, right? So we want to, over time, we want it to be efficient communication, but it actually becomes the opposite, right? So this is some of the problems that we face in the company, right? And when it takes you to community, the emotions attached to the feedback and frustrations are not transferred well, right? So this feedback may not be prioritized or reached in the right destination without its own emotion attached to it, right? And next one is like this is a known existing problem. That for everyone, we know that there are differences in cultural problems with even increasing remote work. There are multiple cultures involved, multiple time zones involved, and locales are not considered, right? So it does not reflect in our inclusive mindset we actually have, right? So we have to take further steps to make it is obvious from everything we do, right? And then how we handle the feedback is also an important point, right? So like the community and both business, they care about it, how you handle the feedback, and how you this is the important one to improve both the business and community, right? So sometimes we are unknowingly not do not open a space for feedback, right? So we don't ask for a feedback, right? So it sounds different from the community's point of view, that we are deliberately not asking for a feedback, right? So these are some of the gaps that we want to solve, right? And the most important problem, like everything comes with a cost, right? It is not going to be just money. I'm going to list some of them here. Like at the end, we exist because it can make the business exists because it can make money, right? And the developers do business with you because they have to make some money. So at the end of the day, also the DevRel program has to be justified with the money spent on this program and with the return of investments, right? Also, it is not just about spending. Money saved is also money earned, right? So you don't have to earn money. Often, DevRel program do not comes with the return of investment as a money, right? So even any money saved is money earned. We will see how we don't want to waste a lot of money in this program, right? We often start using some tools as our community already uses. For example, in our community, they already was using Slack when the DevRels before joining in, right? So, but it was not effective for our community, so we have to introduce discourse for our community, right? So before realizing we might be using a lot of tools, right? And that we can't even remember about, like just like our personal domains. We often buy this and that domain and then forget about it, right? So the same happens with our community tools, right? So when you use many tools, will unnecessarily consume money for the company and time for you if you actually still use them all, right? So even using them or forgetting them, it is still going to cost a lot of things. Also, choosing a poor tool may not sound that much of a mistake when it is procured, but it indirectly costs huge time and money, like an employee leaving the company, right? So it is not going to directly cost you money, but there will be a huge hidden cost comes with the poor tools, right? So also we might, when it comes to timelines, right? So when we might promise to release a feature or have an extend that early access program, we just forget about some things like cost, that it will cost huge for the community if the timelines missed, right? So it is going to be huge money for if your community is so big, right? So it will be multiplied, and based on how big your community. It is just like a traffic jam, like how long it is, there will be huge fuel going to be wasted, right? So yeah, next one, the most important point, that when multiple parties are involved, especially in this crucial times, we don't know the mindset and the mental health comes with it for all the other parties, right? So nothing goes as planned when we when major works involved in our head, right? So it is not going to be going as it's not going to go as a planned, right? So this is often assumed default to be everyone to be healthy, and it's not a right. So this is not a mistake of anyone, but additional and voluntary measures need to be taken at this time to make sure everyone is mentally healthy as well, right? So mental health is equal to physical health. I just want to double down on that. So from this point, we are going to see some of the action items I'm going to suggest. Mostly, it is going to be it is not going to be just an extraordinary tips, but it's going to be a regular one. But often we forget about applying them, right? So it is just going to be a collective goods. So it will make you a grade at the end, right? So let's see how some of the essential tools we can apply these tips on, right? Instead of having multiple tools for the same purpose, and even without any purpose, right? Just because if it is trendy or something, maybe offer a severity-based tool for your developers so they know where to get started, right? Where to go for what. They will know everything, right? So it will be in a perfect mindset where to go, right? So otherwise, like if you just have one Discord or Slack channel for everything, and it is going to be flooded with all kinds of communication, right? Also, whenever you do a communication, let's be a little open and have a place where the developers can reach out to you for anything, right? So often we are just taking some of the cases where this will apply for developers, and you can reach out and they will come up with another edge case immediately, right? So have at least one place that dedicated for everything for your community, right? And we might accidentally choose, or the team might already be using wrong tools, but don't worry, don't stick to it. Keep exploring until you find the right tools for specific purposes that you have, right? For example, you are already using a community platform, doesn't mean you don't have to try another community platform, right? So if any specific problem solved with some other tool, always you can be open and try for it, right? As we increase the number of tools we use, there's going to be more work to streamline them, use them actively, or moderate them, maintain them, and everything, right? So it is going to be a lot of work than you can even imagine, right? So do not increase more than you require, right? So this is something like microservices. If you increase it, it is going to be a lot of headache. At first, it may look beneficial, but it is going to come as a lot of maintenance headache, right? So by the nature of our work, we serve a wide spectrum with more tools, right? So you are making it more wider, which is going to be hard on you, right? So don't make it wide, narrow down as you find your purpose, right? Also, when it comes to data, we cannot measure. Without measuring, we cannot improve it, right? So remember that if the tool doesn't provide you data, you are not going to improve it. Also, it can also be prove its value, right? So without data, you can't prove its value. Also, you have to remember that when the next billing cycle is going to come, you are going to justify these tools used to your leadership team, right? Keep remembering that. So next one is advocacy. This is an important part. Though you think it may not be suitable for you, it comes with every DevRel and every mediator person to take feedback and pass it to right person, right? So advocacy is a natural responsibility, as I mentioned. So everyone serving a wider audience going to take this responsibility by default. So as we discussed previously, we have to pass the passing the emotion with the feedback is very important, right? It will be helpful for you to expedite things and build that trust, as you mentioned, as you are the important particle of the bond. You are going to build that trust from every feedback, right? Also, ensure the feedback destination is going to be right. It is going to be hard, but you have to try, right? So especially in the big companies, find internal army to work with you and use them as a vessel to carry your community feedback, right? And about timelines, do not commit one if you do not know, or you are not authorized to pass it down to the community, right? So some of the times we will be not hesitated to any timeline that we may know, but at the end you are going to deliver a time, right? So since it is not in your hand, do not commit those timelines that you don't have to, right? But it is not like always say no. The trust going to be built when you are going to give more and more timelines and deliver their feedback and address their feedback, right? So often you have to make these commitments and make it reliable. That is what will make this bond stronger, right? Often feedbacks comes with different face masks, such as frustrations, anger, disappointment, confusion, and even curiosity, right? Catch them and analyze to find the feedback that you are always looking for, right? So, but we don't see them everywhere. Like we always welcome feedback in this way, or it should be constructive and everything, but it is going to have a different face masks, right? So once we got many feedback only when we went on a right. So I will give you an example, right? So I went on a call with a developer who wanted to just report an issue, right? But where our team was striving that it is not even an issue, right? So anyway, we jumped on a call, and then that is when they reporting issue, or we found that there is a huge holes in our developer experience that we expect, right? So we are expecting them to come this way, do this, and use this tool and everything. Nothing is going as planned, right? So it is because like that particular persona, we haven't even mind and how they will come. We didn't have this persona onboarding streamlined, right? So that is the problem, that when we go it is good. The call had a lot of things, like they were angry about some of the issues because there is a big money involved with this issue that they face, and they were curious about to know about the tool, but they couldn't find it, right? So some of them they are even confused that how to use our community itself, right? So something like that. So always be open to have any kind of feedback. So that is what I want to advise. So the next one, mostly about the community. I specifically wanted to call community management as a continuous relationship with the community, right? So it is going to be a continuous. It is not a sprint. It is going to be a marathon, and you have to solve one by one problems, and it is going to be a great community as we progress, right? So the first point is like spams. We know spams are everywhere, just like in real life. Online communities are also going to have a lot of spam. Ignore them as much as you can, but just try to be kind for what cannot be ignored. Still be kind, and also do not judge a pattern of spam by default, right? So it is not going to be spam in the same format every time, or it will look like a spam, but it is going to be a legitimate request, right? So once even I was corrected by my team member that I thought it is a spam, right? I was going to ban a community member, but then we later realized they're actually a honest member, but they don't know how to use. So it was they were spamming the community, right? So that is one. Some of the communication needs to be one way. It is for a reason, right? So do not expect all the communication to be two way and get a feedback from everything. No, but that is not how the community works, right? So it is not manageable. It may not be necessary even, right? So and then again and again we are talking about this. Be open and honest whenever you can. It is actually easier to be honest than the other ways, right? So you have to, if you hide one lie, you are going to hide a lot of lies, right? Before even knowing, we will be doing a lot of things, and respect to community management especially, right? So automate as much as possible. Sometimes you have to give away some of the things just to automate. That is fine. Totally it is acceptable, because like community management, we will introduce a lot of things, and over time we will not be able to manage them, right? So it is not going to be perfect, but what is perfect in this world, right? So nothing. So finally, I have one bonus point that I quickly wanted to cover. Always remember to take care of this one person in your community, right? So that I'm going to describe, and you can guess who is this, right? The one who always try to make peace with everyone, the one who wants to see the community stays exciting, growing, and great networking platform, the one who wants to do everything for the community, even beyond what they can, right? So the one who always wants to show empathy towards the community. Showing empathy is not that easy, right? The one who wants to take full advantage of the business that provides. It comes with the accountability, and every leverage comes with accountability, right? So you have to give everything for the business to take full advantage of it, right? Still wants to improve themselves as well, right? So as they were even watching this talk, right? If you still haven't guessed this, so this is of course you. Take good care of you, because because of you, your community is becoming and already good, strong, right? So stay strong, healthy, and safe at this crucial time. So thank you. Thank you for everyone for sticking until the end. If you have any questions, this is my Twitter handle. You can reach out to me through DM. Yeah. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, the DevRelCon Tokyo organizing team.
Thanks for Viraj. We have a lot of the agreeing comments like see that feedback is essential aspect, also mental health, really important. And one question from the Ishan, that's absolutely correct. It doesn't have the context, but overall, some point that he felt, no, this is great. Yeah, so yeah, it's really all great points. But yeah, I have one question to ask you, so everything about the communication is everything about managing the expectation from the community with you. So what is one thing that you want to tell your audience to do from the many of things? What is the one most important things the community?
Yeah, sure. When it comes to community management, I always try to be show empathy towards your community, right? So last time when I was talking in the DevRel Asia, that was my topic even, right? So that is what I propose and emphasize wherever I go. Show empathy towards everyone because you don't know what they comes with, right? So their path may not be equal to yours, and every assumption is going to break as you know more things, right? So show all empathy as it will improve everything around it. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, every time I get feedback, I try to be honest. I try to show my empathy to the person who gives me feedback. So it's really nice to listen to that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Cool. So yeah, thank you for leverage the good talk. We're gonna invite you after this group chat. So if anybody else have questions, then we're gonna ask you for that.
Yeah,
so
sure. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. Okay, yeah, that was great talk. Thanks for dropping your comments or questions. It's pretty good. Next is the Sherry List and Olivia Laplace from Microsoft. They're going to talk about Azure Heroes, a new fun way to engage with the developer communities. So please welcome Sherry and Olivia. Hello. Okay, can you unmute yourself?
Yep.
Because you are both muted. So.
That's a very important step.
Yeah. So yeah, this is your talk. You're gonna have 20 minutes. I know, but if you wanna extend, yeah, it's free. Feel free for you to extend over a few minutes. And if you're ready, we're gonna change the layout and having you to get started with your talk.
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready?
Okay, I want to start by asking you a question. If you ever remember the very last time that you did something great and somebody recognized what you have done, do you remember the feeling? Do you remember how motivated you were by that time? This is what all Azure Heroes is about. Celebrating the achievement by the community. I'm Sherry.
And I'm Olivier. And we are here to tell you the story behind the Azure Heroes as an example and show you how we managed to launch a new program in a company like Microsoft. But maybe Sherry can start by telling us a little bit about an overview of the program, right?
Yeah, sure. We are working as Azure Developer Engagement Lead at Microsoft. I'm based in Copenhagen. Olivia is based in France. And our role is to engage with the developer communities, and then build relationship with them to find out their knowledge gap and reflect it to the country plan that we built in order to engage the developer community and skilling them up. And Azure Heroes is one of the main tools that we have in our main toolkit. So what is Azure Heroes? So it's an award and recognition program from Microsoft to developer community by issuing verifiable and digital collectible badges. Currently, we categorize our badges into two sections, awards and recognition. So you can gain awards by attending to different activities that we have. For example, if you join the conference, if you go to a hackathon and so on, you can get these different type of award programs that we have. But we set the board to get the recognition badges slightly higher. So how? There are some criteria that you need to meet them before we give you any of these badges. And you need to go through a nomination process that we have. In this way, you can say that we set the value of these badges, the recognition badges, also higher. But how do we actually define the value of these badges? And these badges, they are NFT token, non-fungible token. And when I say value, I'm not talking about the monetary value. The way that we set this the value for these badges is by taking advantage of the blockchain technology, and then actually this was the main reason that we chose this technology, because we wanted to be in charge of the kind of the supply of any of these badges. Let me give you an example. For example, the green contributor badge that we have is the most valuable badge because we have only 75 of these badges available in a whole season, and a season for us is 1 year, and each person can only get one of these badges for every year. Whereas, for example, the learner badge, we have indefinite supply of it, which means that you can say that literally is the least valuable badge that we have. But it is good because we could also celebrate even the smallest achievement by the developer community. For example, by joining a talk, and you can have as many of these badges that you want in each season. But even though that we are using this technology, we are not killing the planet. Oliver is going to talk about it slightly later, but I should also mention, once we went on this path, we also could use everything that the blockchain technology actually provided us. For example, you can be the true owner of these badges. You can verify that this badges is yours and share it here and there by the direct URL that you have. And also we could gamify our program as well. For example, in February, on the International Girls and Women in Science, we partner with our DevRel team. They developed an educational game called Azure Mystery. We integrated Azure Heroes in that, and we created like a limited edition space badge, where where the developers actually they could earn these badges, and there was already an open source connection between NFT and Minecraft, which enabled us to let people to take these badges with them to the Minecraft and discover more about these female scientists. So isn't it fun? I believe that this choice of technology enabled us to actually add a lot of fun, and it provides us a lot of opportunities to engage more with the developer community. So let's get to Oliver to find out if we are killing our planet or not.
Now we're trying that. We try to be good people here, but because as you may know, you've seen in the news recently, there is a lot of debates today on blockchain and environmental carbon footprint. So we want to do things good. So we partner with a third-party company called Engine, who just built a new blockchain, and which they released just a few weeks ago, which is called JumpNet, that reduces drastically the electricity consumptions and therefore reduces the carbon footprint. And so Azure Heroes, when it was launched, used to be on the Ethereum blockchain, and we're currently in the process of moving every badge on the JumpNet. So it's almost done. Most of the badges have been moved already, but by moving to this new blockchain, we'll reduce drastically the electricity consumption. And JumpNet, so it's brand new, and it uses a different type of consensus on the blockchain. So we moved from proof of stake to proof of authority. So we still have a very secure blockchain that can be hacked. So that's a little bit of the technical details. But you can go, there's a link to the article where they explain how they build the blockchain and how it works. So now that you know what the Azure Hero program is, thanks to Sherry, and you have a little bit of knowledge of the technical details, it's time that we tell you how we launched such a program inside Microsoft.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we are working at marketing department, and we do report to our local subsidiaries. And Azure Heroes is a global program, and also it connected to Azure as a product, which sits in our global team. Because of that, prior to our launch, we had to actually go and talk and to many of different teams that we have there to get their approval, starting from the core marketing team of Azure. We had to talk and make sure that what we are going to do is aligned to all of their marketing goals and values. And do you see all of these cute little graphics that we have? So we had to talk to our branding team to make sure that what we are doing is aligned to our branding guidelines or not. And the other thing is that at Microsoft, we have a very strict guidelines of data privacy. And we had to have several meetings with our compliance team to make sure that we are not compromising any user data and so on. And that applies to Engine as well. We had to onboard them as a vendor. And they also had to go through a full-blown audit to make sure that they are also not compromising user data either. So these are all of our approvals that we had to get before even we thought about launching the program. And then after that, there it comes the budget. We had to secure our initial budget. And that was also not so easy for multiple different reasons, is that you're going to make a proposal. You have to make sure that everybody knows what you are going to do. And again, it's making us, putting us in a situation that we are an area team and our program is a little bit of it's global. So that brought us a lot of meetings. But the good news is that we secured it, we made it happen, and also we are moving forward as well. But it helped us to build our negotiation skills. And the other thing is that, yeah, it's a very good project. We really love it. But can you have a program with only you use it? No, it won't work. So we had to find a lot of internal allies, people like us, or that they're working with the developer relation, and to bring them to use your program, because otherwise it will be only me and Olivia and maybe a few other people. So that cannot be a program. And as we speak, we are actually again working on building this network as well, because we need more allies. And as you can imagine, Microsoft is a big company, and we are not the only team that we are working with the developer community, and we are not the only team that we are doing this recognition. So we had to go and find all of these teams and find out that if there are any overlaps. Are we going to do the same thing that is already existed or not? Or if there are programs that there are synergies that we can work together and actually complete each other to even be better for the developer communities. So this task is also ongoing, but yes, this actually bring us to the next part, which is how do we measure our success?
Yeah, it is very important to measure success because, as you mentioned, we need to collaborate with people. Collaboration is key because we can't do all the program on our own. And so in order to collaborate, you need to show people the added value of working with you. And as you may know, in our job, the main way to show added value is to have data. So we needed to measure the success of the program in order to convince people to work with us. So we have two kind of measures. We have qualitative measures and quantitative measures. The easiest one is the number of badges we issue, because we don't give badges directly to people. People have to reclaim the badges. So we know that every people who has a badge took an action to redeem the badge. So it's easy to count. And as these people decided to have the badge, we know they wanted it. So we encourage them to share their experience, their badge on social media. And so kind of they become advocates of the Azure Hero program. And so we can even measure the social media engagement. And then for the people who are advocating the more for the program, we have some nice gifts and some Christmas gifts and try to thank them and show recognition. And also, as she mentioned, we try to collaborate internally with other teams. And that's something we can also measure, because when we started the program, it was only us showcasing the badges. And then we started with the advocacy team that started to do the Azure Space Mystery, as Sherry mentioned. And so now we have even more people we can partner with, and even some people that are directly reaching out to us to partner. So we can measure the number or collaboration we do over time, and it's increasing. So and also, last point, the community engagement. We started recently to onboard some third-party communities to work on the program. So we can give them a QR code you will see they can use in their community. So that's a lot of things to do, a lot of things to measure. So you may think we're like 40 people in the program. But as we mentioned, it started as a local initiative. So it's a pretty small team, right, Sherry?
Yes, we are only 4 people as a core team. So you already met Olivia and me. We have Maxime in Norway, and we have Nick in Belgium. So we are all working together, but we are actually constantly working on scaling up our program and our team. So Oliver, maybe you can mention a few of the things that we do.
Yeah, so because as we're a small team, you saw on the previous slide, it's only 4 people. And if you notice on the slide, we're all basically based in Western Europe. So there is no one from Asia, from the US, Africa, Middle East. So it's only us, and it's hard to reach out all these developers. So in order for the program to work, we not only need people to use it, like developers and influencers, we need to advocate internally inside the company. And something we started pretty soon in the process, and we decided to onboard with other teams internally that are not part of our teams, and also other countries, so people from our team and in other countries. So the first thing we did was to go to people's meeting and to present the program in different internal meetings. But you may know that it's not enough. It doesn't really work. Most people just in the meeting think, oh, that's really cool and it's cute, and we want to partner with you. But then as soon as the meeting ends, everybody forgets about it and you never hear from them again. So we had to be proactive. And we identified inside the company teams that are the most relevant to partner with us. Teams like the advocacy team, because they also work with the developer audience. So we partner with them to integrate Azure Heroes in some of their activities, like Sherry mentioned the Azure Mystery just before. And what's nice with these teams also is that they are global. So when we partner with something, it's a worldwide initiative. So it's even better for us because it allows us to engage with other teams in other countries that we may not be in contact in the first place, and that can bring to potential future collaborations. And also something that we need to work on to scale is, at the beginning, the program was very DIY. And in some parts, it's still a bit DIY. And it's not easy to scale, especially in the admin side of the program or the back office, like generating badges or validating nominee. It's all handmade right now. So we can't ask anyone in the company to learn how the system works and to do all the the job by themselves. So we're currently working on making it easier, so it becomes easy for anyone to participate in the program. But also, it started as a local initiative on local budget, and if we want to scale, budget may be an issue because we can work on only our budget. So how do we do, Sherry?
That's a very good question, Olivia. And I don't have the very right answer for you either. So the thing is that this is our ongoing challenge, and again goes back to what Olivia also mentioned. That is it's a local budget. We have to scale. We should go global, and then we should find actually budget from different sources to kind of to scale. And we started having an initiative not initiative, sorry, strategy to kind of that to detect all the existing program that we have and integrate Azure Heroes to that. And this is this is kind of our plan right now. And then we're going one by one, and we hope that strategy help us to not only have the program going as we have, but also enable us to scale and add feature for it. Because as the other initiatives grow, we can also grow with them as well. We can get back here maybe next year to tell you that if this strategy worked or not. But this is actually our plan as we go forward. But we might not have a lot of money, but we do have dream, Olivia, don't we?
Oh yeah, we dream big, and the program is only a year and a half ago since the first learner badge was minted on the blockchain, and so we have plenty of ideas, but we also have things that we know we need to work on absolutely. So we need to find more allies. As we said, we have started that, and we started with the most relevant one, but we're expanding, and we even started to do special badges for teams to do internal summit inside the company. So we even are collaborating with these kind of teams. And if you notice, we have two kind of users or customer, whatever you want. And we have the internal one, so the people inside the company. And right now, as we said, the platform is not scalable. If I have 100 submission, I have to manually send 100 emails with the QR code to the people. So we can't ask everyone in the company to do the same. Even for us, sometimes it's a pain when there's too many people. So we need to simplify the back office in order to scale internally. And then we have the external users, and like you, the developers, the influencers. And today we have a mobile app because, as we mentioned, Azure Heroes is a NFT token, so it needs a wallet. And it's a bit complicated, but as the token doesn't have a monetary value, as Sherry mentioned, we think we can simplify that. So tomorrow we want to have a web wallet, so people don't have to install an application to retrieve the badge. That will drastically simplify the process. And coming very soon, hopefully we'll have a community website, because one of the issue I would say today is that people can't showcase when they have a badge. So imagine that we have a map of the world where you can see all the Azure heroes, and you can click on someone's and see all the badges he or she has. So people would be able to showcase their badge and to share even their profile URL, even on their LinkedIn, social media, and everything. So that's in the work we want to do. And speaking of user experience, we mentioned we have two kinds of badges at the beginning, and today you can claim your Azure Hero badge. So you just scan a QR code with your phone. If you already have the app, then you will see the badge appearing in your badges list. Otherwise, you will be asked to install the app first, and then you will see the badge, right, Cherry?
Yes, but also since this is a digital wallet from the app that our partner Engine made for all of their kind of that those badges that they have, so you need to have a password. And if you ever miss that password, then it means that you miss every badges that you have in your wallet. Otherwise, you can always back up your wallet as well, and then put that passwords in some like a secure place as well. But there is also, since this is on NFT, we could also add a few more fun things to it as well. In this badge, when you get it, you can see the name of the conference, the DevRelCon Tokyo, and also you can see our names as a speaker as well. So that's it. I would say that thank you very much for listening to us. We are here to answer any of your questions.
Don't know if we have any question, but we have a lot of discussion in the chat on YouTube. And Maxime is with us on YouTube. We mentioned Maxime is part of the team. He's in the chat on YouTube.
Ah, that is great. Yes. And
yeah, thank you for the great session. Yeah. So, like you said, I don't see the question, but a lot of the, positive comments. And one tweet from the Twitter, I really like one the best. So you had to secure the budget. So BBB.
That's
right.
That's right.
That's a good one. I guess we should get back to Bill, and then maybe he needs to get one of our plushies for this match.
Yeah, please reach out to him. That's good. Okay. Yeah. Anything else that there's some people ask for the resources. So if they scan the QR code, they get the resources as well. About the program itself, there's some people ask for the resource for the program.
So when you scan this QR code, you kind of that it will what do you call it, that an app open in your wallet, which is called Engine, which is the digital wallet, and then with that, then you click on claim. And actually, one of the things that we haven't mentioned during our talk, that each of these badges, they come with a different variation, because if they need to be collectible, they need to look different as well. So you collect many of them. So you can choose the one that you like the most, and then it will go to your wallet as one of these one of the badges that you have. And if they want to know more about the program and all the different badges that we have, we can always go to aka.ms/azure.heroes.
Very cool. Okay, can you tweet that with the DevRelCon hashtag so that we can retweet and like after this session?
Yes.
Just want to add one thing. The QR code we showed you, when we generate QR code, we can set a time limit on it. Like say we don't want QR code to be on Twitter like for 2 years and everybody can scan it. So the QR code has a deadline. So people I think this one is for today or maybe.
Yeah, we normally put it like 24 hours, and of course there is also limited. So a QR code is valid for only, for example, 10 badges or 20 badges. So because otherwise that's not what we want to gain. We don't want to gain like 2,000 people that they follow it up, but they haven't been actually to our session or so on.
So scan it now.
Yes, scan it now.
Yeah. So this is very special for the people who watch it in live stream now.
Yeah, exactly. So,
it has a DevRelCon Tokyo in the metadata.
Yeah.
For the conference.
Cool. Thanks both. That was a great talk and have a great chat. We're gonna invite you at the end of the session, and we're gonna have the chat after that. But until that, see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, yeah, that was great talk, and thank you, Chad. I see a lot of the comments and questions. So let's move into the next session. Next session is going to be the Shurini Karamari. So please welcome Shurini.
Hey,
hi
great
there.
to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah, it looks like in the midnight or night.
Yeah.
So everybody did actually introduce at the beginning of the group. So can you introduce yourself first?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Srini Karamati. I live in Boston, Massachusetts, and I'm a senior developer advocate at Preset. So I've been in DevRel for about a year only. So I'm kind of a little bit new to the field. But I've been doing kind of teaching and advocacy work for over 5 years before that as well. So excited to be here.
Thank you. And may I ask what time is it right now for you?
It's 4:30 a.m.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm an early riser, so not so bad.
Thank you. So if you're ready, can you start to share your screen?
Yeah.
We can change the layout, then you may start your session after that.
Totally. Okay. Does this work? Is this working?
Yes, it's working.
Awesome. Great. Let me know if should I just go ahead and start?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, awesome. So I just can't see the StreamYard screen. Awesome. Well, hey everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm hoping to spend the next 20 minutes or so sharing what I've learned in the last year of working as a developer relations person, and also helping to manage a thriving kind of open source community. So to start things off, I wanted to provide a little bit of context and background into myself, what I've done in the past, why I'm here, then talk a little bit about the jobs to be done around the community. So to borrow a word from product management, I used to be a product manager, so I bring a lot of those mental models into developer relations as well. Then kind of talk a little bit about dashboard design. When is how do you actually design a useful dashboard to help you with kind of managing and scaling your community, helping with the gardening efforts there. Then kind of talk really quickly about the kind of technical architecture for the work that we've done. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because there's many different ways you could build this. But it's just kind of one reference point for people, and then hopefully at the time we'll have some time to answer some questions. So yeah. So a little bit about me. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a senior developer advocate at Preset. Before Preset, I spent 6 years as a data scientist, and 5 of those years in data science education. So if you've ever used DataQuest, I helped kind of build that online learning platform, and that was kind of a fun ride. And so I kind of I approach developer relations with kind of a very strong focus on spreading data literacy. So maybe I think I'm a little bit unorthodox in that way. I am a programmer, but I kind of identify as a data scientist first, and I'm really excited about helping the whole world learn the skills that I've been fortunate to pick up over the years, actually working with data to make sense of the world. So you can kind of think of it as I spent a bunch of time trying to help people learn the existing data tools out there by working on an online learning platform. And now I'm actually hoping to build better data tools as kind of the other side of spreading data literacy and just helping more people work with data. And so, at Preset, as kind of just to provide context into the community, is an open source BI platform that was started originally by Max at Airbnb, who also open sourced Airflow. So as a company and a community, we have a strong open source focus. And it's especially interesting because we have many different communities, personas, I would say. So we have people that are close to myself who like working with data, who like using it to get things done, analyzing data, visualizing it. That's kind of the persona I identify with the most. But then you also have people who work on databases, so engineers that are kind of working on the next generation of data warehouses and databases, and they're excited about making their data engine work with all of the visualization tools out there. So that's kind of one type of persona that we have in our community. And then you also have data engineers, so not kind of people on the database side, but people who are maybe they've used Airflow, they're interested in building large data pipelines, and so they're excited about having a open source BI tool as well. The rest of the data stack has gone open, and so they're excited that there's an open source BI platform. So that's kind of some context into the community that I help kind of manage, and as a company we help steward. And so one of the interesting challenges right when I joined, which is about a year ago, is our channel lives in a bunch of different places. So we have a huge Slack community with over 3,000 people, and that's really just a small slice of the total number of people using Superset. But many of them do join our kind of open Slack community. However, it is not technically our community. So this is kind of an interesting, unique challenge that we have is being an Apache project. The IP, so to speak, of the code base is actually technically owned by the Apache Foundation. So their kind of whole goal is to provide a vendor neutral approach to building open source. So it's not just one company that's responsible for driving development, and no one can say that they own the project. And so that's kind of interesting in that I kind of came into a community that was already existed. It was kind of grassroots to some degree. And so there's kind of some interesting pros and cons there, but some interesting challenges to kind of manage a community that you don't technically own per se and drive entirely yourself. We have GitHub, of course, which maybe feels weird as a community channel, but for open source projects, especially Apache projects, a lot of discussion happens on GitHub, and that whether it's PRs, issues, GitHub also keeps adding new features like discussions as kind of ways to get people to be more social and collaborative on GitHub. And so because of that, it's a super important channel for us, and we actually have a lot more people that have left a comment on GitHub or contributed code on GitHub that than those that are even active on Slack. So GitHub is huge for us. And we also have Stack Overflow. Of course, every day someone's asking questions about Superset or related tools, or how tool A should work with Superset. And so these top three are kind of top of mind for us always. On the second tier, we have Meetup, HubSpot, and Zoom. So as a developer advocate, as I'm sure others out here are also doing, you're hosting events, you're hosting community events, you're using HubSpot to maybe send out emails, and when an event has finished, you want to send out a recording to people who couldn't make it for a variety of reasons. And we also use Zoom, which I have kind of a little bit of a love-hate relationship with, as I'm sure many people do here as well. But it is kind of pretty good for webinars, and has a good integration with kind of HubSpot and Meetup. So we use it for events, and we're less interested in mining data here to understand here are all the people that joined, and here's their emails, and here's where they worked. We're less interested in that. We're more interested in just kind of okay, we've tried a different type of community event focused on databases or focused on best practices around dashboard design. Do we have the same people coming to the events or different people? Are we able to kind of get more people in a different persona? Are we able to reach them? And I think that's kind of an interesting thing we can do, as well as just understanding generally how many people are coming, right? So if we do an event and only 5 people show up, should we really do that event again? It's a question mark. So I think having some basic data here helps. And lastly, in this bottom tier, we have places that we don't control at all and are completely kind of, you can say, public. So Reddit, Twitter, and LinkedIn. There's people in your community that likely live in these places that are having conversations about your product or open source project or open source movement or whatever it is that you kind of help manage the community around. And they're in all these places, and it's nice to know when a discussion is happening, so you can kind of be there to help out and offer your help, and also just let people know that that you are working on that project, and if they have questions, or even use it as an idea to use it as kind of a jumping off point to understand other types of content that you may create or other types of events. So it's kind of, these are all different kind of just data sources to think about. How do you continue to serve and help the community, even if they're not living in your community channels? You still want to know what people are up to and the challenges that they're facing. And in many ways, even if you do own the product and the IP, the community lives where it wants to live, and it kind of grows across many platforms. So you can't always dictate that, and so it's better to embrace it. And I think that is kind of lays the foundation here, because that identifies many challenges here. So there's many different jobs to be done. In fact, the list is much longer, I would say, than even this, but these are some of the key ones that we use community dashboards for. So first, just better understand the needs of the community, right? If people are in one channel spending a lot of time trying to deploy the open source project or deal with security and cloud vendors and stuff like that, and then we have to ask ourselves, are we in a position to support that, or is there someone else in the community that's better positioned to support those type of long tail of deployment and configuration issues, because that's kind of more a traditional support and services company that tries to do that type of thing. That's something we want to do. Is kind of always something we think about, versus people who want to improve the experience between database A and Superset, right? So, and again, one thing that's interesting is Superset works with literally hundreds of databases, and we're not, it's almost impossible for us to understand all the different databases and every quirk that's out there. And yeah, and it's interesting because our community also is living in other database communities, right? There's people who are in the MySQL community or Firebolt or Apache Pinot, and they are having issues, and they're kind of asking for help in that community, even though the problem maybe lives with our project. And so that's kind of an interesting kind of a thing there as well. Identify and recognize champions. So who are people that are very active, that are making a difference, that are speaking up and helping out with helping other people, whether that's just responding to Slack messages and pointing them in the right direction with regards to documentation or examples, or if it's people that are contributing to the open source project. So how do we just identify that? Because in kind of these digital platforms, there's always so much going on. And visualization is a powerful way to understand outliers and compare distributions and things like that. So that's super important. Identify preset employees. So people at companies that I work at, where we have a huge software engineering core, and obviously shipping software is an important thing you can do to contribute to an open source project. But there's tons of other things that we can also do. Obviously, DevRel and community team does a lot of it, but I'm always pushing engineers to also make a difference here and share their knowledge, because it's something that I may not have. So being able to understand where that's happening and the things they're interested in doing is always fun. There's a few others. Another one I'll quickly mention is identifying people living in multiple channels, right? So if there's someone who's active in multiple channels, and you want to start on GitHub and have a conversation with them about some bug or something, and then if you can look up if they're in your Slack or not really quickly, then you can just be like, hey, let's move this over to Slack, right? So that's kind of an interesting thing. When think about dashboards, you think usually of visualization, but this is kind of also providing a little bit of a command center and a search console in many ways. So that's kind of cool as well. And yeah, there's some other ones. And I'll quickly provide a 10-second or 20-second overview of dashboard design. There's kind of three different types of dashboards. You have analytical, which is kind of what I call focused on understanding the past. So it's focused on understanding stuff that's already happened. And it's usually not live updating. It's very exploratory. So it's kind of the classic dashboard when you think of someone coming in and slicing and dicing data, moving things around, and looking at messages sent on this date range in this channel from this person, kind of this join of 4 different criteria. That's usually an exploratory dashboard or analytical one. And there's also a strategic dashboard. So this is Claire from DBT had a great blog post where they're focused on OKR development, and they're interested in using the metric of channels, non-default channels joined as kind of an interesting metric, because the default channels people are joining doesn't really tell you that much because it's there by default when they join a Slack community, for example. But measuring the non-default channels people join could tell you a little bit more about their excitement and the value that they've gotten from the community. And so that's kind of that might be a strategic focus dashboard, because you're showing a ton of metrics, and you're showing a focus set of metrics that you want the team to kind of focus on and galvanize around. Operational, this is the least important, I think, in a community. This is showing the now. This is kind of like the live HUD of a airplane cockpit or a car. There's very few things in the community that are like insanely real time and need to be live updating. So in my opinion, mostly steer away from these type of dashboards. So we've kind of blogged about some of the dashboards that we've created to analyze our community. So we have one that we call the GitHub engagement dashboard, and I'll actually kind of show it here. Naturally, we as a data company, as a BI company, we use our own tool to visualize the data. I think that's just kind of a given at this point, right? It's a great way to dog food. I'll just refresh this so it resizes the charts a little bit. And hopefully this doesn't break. We're still in beta, so yeah, things can always break, right? So this is kind of a kind of exploratory dashboard where we currently have one repo, but you can actually add other open source. So we always like to compare ourselves to other open source projects as well. It's kind of just a fun thing to do, just to see like, oh, how are we growing compared to other open source projects? And kind of always kind of rallies the team together. And so with this is just high level metrics around engagement. So the number of stars, a little bit of a vanity metric, pull requests, general interactions, etc. And we're especially interested in how large organizations are contributing to the open source project and how that's changing. So you can just see, like, this chart tells a great story of Max starting Superset at Airbnb, and then, which is the nice kind of reddish pink hue here, which resembles the Airbnb color. And then over time, Lyft started adopting it, and then Preset was started in 2018, which is the green kind of slab in the middle. And now we're kind of one of the most dominant contributing groups, but we're hoping to kind of onboard other teams as well. So this is kind of a way to understand the organizations and teams that are contributing and how that's changing over time. And of course, you have a classic leaderboard. You know, Max, who created the original project, still is number one for the most number of PRs. But you know, in the last 28 days, he doesn't contribute as much as you could imagine. So we have some other engineers that have stepped up as well. So this is kind of a cool thing. And this kind of that was a metrics dashboard. So I especially like this Explorer tab that we have here. This is an interesting way to dive in even deeper. So you can look at, you know, comments created by a specific person. This is GitHub. So it's going to be the GitHub handle. And then we also have a rough kind of categorization of GitHub handles to organization. And so this is, you know, if you were to do this, this is something you would have to add, is the kind of mapping, because it can be difficult sometimes to build a generic dashboard that can work for any project, because that information is somewhat context sensitive. And then, you know, GitHub has a lot of bots. Superset project has a lot of bots as well. So do we want to filter out the bot events or not? So this is kind of a way to understand, this is kind of an activity stream, right? So what is the last 10 things that have happened in any way on the Superset project? And then you can drill in further into the specific actions that you want to look at. So if you want to look at just kind of PRs created recently, then this will update and you can see the organizations creating PRs. So you got other, which is people we haven't grouped into a natural company or organization yet. And this is all time as well. So we can put a time range to just look at the last 3 days or last 9 days. So this is kind of an interesting way. There's so many things you can do here, right? Like this isn't even showcasing the full potential. You can look at all the issues that have been closed by a specific person. You can look at all the PRs that have been merged, and are they more about fixes? Are they focused more on refactoring? Are they feature PRs? And so this is kind of all, and then also who contributed that code, right? So it's kind of a really powerful way to ask questions and attempt to answer them in a more self-serve type of way. And then second, we built the Slack dashboard. It's still a work in progress, excuse me, I'll say, but we found it really fun to play with here. Excuse me. So we have a Slack dashboard. And this is our Slack community that I mentioned earlier, has over 3,500 people. And it's kind of, you know, there's an easy way to just, some of these are just high level metrics, so just the number of messages, the time zones that people live in. But what's really fun is actually being able to filter this down. So I can look at just myself and see kind of my own contribution to the community, right? So where am I posting the most? And yeah, this is what's called an area chart. So it'll show each channel and the number of messages in each channel that have been posted. This is just by me. And so these are all so I tend to post most in beginner questions, introductions, channel as well, where I always, you know, wave and introduce people, ask people to introduce themselves when they join the channel. So that kind of all makes sense. And also how my weekly messages have changed in the last quarter. Some weeks where I post a little bit less, but you know, I try to stay in that 50 to 80 messages per week, which works out to about 10 messages a day. And then the most popular channels visualize another way. So this is removing the time dimension and just looking at where do I post and interact with the most. So I like helping beginners. You know, I have a background in teaching people things. So helping beginners is often where I get the most joy. New people joining the community, excited about that as well. And then also when we write new content, or when people want to write new content, I'm also there to help out as well. So we have a content share channel focus on that. So we've used this data to overhaul our Slack, overhaul the community Slack rather, a few different times. So there used to be more channels. Anytime a channel kind of dips in message popularity, we try to combine it with another channel. We renamed all the channels, for example. So I'm a big fan of not having a hashtag general channel, because I think it's it ends up becoming this kind of cesspool of random messages. It's truly general, and it's really hard to manage. So we renamed that to community announcements, and which is right over here, and we locked it so only some people can post announcements there. I'm a big fan of that. Instead, kind of encouraging people to actually post in specific channels. So we had a channel called Customizing Superset, or Contributing or Improving Superset, which much clearer labels, whereas in the past, Slack channels were created haphazardly. And the data has shown that this has been great for generally just getting people to engage more and also answering their own questions. Obviously, it's always fun to identify who the champions are. Not to toot my own horn, but I am very active in our own Slack community. We also have another engineer, Ty Dupree, who's also a core contributor to Superset. He's also very active at Slack. So this is number of messages posted just in the last quarter, just kind of as a fun thing. Yeah. So looks like I have a few more minutes. I quickly wanted to mention two mental models. So I think a lot of people here have heard of the Orbit model. I'm generally a fan of it. And I think really the only way to implement a model like Orbit is to analyze and visualize data from multiple channels, because your observers could be everyone who ever, liked a tweet about your project, ever visited an anonymous visitor who visited the open source project page, asked a question on Stack Overflow. It's so large, right? And so it's always good to know just the general reach that you have, that the project is having. And a lot of that is likely because of community and DevRel efforts. So observers kind of is the lowest tier stage in some ways. Maybe you can think of it as a Saturn or Pluto in their kind of analogy here. The hope is that some of those people will become participants, so they'll have questions. They will want to get some help. They'll want to feel like a part of a community, so they'll start to participate. And that's huge, getting people from just stage 4 to stage 3. I think that's really important for DevRel to kind of own and make sure people are feeling welcome to participate. Hopefully some of them will become contributors, and then the happiest day is when they become advocates, when someone is writing blog posts or giving talks about your project and you never ask them to. They're just so excited about the community that they feel like they want to do that. And I think that's really powerful. I'll quickly mention the funnel model. I know this is a controversial topic in DevRel, but it's I don't think it's ideal, especially for nascent communities. I will say that I've spoken to many heads of DevRel at much larger companies, and I think there is a lot of pressure to go this route as the organization scales. But the way I think about it is that I don't think it's such a bad thing for very, very large community organizations, as long as it's focused on top of funnel. So just getting people to become observers or even participants, but not kind of focused on efficiency, like, oh, how many people visited the landing page and signed up or used the product. I think that's kind of the goal of product marketing and product and engineering, not kind of community. And I think of it a lot like investing in basic science research. The second you turn it into a funnel activity or an ROI activity, it starts to lose some of the value. I'll quickly mention our technical architecture. We use all open source components. Airbyte is something we like because it's easy to get going. They have lots of connectors, and we're friendly with their community. So this has been a cool, the tracker, the dashboards I've shown, it's been a cool community building tool as well. And if you're interested, we're going to talk about the technical architecture behind the tracker. So you can check it out at preset.io/events. It's June 29th, I believe, where my coworker will be talking about how we build and manage this. So we use an open source data integration tool. We just use everything in Postgres. It's not the most scalable thing for analytics data, but it works fine for our kind of small use case. And obviously we're using our own tool for visualizing data. And last thing before Q&A, what's next for the trackers? So was basically our word for our collection of dashboards here. More data, right? So Stack Overflow is not something we have yet because there's not an Airbyte connector for it, but we're hoping to develop it. So it's also a way to show some love to that community, is to build more data connectors. And then we can start to track questions people are asking and look for themes there as well, and our own ability to answer those questions. Reddit, as I mentioned earlier, would be a great one, as well as Medium and YouTube. Really understand how many people are becoming advocates and start to show them some love. And lastly, I do want to mention we'd love to enable this for other communities. So if you're a DevRel person or a community manager and you would like a set of dashboards for your community, please get in touch. We're hoping to kind of build relationships with other communities by offering this kind of just for free. Just tell us where your community lives. We'll use public data. If you want us to use private Slack data, we can do that as well. But we want to kind of build relationships with other open source communities by kind of offering this for free for anyone who wants to use this. And it's also just good dog fooding and feedback for the tool as well. So yeah, that's what I came here to talk about. Hope it was interesting. I'm happy to take some questions now.
Yeah, thank you, Srini. Yeah, that's great. Insightful session actually, because I usually don't see the analytics there or insights, but you showed everything straight. Sometimes I tell my guts tell something, but actually data validates whether it is right or not. So we got one question from the audience. So this is from Olivia, as actually the previous speaker. So this is, the dashboard is amazing. Is there a way to automate the dashboard creating by providing GitHub repo, or does it have to be built manually? So how did you build that dashboard?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in fact, we were just, my coworker Robert was on the Airbyte community call and talking about just this. So the answer is yes and no. So right now we do it manually. So Airbyte is very GUI focused. So in the GUI, you go in, you put in your OAuth tokens for Slack, you put in your GitHub tokens just so that you can crawl more of GitHub without being rate limited. And so there's some data fetching work there. So right now it's done in a more manual way, but in the next few weeks, we're working on making every part of this pipeline and the dashboards themselves configurable as code. So basically, already in Superset, every chart and dashboard, the dashboards that I've shown, as we build on them, we can actually export them as files, and you can import them into your own Superset instance or what have you. And then the data pipeline itself, we're making more and more of that declarative. So the answer is eventually it will be. We're hoping in the next 3 to 4 weeks, it'll kind of get there where we can just say, here's just having a bunch of files where it's all kind of specified, and then the engine will just kind of do everything that's needed. I will say that some of the more interesting dashboarding work is going to be have to done manually, right? So like we're not going to know. No code will know the organizations and the things that you might care about, or what your bots are called, or there's a lot of custom stuff you'll end up having to do. But just getting data out, putting it in dashboards, we're hoping to turn that into a highly automated thing and scale it out to anyone who wants to do it themselves.
Thanks. I have one other question. So this is going to be the last question for you. So I saw that the data is great, insights is great. So what type of organization or what size of the organization would be the best fit for the US solution? Because I'm the only one in Japan. Should I look at those data, or what's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think it's probably a little bit more useful for teams that have communities in many channels and and it's a little bit further along. So like Superset project's been around for 6 years. I came into an existing community, so I was personally interested in just understanding, where's everyone spread out, and there's hundreds of thousands of people using the tool. So I think for us, the scale just made this a necessity. I think when you're smaller, like Airbyte and even the Orbit communities, they're much smaller. They're like 1,000, 2,000 people. I think you probably have to go more on community love and feeling and making, Starbucks says they want to make every single interaction great, right? And take it so personally. I think when you're small, that's probably a better use of your time. It's just spend more time being very hands-on. But I think, if you have the time and the interest, I think once your community is probably a few thousand people, that's probably a good time to start visualizing it and putting some numbers around it. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that was great insight. Okay, thank you for talking today and for such early time. And if you can stay after the next session, that we're gonna get again to have a discussion. But if you can't, that's totally understandable. But I hope that you enjoyed talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thanks. See you soon. Okay, yeah, thanks for the great talk. Before we head into the next session, actually the Orbit model that Srini introduced is a company called Orbit. Their company is one of the sponsors of the DevRelCon. So if you go to the Advice, which is a virtual venue, you can see the logo of the Orbit, and if you click that, you can watch the movie. So they provide great tools. So if you're interested in the services, please go to the Advice for the DevRelCon Tokyo venue. Okay, people, this is the last session of the Sakura. I started this streaming at 9 a.m. my time, which is 9 hours ago. So it's been online for 9 hours. The last session is Siddharth. So please welcome the Siddharth. Hi there.
Hey everyone. Hi Dyson. Yes, I know you have been streaming since morning, and hats off to you.
Yeah, but I'm glad that we are made it to the last of our session, and I'm glad that you are the last person, to give the talk. So, if you are ready, let us change the layout, and you may start after me disappearing.
Sure thing, I'm ready, and I can see the chat is super excited as well at the same time. Looking forward.
Cool.
Awesome. Cool. So, hey everyone, hope you all are doing great and keeping safe. And yes, I'm very, very happy to be here, and speaking at DevRelCon Tokyo this year. This is personally my first time getting involved with DevRelCon events, and hopefully more in the future as well. And yes, thanks a lot for joining in today for my session. As you can see on the screen itself, the title reads as Hackathons, Gateway to Collaboration and Open Source. So in this talk, you'll be understanding how collaboration can be a great asset and how one can begin the journey with open source while just being a part of any hackathon. And you'll also understand the relation between hackathon and FOSS. I'll also be discussing, ways one can get involved with the hackathon and various other communities as well. And I'll be sharing all of this along with my hackathon journey so far, which has happened. And I hope this would be something interesting to you. So make sure to attend it till the end. And let me just quickly bring the chats on one of my screens so that I can look out for that as well meanwhile. And I can already see many of the folks have joined us. So that's super awesome to see. Thanks a lot, everyone, for joining in. And yes, before we start, I would really appreciate if you all would be active in chats and ask questions, that I can answer after my talk. And because I want to keep it as interactive as possible. So make sure you do that. And feel free to let us know who you are, where are you joining in from, or what is that one thing you're looking forward to from this talk, and anything else as well. So feel free to drop those things into the chat. Before actually starting with the session, I have a very fun challenge for you all. Few of the folks who have been seeing me online, I have already known about the same, but let me just reveal that fun challenge now. So the challenge is very simple. It's just, 4 simple steps. You need to count the number of times you see me in this entire talk of mine. This is the first step. Second step, after this talk ends, you need to share top 3 learnings from this talk along with that final count which you have, understood. So make sure you share that. And the third step is you need to tweet it. You can tag me, you can tag DevRelCon, and make sure you're using the hashtag SidHacks, hashtag DevRelCon. I'm saying you to use the hashtag SidHacks so that we can identify who have participated in this challenge. Deadline is 6 June, 11:59 p.m. IST. And yes, I'll be giving away a swag to one of the lucky winners. Anyone who have highlighted the top 3 learnings in the best possible way, I'll be reaching out to them personally after 6 June, maybe on 7 June. And with that being said, first of all, good luck, everyone. Let us start with this session. So first of all, let me give you all the general background. So this is Siddharth Dalwal, a student from India pursuing computer science and engineering. I am currently interning at Sava Labs as a community development intern. I also more recently got accepted to the first ever class of DigitalOcean's Navigator program and the GitHub Campus Experts program as well. I'm also a former ProGate community intern. I also, I love to get involved with various student programs like Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, AngelX Student Ambassador, and various others as well. Apart from all of this, I'm also the lead organizer of my very own hackathon, which is named as Hack This Fall. And talking more about me, I love interacting with people and help communities. Helping my community members is what I do on a daily basis. And I've been contributing to various student tech and hackathon communities for almost 2 years, till now. It's almost more than 2 years now. And my passion for hackathon is immense, and I've been part of 60 plus hackathons with different roles. And yeah, that was pretty much about me. But let's jump onto the topic. Cool. So at the very start, if you're someone who is new to hackathons, you might have this question, right? That what are hackathons? So before we move forward and I answer this question, let me know in the chats how many hackathons you have participated in or maybe contributed to. Even if you haven't got involved in the hackathons yet, then as well, feel free to let us know in the chats as well. Cool. And I'll be looking out for your chats as well. So make sure you drop them down. Awesome. So let's understand what are hackathons. Whoops. Yes, here we are. Now, according to the definition, hackathons are an awesome way to just bring your community together to learn new skills, build amazing projects, share ideas, and whatnot. And at the same time, a hackathon can also be best described as an invention marathon. Now, you might be wondering that for whom is this hackathon, or who can attend one? So answer is very simple. Anyone who has interest in technology attends a hackathon to learn, build, and share their creations over the course of a weekend in a very, relaxed and welcoming atmosphere. Also, for becoming an attendee of a hackathon, you don't have to be a programmer, and you certainly don't have to be majoring in any of the computer science or IT field. So just imagine, where does this concept of a hackathon come from? Basically, hackathons are also called a hack day or hack fest, and this was born out of the open source community. Yes, you heard it right. We'll also talk more about it, but now let's talk about what are the impacts that hackathon brings. Cool. So being a part of any hackathon brings a lot of opportunities and many ways with which one can contribute to solving the shared problems of our society. So let us understand what are the few out of many impacts that hackathon creates. And while I speak, if you have experienced any hackathon, which I can see many of the folks have already, do let us know in the chats the best outcome about it or any of your best experience from that hackathon. Now, first point over here, in the hackathon ecosystem, a problem is not just considered as a problem, but it is seen as a problem that gives way to an opportunity, Now you need to understand this. There are like multiple problems around us, which needs the solution, or maybe we can say a better solution. Now, for creating a solution, there are different end goals which surrounds a hackathon. That's why we can say that hackathons helps in solving a problem. Also, hackathons are inclusive. Now, when I say inclusive, I mean it is open for everyone, not just coders or computer science students, as I said earlier. Hackathons are for a diverse and dynamic group of programmers, creators, designers, builders, and any other title or role which you can think of. It's not just limited to, computer science majors or anything else as well at the same time. Next up is like hackathons also serve as an opportunity for both kinds of people, that is extroverts and introverts, where they can just foster their relationships and their social and interpersonal skills. And it happens while they engage in something they have shared and genuine interest in, right? So people from different backgrounds just gather at a single place to learn something, to collaborate, and to grow at the same time. And not only this, hackathon helps educating people. Now, if you are attending a hackathon, you will definitely become better than before, because what happens is that you get an opportunity to just learn from others and teach them at the same time. You get to add projects to your portfolio to which can help you make yourself stand unique from others. And yes, hackathon helps create valuable connections as well. Now, anywhere I go, I personally more focus on networking, connection building, and hackathons are a great place to meet like-minded people who all are having different backgrounds, different skill sets, and various experiences to share at the same time. Next up, we'll definitely talk about collaboration, but it can be like collaborating with people, making projects, then earning prizes, new skills, building connections, availing internship, and many other way. So there can be like lots and lots of opportunities which are created via hackathon. Then hackathon helps create a community. Now, what do I mean by that? I'll definitely talk more about that maybe in the next slides. Cool. Now, when I said hackathon helps create a community, I meant hacker community. Now, there are different meaning of the word hacker, but I would like to make it clear at this particular moment that here the hacker is not the one who is just breaking into the systems and doing some kind of robbery. Instead, hacker is the one who is participating in a hackathon. So what actually a hacker community is, I would love to know from the audience as well. If you have been to any hackathon, you might have definitely experienced the hacker community over there. So what according to you a hacker community is? Please let us know in the chat as well. Talking about me, hacker community is basically a group of like-minded people having the same interest in attending hackathons and motivation to solve the shared problems of our society. So it is super awesome to be part of such a community. Now, you might be thinking that for whom is this community and who can be a hacker? So let me tell you. A hacker community has people with different skill sets, different backgrounds. There are people, from beginner levels to intermediate to advanced level as well at the same time. And even everyone in the chat as well today, you can be part of the community as well. Your skills and your level of experience are not the criteria to join anytime. They will eventually grow as you become the part of this amazing community. So what else do you experience being a part of the hacker community? As I said earlier, that I love interacting with people, and hackathons give me that opportunity to just make new friends with whom I can share my knowledge, discuss common interest, and learn from them at the same time. And believe me, it feels so good to have people who understand you more than yourself. And other than that, being a part of the community, you can share ideas, you can share your knowledge and teach people. There is just so much to gain that I cannot express that enough. Also, hacker community helps people to collaborate based on their interests and skill sets. People come together to work on a project to bring a solution to an existing problem. And apart from all the things I talked about earlier, you also get to contribute to open source. There is definitely more to add with collaboration and open source, as the talk title itself says about that. But I'll be definitely covering more of that in my upcoming slides. But most importantly, be the part of hacker community or any community in general to celebrate and have fun and enjoy your presence, because yes, you are an awesome person being part of an amazing community. And yes, there is so much that can be said about it. But now let's head over to something very unique, which is gateway to collaboration. Now, whenever we talk about collaboration, what do you understand by this? Now, again, this is your time to use the live chat section. What is the first thing which comes up in your mind while you hear the word collaboration? It can be anything. It can be something where, with respect to your college, with respect to your education, any of the work you are doing, any of the internship. It can be anything. So what is that first thing which comes up in your mind when you hear the word collaboration for the very first time? let us know in the chats. Personally, talking about me, I see it as a gateway to so many opportunities. Now, from the very beginning, when I started my journey with communities, I have learned so much and gained many opportunities out there. I have seen myself growing, and collaboration is such a strong aspect that can help you enhance your growth and can lead you somewhere where you won't even imagine. So that is the power of collaboration. Let's talk more about the same. So yes, especially mentioned in the earlier talks as well by our awesome speakers here, that collaboration is the key. Now, if I go with the definition, collaboration is the process of two or more people, entities, or organizations, working together to just complete a task or maybe achieve a goal. So now let's understand what are few out of many ways that collaboration can take place at especially a hackathon, because this is what we all are, talking about over here. Cool. So with respect to hackathons, when we talk about collaboration, there are various aspects to it. At first place, as you can see, hackers collaborate in teams because the majority of the audience in a hackathon are hackers. So while participating, hackers do collaborate with other team members, other hackers at the venue. They start with the ideation, they brainstorm on various opinions, suggestions. They try to come up with various ideas, problem statements all together, and they start brainstorming on the scene. They start thinking of various approaches on. They ask questions to each other. They answer others' questions at the same time. So this is where collaboration starts at very basic level. People collaborate in a team just to come up with some solutions to an existing problem. Then they start with implementation. Team formation happens before that, and at the end, it happens like executing it and then pitching it in front of judges and everything else all together in the loop. So that is where it starts. Then, of course, it's a very interesting term which many of us might be aware about, which is pair programming. So this is another example of collaboration, which is really very effective at the same time and helpful, because when I have personally experienced this, when I used to do something alone, I used to take much of my time from my entire day or schedule. But when I started, collaborating with people, when I started, interacting with folks in the community, I observed that there's a lot of learnings altogether, and it saves me a lot of time as well at the same time. So that is definitely, something perfect to do. Next comes that mentor connect session. Now at a hackathon, there are not just hackers, but the mentors as well present over there to just guide you, and give your problem or idea a feedback. Mentors are there to share their experiences from the hackathons they have been in the past and various other ways. So what happens is when you're participating in a hackathon or just being at a hackathon, you interact with those mentors, and that is when you start collaborating with them as well. It's just, the conversation which is starting at the moment is helping you making opportunities for yourself or creating opportunities for yourself, because it's not always necessary that opportunities will come forward to you by its own. Many times it happens that you yourself create an opportunity for you or your community. So that is where it all starts. The first step is starting the conversation anytime, anywhere. That is for sure. And collaboration will definitely happen along with your way of conversation, because when you start conversing with people, you'll start identifying common interest, and what are the things you are sharing, what are the things you are more passionate about, what are the ways you can like look forward to upcoming events or something like that. So it can be in various other ways. Next come is like organizers and sponsor relations. So for example, if someone is hosting a hackathon, they'll definitely reach out to various sponsors. So what happens is the sponsors not only just sponsor the hackathon, but at the same time the organizing team and the sponsors have such a relation where they can communicate with each other. They work for the particular hackathon, they share their ideas, they share different aspects to implement some challenges, some prizes at the hackathon. And throughout this process there is a lot to learn, believe me, because for example, someone who is a student is hosting a hackathon. It's a great opportunity for a student to understand how things work at an industry level, and it bridges the gap between the university students and the industry professionals. So that is something really awesome. Community partnerships, of course. I have seen various hackathons in the past have collaborated with various communities out there. You know, uh, it really helps anyone to connect with such a large group of audience. For example, if I'm studying in my college, in my single class, there would be around 60 to 100 people at a single time. But what if I participate somewhere where there are hundreds of community partners? 100 is still a big number, but even if we consider 10, which is a small number, if there are 10 community partners, there are so many community members out there. You have an opportunity to collaborate with all of them, right? It's just that how you start the conversation, how you are thinking to build the network in a meaningful way, and how valuable they are for you. So it all starts there. Last but not the least is the hacker community altogether. Now, when I talk about hacker community, everyone involved in the hackathon, right from the beginning, be it organizing team member, the hackers, mentors, speakers, judges, sponsor representatives, or anyone else altogether, they are all involved in the hacker community. So this is something which is really, really, really big. And you can definitely take most out of it, because hackathons are not just an event of few days. Of course, it runs for 24 hours, 36, 48 hours, but it's not just limited to that. Even after the hackathon ends, the community is still going to exist. You can still communicate with people, you can still collaborate with them. So that is a way bigger opportunity than anything else. And yes, while hackathons are the gateway to collaboration, they also are the gateway to collaboration and open source. Now, this is one of the important aspects of any hackathon community, believe me. And with that being said, let us understand the true essence of the scene, which is hackathon and FOSS. Now, FOSS stands for free and open source software, right? And for open source, we need transparency, isn't it? Now, when I say transparency, I mean that various projects or any other software which have publicly available code and information to access. And guess what? Hackathons are the birthplace of open source projects. There are a lot of hackathons happening each weekend with tens of thousands of hackers, every year submitting their projects which they have built working on weekends during the limited time period, and by using different tech stacks and softwares which all are open source. So in most cases, what happens is that hackers collaborate to form a team and then work on projects. Now, most importantly, open source is not just about code. Today, it is used for designing, documentation, recruitment, file sharing, and multiple domains one can think of. Also, I would like to highlight one of the statement which we say in our EdiHub community, that is collaboration first and code second. Because even before we get to start coding, we brainstorm on various ideas, problem statements, we have discussions as well, and various other things altogether. So that is why here is the statement that collaboration first and code second, and it really matches and resonates with the work we do at hackathons as well. We do not straight away start coding without even thinking once, and without even conversing or having that discussion with our team members especially. So that is why this is the statement. And at a hackathon, hackers uses open source tools, softwares, and platforms, and many of them build their skills overnight around different open source tools and do wonders with the scene. So you see, from starting with a normal hackathon open source projects, hackers end up doing valuable contribution to various organizations across the world, and just end up building the skills that can help make this world a better place to live. And after knowing all this, you might be wondering that how can one get involved with the hackathon and hacker communities? Well, it is very simple. There are various roles with which one can get involved. So let us quickly have a look on that. Now, you can become a hacker and gain the experience worth remembering. You can help others by becoming the part of an organizing team. You can definitely become the hackathon mentor and teach hackers so that they can learn and build something great. On top of that, you can be the workshop or talk speaker to just share your knowledge and your experiences at the same time, which you might have gained in your journey so far. And one more way to approach it is like becoming the part of the hackathon jury panel to just judge the great pool of projects which are submitted by the awesome hackers over there. And just in case, if you want to, experience all the above mentioned roles which I just explained, just be an organizer and host an outstanding hackathon out there, and that is more than enough for you to experience all the above roles. Last but not the least, I would quickly share my hackathon experience and journey with you all. And talking about me, I started my hackathon journey way back in February 2019, and my team ended up winning the very first hackathon. And after I experienced the environment and hackathon culture, I never looked back. I started attending various hackathons at different places in my country and online, and also won a few out of them. And so far, I have attended 10 plus hackathons as a hacker. Later in 2020, I thought of giving back to the hacker community and wanted to teach hackers and share my experience. And I started mentoring and speaking at different hackathons. And so far, I've been a mentor in 30 plus hackathons and speaker in around 14 plus hackathons. And I'm really loving, the way hackers are coming up with various ideas over there as well. And super enthusiastic people out there. The community is growing every day now because we have shifted online and there are no barriers of, the borders or no venue barriers or anything else as well. So anyone can participate, and that is so awesome to see. And I even organized few hackathons to help hackers solve the shared problems of our society and give them the opportunity they can grow with. And just in case, if you want to know more about my hackathon journey, feel free to check out my website, which is siddharth-hacks.live. You can also find all my previous conference and hackathons talk over there, and any other thing more about me as well on the website. On that note, I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending my talk and being with me so far. Thanks for being a wonderful audience. Really appreciate it. And also, huge shout out to the entire DevRelCon Tokyo team for just putting this amazing conference together and helping spread the experiences from spaces like developer relation communities, hackathons, and whatnot. So kudos to you folks. And also, I would love to connect with you all people on social media. So do not hesitate to find me online on my mentioned platforms as below. And yeah, thanks once again. I'm open for any of the questions from the audience as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that. So, I see a lot of positive comments about you. It's great. Awesome comments. So before asking the question, let's invite everyone to the main stage. So please add every speaker to the main stage. Here we go. We have how many people? 6 right now. So yeah, this is great. So yeah. Thanks for staying. Then we had a great group, and I have a question to you as you speakers or chat. In this group or in this track, everyone talked different things, but there was one theme. Can you tell that? If you find one answer, please drop the chat. If you go to the website of the DevRelCon Tokyo 2021, there is a schedule screen, and you can see there. You can check with the sessions for the Sakura track, and yeah, you may notice that. So yeah, Siddharth is nodding. So I'm asking you, what will be the theme of the Sakura? Siddharth?
Oops, I was on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I really love this thing as well. And the theme, what I see to it as community, which has helped me personally a lot in my entire journey so far. So I hope I'm correct, Tyson.
That's right. Raghuraji spoke about it, communication, communicator. And Sherry and Olivier also talk about the Azure Hero to engage community. Srini was talking about the how to analyze the community channels, and you talked about the hackathon and open source and the collaboration. So yes, that this track is focusing on the community things, and I really loved all of your talk. So I really appreciate that. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't see the chat, but everyone got the theme. So yeah. So thank you for joining. If you have any thoughts or comments or questions to the other speakers, that would be really appreciated.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that when we think about community, usually what community you are part of. So you think a community is a meetup or a Slack channel, but actually we saw during the talks that you have like a lot of kinds of community. You have the online one, you have the open source community. We saw you have like the one you see in a hackathon or key person events. So you have different kind of community. And it's interesting to see that during the talks.
Yeah, thank you, Olivia. Yeah, that's right. The community is just one word, but we are doing various things around the community. So to grow or to have that relationship with the community developers. So I really like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not only meetups. People think that community is meetups, but actually there are some people who never go to meetups, but are very active in open source community. And we saw on the dashboard presented that you can also engage with these people there.
Yeah, I really love that, the private chat for the speakers and the persons are asking Shurini about the details and reaching out to, after the, this session. So I really love to see that. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in the coronavirus, right? Like meetups weren't really a thing. Like we did virtual meetups, but it's kind of not the same as a physical one. So
cool. Yeah, how about Raji? What do you think about today's session or group or the DevRelCon itself?
Yeah, that it was interesting that mainly the other sessions from the other speakers, it was quite new for me about the NFTs and dashboard and hackathon. I have met Siddharth in one of the hackathon exactly actually. So yeah, it was all interesting.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, how about you, Sherry? You also spoke with the Olivier. It was a great talk.
Yeah, I also learned a lot from the others. I watched the talks, and the one that I really I mean, all of them were great, of course, but the one that I really liked it was the hackathon one. I just told Olivier that what I felt like that it totally comes from the heart, and you can totally feel that how much of passion that you had to actually to talk to people about this all these hackathons. I recently organized quite a lot of hackathons, especially after COVID happened as well. And then we normally started the hackathon by actually explaining people that what hackathon is as well, and how you should work in a hackathon, because this is very interesting that there are a lot of developers out there that they never come to the hackathons, and as you just mentioned, that they always feel like that, oh, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I can't do it. But everybody can contribute in a hackathon. And the other thing that I recently realized, beginning the COVID, there was a theme most everywhere in the world that was like the hack the crisis, hack the COVID stuff. And then I was part of the team that organized the one for Denmark. And during that hackathon, I learned a lot, because what we did is that previously I only organized a lot of hackathons with only other developers, to be honest. That hackathon, Hack the Crisis, was very different, because all of a sudden a lot of people, they wanted to just help, and they joined even as an organizer and so on, and in the team, and then they spread it with their network. All of a sudden we had a lot of people with a very different sets of skills that they joined, and I noticed it as like a success of the hackathon, success of the output, because then you can step back and say that a successful project, it should reflect the way that actually a company works. You need different sets of skill in order to enrich the outcome of the hackathon. But yeah, thank you very much for all of your talks.
Thank you for everyone joining the great with the great sessions. And yeah, so this is the end of the Sakura track, but we still have the another keynote going on the Fuji track. So if you're interested in the talk, please join to the Fuji track. But again, thank you for you all to join the great conference and great talk, and thank you for the chat. To putting your thoughts, comments, questions. I really appreciate that, your participation. Okay, so
welcome.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
right now, making layout to me. Yeah, so thank you for all speakers who joined the Sakura track, and thank you for the all participants who joined the chat and watched the awesome speaker sessions. So this is the end of the Sakura track. Like I said, we were going to be closing down this track, but there are another session going on the Fuji track as a last keynote. It's going to happen in, let me see, 9:40 USD, which is in 5 minutes. So please check the last keynote session. So thank you for watching. See you.